Before the first star ignited, there was a question, not spoken, not thought, simply present. The way pressure is present in deep water, the way cold is present in the space between galaxies. A question written into the architecture of existence itself, older than matter, older than time, older than anything that would ever have a name. The question was this: does life deserve to exist? Two answers faced each other across the void. One said yes, unconditionally, without reservation, in the form of a perfect white sphere that moved through the darkness, like a held breath, trailing possibility behind it, the way a comet trails light. The other said perhaps, but only if it proves itself worthy, only if it survives, only if it earns the right to continue through the endless cold arithmetic of the universe. Between these two answers, across billions of years and 1,000 civilizations risen and fallen and swept into silence, the greatest story ever told has been unfolding. Tonight, all of it belongs to you. The toxic green oceans of Fundament, the pink ether-misted skies of Riis, the rusted cosmodromes of old Russia standing empty beneath an alien sky, the obsidian geometry of pyramid ships moving through the dark between stars, silent and absolute and older than the sun. The last city, cupped in the shadow of a wounded god, its lights burning through centuries of siege. And at the end of everything, a place inside the light itself, where the oldest game in the universe finally found its answer. Share in the comments your location where these ancient echoes arrive, and the time of your evening, weaving your small, warm thread into the vast and starlit dark. If this quiet journey through cosmic depths and paracausal mysteries holds your attention, a like or subscribe sustains the channel. Let us begin. In the beginning, there was no beginning. This is not poetry. This is the nearest approximation of a truth so vast that human language can only circle it, the way a moth circles a flame, drawn close, never quite touching what it seeks. The universe that contains the traveler, the darkness, the hive and the Eliksni, and the fragile cities of humanity. This universe did not spring into existence from nothing. It emerged from a prior state, a condition of pure potential that physicists might call a vacuum, and theologians might call eternity, and the oldest texts of the Hive simply call the deep. The deep is not a place, it is a principle. It is the understanding that the universe is not indifferent to life, it is actively testing it. That existence is not a gift, but a competition, that every species and every civilization and every small warm thing that has ever drawn breath beneath the sun has been, without knowing it, a contestant in a game whose rules were written before the first atom cooled. The prize is continuation. The penalty for losing is silence. Against the deep, from the very beginning, there was something else. The gardener. She, and the ancient texts that describe this force, use a feminine resonance, though the concept extends well beyond any biological gender, is the opposing principle, where the deep believes only the strongest pattern deserves to persist. The gardener believes that becoming is its own justification, that a universe full of complex, growing, changing things is more beautiful and more true than a universe of perfect stillness, that life needs no trial to earn its place, that the flower does not prove anything by blooming. It simply blooms, and that is enough. These two principles, the gardener and the winnower, as the Hive would eventually name them, do not experience the universe as mortals do. They do not have bodies or locations or needs in any conventional sense. They are woven into the fundamental structure of reality, the way mathematics is woven into the structure of reality, not present in any single place, but present everywhere that the laws of physics operate, in every interaction between energy and matter, in every moment of growth and every moment of death. But they are not merely abstract. They act. The gardener acts through the traveler, the vast, A white, continent-sized sphere of compressed luminescence that has been moving through the universe for longer than most stars have been burning. The traveler is not the gardener herself, but it is her instrument, her presence in the physical world, her gift to the species she chooses to tend. Wherever it goes, it leaves transformation. Atmospheres become breathable, climates become gentle. The paracausal energy it radiates, light as those who would one day wield it would come to call it, accelerates the growth of civilizations, extends lifespans, deepens understanding, opens doors in the physics of a world that might have remained closed for 10,000 more years of slow, ordinary development. The traveler's surface is smooth beyond any material humanity would ever manufacture, smooth the way a concept is smooth, with no seams. No imperfections, no place where one thing ends and another begins. Its color is white, but not the flat white of painted surfaces. It is the white of something that contains all other light within it. In the darkness of space, it does not reflect starlight so much as hold it, a sphere of quiet radiance, patient and enormous and serene, moving along its incomprehensible path with the unhurried certainty of something that has always known where it is going. The winnower acts through the darkness. The darkness does not have a single form in the way that the traveler has a form. Its most visible expression in the physical universe, the expression that would eventually reach humanity's solar system and bring an age of gold to a sudden and devastating end, takes the shape of pyramid ships. Black, geometrically perfect. Each face a precise equilateral triangle, each edge meeting its neighbor at angles that suggest something designed not by an engineer thinking about structural integrity, but by a mathematician thinking about the nature of perfection. They absorb light completely. No reflection, no emission. In the visual spectrum, they are not so much dark as they are absent, shapes defined entirely by what is not there rather than what is. They do not communicate in language. They communicate in weight, in the feeling of inevitability, in the subaudible pressure that moves through a body when something very large and very certain draws near. Between the traveler and the pyramids, across the vast span of pre-human cosmic history, a game was played. The Hive, who would come to understand this game more deeply than any other species in the universe, and who would worship its logic as sacred scripture, called it the flower game. The name comes from a parable about a gardener who plants flowers and a mathematician who studies patterns. The gardener believes the flowers are beautiful. The mathematician believes only the flowers that survive the winter matter. The question of who is right, whether beauty justifies existence or whether survival justifies existence, is not resolved by the parable. The parable exists precisely because it cannot be resolved. This irresolution is the game. Across billions of years, the traveler would find a species, fragile, curious, reaching, and nurture it. Extend its lifespan, enrich its world, open doors in its physics and its philosophy. And then, eventually, the pyramids would come, testing whether what the traveler had grown was strong enough to survive contact with the winnower's truth. Most of the time, it was not. The ruins of those civilizations are scattered across the universe like seeds that never germinated. Dead worlds, silent frequencies, archaeological sites that no archaeologist will ever visit, because the species that might have built starships capable of reaching them were among those that didn't survive the test. The traveler remembers all of them. This is not a metaphor. Before the traveler reached humanity's solar system, before it hung above Earth like a second moon, before the Golden Age, before the collapse, before any of the events that would define the destiny of every species in this story, it had already lived through the same sequence more times than human mathematics has a comfortable number for. It had grown civilizations with the patience of a gardener who understands that some seasons are long. It had watched those civilizations meet the pyramids. It had, more often than not, fled. This is the wound at the center of the Traveler's story. Not its silence after the collapse, not its imprisonment in orbit. The wound is older and quieter than that. It leaves. When the darkness comes in force, when the Pyramid Fleet appears and the Winnower's test begins in earnest, the Traveler's response across most of its history has been to move on, to find another world, to begin again with another species, to let the civilization it nurtured face the test alone, because the Traveler's presence would not save them from a trial that only they can pass, and because the texts are unclear here, and honestly, perhaps the Traveler itself is not entirely clear here. Perhaps there is something in its nature that cannot sustain the confrontation directly. It flees the way a gardener flees a fire, not from cowardice, but from the recognition that a gardener in a burning field cannot grow anything. And there are other fields. The species it leaves behind have a word for this experience. The Eliksni call it the whirlwind. Humanity, if it had known it was coming, might have had no word sufficient. But we are getting ahead of ourselves. Long before the Traveler reaches humanity, long before the first human being looks up at the night sky and wonders what lies out there in the dark, there are others. There are the worm gods. They are among the oldest physical beings in the known universe, and they are allied in their way with the darkness, not through contract or devotion, but through philosophical alignment. The worm gods believe what the Winnower believes. They have always believed it. They were ancient when the first stars began to burn, sealed in the crushing depths of a gas giant called Fundament by the Traveler itself. Or so the stories say, though the Traveler has never confirmed or denied this, speaking on the matter as it speaks on most matters, only in silence. Their names are worth knowing because names carry weight, and these names carry more weight than most. Yule, the honest worm, the most forthcoming of them in the way that a volcano is forthcoming. What it says completely, without concealment, because it has no need of concealment. Air, the keeper of order. Patient as geology, patient as the half-life of heavy elements. Sol, will of the thousands. The one that would, in time, reach toward the outer planets in search of a vessel worth inhabiting. The ever-hunger. The name that needs no explanation. Akka, the worm of secrets. The most dangerous of them, not because of its power, but because of what it knows, and what it will not say. A silence that operates on an entirely different register than the Traveler's silence, because the Traveler is silent from incomprehension or withdrawal, while Akka is silent because it understands that knowledge is only power when it is withheld. These 5 beings lay dormant beneath the oceans of Fundament. Ocean in the way that a crushing column of toxic, bioluminescent fluid kilometers deep, and subjected to pressures that would reduce any human structure to a compressed disk of metal, might be called an ocean. Waiting. They have been waiting long enough that waiting has ceased to be an experience for them. It has become a condition, a state of being. They do not count the years because the years are not countable in any register they find interesting. They are waiting for something small, something frightened, something that wants to live so desperately that it will agree to almost anything. They are waiting, though they do not know it yet in the way that a predator consciously anticipates, for 3 sisters. But the sisters are not yet born. The universe is vast and the story is long, and there is no hurry. Outside the sealed depths of Fundament, the flower game continues. The Traveler moves through the stars. The pyramids, unhurried and absolute, follow. Somewhere in the dark, a question waits for an answer. The answer is being assembled, piece by piece, across billions of years and 1,000 worlds, out of the raw material of everything that has ever chosen to live. Fundament is not a world in any sense that the word usually carries. Worlds, in the common understanding, have surfaces. They have horizons. They have the quality of arrival, the sense that a traveler moving toward them will eventually reach something solid, something that pushes back, a ground that says here, this is where the falling stops. Worlds have skies you can see, suns that mark the hours, the ordinary reassurance of a place that knows what it is. Fundament has none of these things. It is a gas giant of the most extreme kind, a world that is almost entirely atmosphere, layer upon crushing layer of toxic compounds and superheated gases and immense pressure systems that have been cycling and colliding and grinding against each other for longer than most of the stars in its sky have been burning. There is no surface in the conventional sense. There is only depth, descending without mercy through gradients of temperature and pressure that increase with every kilometer until, at the very bottom, if bottom is even the right word for the place where gravity compresses gas into something almost indistinguishable from liquid, the pressure is sufficient to crush anything that matter can construct. The sky above Fundament, if you could stand somewhere high enough to call it above, is never blue. It cycles through greens and yellows and the particular gray-brown of ancient storms that have been running for centuries without pause. Occasionally through breaks in the cloud systems so massive that each one dwarfs entire continents, something like starlight filters down, thin and cold and deeply wrong in color, filtered through so many atmospheric layers that by the time it reaches the floating land masses below, it carries almost no warmth. Only the reminder that somewhere above all of this, there is a universe that operates on gentler terms. The floating land masses are called the Freylanderi. They are not geological formations in any traditional sense. They are dense accumulations of matter, mineral deposits and organic material, and the compressed debris of Fundament's long history that achieved the precise density necessary to float within a specific atmospheric layer, the way a piece of wood floats in water by virtue of its relationship to what surrounds it rather than any property of its own will. They drift. They collide slowly, at the speed of large things moving through thick atmosphere. They break apart and reaccumulate. They grow larger when matter falls from higher layers and adheres to them, and smaller when storms violent enough to peel their surfaces, strip material away, and disperse it into the depths. On some of these land masses, life existed. Small life by the standards of the universe, fragile life, life that had no particular reason to believe it deserved to persist, because Fundament offered it no such reassurance. The storms came without warning and without mercy. The seas that collected in the low hollows of the Freylanderi were toxic to most organisms that hadn't evolved specifically for their chemistry. The megafauna of Fundament's deeper atmospheric layers, creatures of enormous scale, adapted to pressures that would be instantly lethal to surface life, occasionally surfaced into the landmass layers and devastated everything in their path with the casual indifference of something that is simply moving and does not particularly notice what it moves through. And beneath all of it, beneath every floating landmass, every toxic sea, every storm, and every cold ray of filtered starlight, there was the God Wave. The Krill called it this before they understood what it was. A periodic catastrophe, a trembling that moved up through the atmospheric layers at irregular intervals, years apart or decades, unpredictably. And when it arrived at the level of the Freylanderi, it expressed itself as devastation. Land masses shattered, seas evaporated upward in columns of toxic mist. Entire communities of krill, all built over generations with painful effort, were simply ended in the span of hours, swept into the crushing dark below or blown apart into the toxic winds above. The krill survived it the way small things survive catastrophe. Not because they were strong enough to withstand it, but because enough of them were in the right places when it came, and enough of them had built their shelters in the right configurations, and enough of them had stored enough food, and enough of them ran in the right direction when the trembling began. Survival by margin. Survival as statistical accident repeated enough times across enough generations to start feeling like destiny. They were small beings, the krill. Pale, very pale, the color of things that grow where light is scarce. Bilaterally symmetrical in the approximate sense, though their body plan was not one that any human xenobiologist would have found immediately familiar. Their eyes were adapted for the dim, filtered light of Fundament's interior, large, multifaceted, capable of detecting the slight bioluminescence of other krill in the dark, evolved in an environment where seeing the glow of a neighbor meant the difference between isolation and community. Their hands were dexterous in the particular way that intelligent tool users always develop dexterity, the product of millennia of making things, fixing things, holding things together when the world was trying to break them apart. They had language, they had memory, they had the capacity for grief and for planning, which are really the same capacity expressed in different directions. Grief being the processing of what has been lost, while planning being the imagining of what might be preserved. Both require the ability to hold things in the mind that are not immediately present. Both require the understanding that time has a direction and that what happens within it matters. They had kings, after a fashion. Hierarchies of necessity, structures of authority that existed because Fundament's hostility demanded coordination, and coordination required someone to coordinate. The political arrangements of the krill were not elegant. No political arrangement evolved under conditions of existential pressure tends to be elegant, but they functioned well enough that krill communities persisted across generations, accumulated knowledge, developed the rudimentary technologies of beings who understand that the universe will not become more hospitable on its own. Into this world, into one of its minor noble families, 3 sisters were born. Their names at birth were the names the krill gave to children of their station, names that carried the weight of lineage and the expectations of a dynasty, names that meant, in the rough translation of a language that has been dead for billions of years, the one who cuts, the one who thinks, the one who is small, but will not be small forever. History knows them by other names. The one who cuts would become Shivu Arath. The one who thinks would become Savathûn. The one who would not be small forever would become Oryx. But that is later. That is after everything. For now they are simply 3 sisters in a precarious world, daughters of a king called Alrash's father, a ruler of moderate territory on one of the larger Freylanderi, a man of reasonable capability who had built something modest and careful in the shadow of Fundament's perpetual hostility. Then their father was murdered. The details of the assassination are recorded in the Books of Sorrow, Oryx's own history, written in a language of war and philosophy across centuries of conquest, with the specific, unforgetting clarity of someone who was very young when it happened and very old when they wrote it down. The political mechanics of the betrayal are less important than its effect, which was this. The 3 sisters were left without protection, without legitimacy, without the structural safety that their father's station had provided, in a world where structural safety was one of the very few things standing between small, pale creatures and the void below. Shivu Arath's response was immediate and physical. She wanted to fight. She was built for fighting. Even then, even young, there was something in her that understood conflict as the primary language of the universe, and she was not wrong. She simply lacked the power to act on this understanding at the scale the situation required. Savathûn's response was to think. She was always thinking. Already, even before she had reason to think about anything in particular, her mind had the quality of a mechanism that doesn't stop running. She processed the situation from every angle, turning it the way a craftsperson turns an unfamiliar object, looking for the edge that isn't immediately obvious. Arash, who would become Oryx, wept, and then stopped weeping because weeping was a response to a situation she could not yet change. and she needed to understand the situation before she could change it. She was the youngest. She had always known that the world was bigger than her and would continue to be bigger than her until she found a way to change the terms of the comparison. She chose to go deeper. The God Wave had always haunted Krill civilization as an unanswered question. What was it? Where did it come from? Why did it come when it did, and not more predictably, not more frequently, not in patterns that could be anticipated and prepared for? The Krill had no answer because no Krill had ever descended far enough into Fundament to find the source. The depths were not survivable. The pressures and temperatures of the lower atmospheric layers were not compatible with life as it existed on the Freylanderi. Oryx found a bathysphere. The word is inadequate for what it was. A vessel of Golden Age-adjacent technology, ancient Krill engineering of the highest order, built in some prior era for some purpose that no living Krill entirely understood. A sealed capsule designed to descend into Fundament's depths, with walls thick enough to resist the pressures of the lower layers, with systems capable of filtering breathable atmosphere from the toxic chemistry outside, with lights that could penetrate the absolute dark below the bioluminescent zones. It leaked. It was old, and it leaked, and it groaned under pressure in the way that structures groan when they are being asked to do more than they were designed to do. And the groan carried through the metal and into the bodies of the three sisters, pressed together in its cramped interior, vibrating in their bones, a constant, low reminder that the universe was trying to get in. They descended anyway. What followed was a journey of days. The light from Fundament's surface, already dim by the time it reached the Freylanderi, disappeared within hours. The bioluminescent zones of the mid-depths, where vast organisms produced their own cold light in blues and greens, and the occasional unsettling red, gave way to absolute darkness broken only by the bathysphere's own illumination. The temperature outside dropped and then rose again as they passed through thermal layers. The pressure built steadily, measurably, in the way that debt builds. Slowly enough that each individual increment seems manageable, quickly enough that the cumulative effect becomes staggering before you fully register it. Savathûn catalogued everything she observed with the methodical thoroughness of a mind that understands information as the only currency that never loses value. Shivu Arath watched the darkness outside the viewports with the focused attention of a warrior who has not yet found anything worth attacking but intends to be ready when she does. Oryx navigated and thought about what they would find and tried not to let herself imagine all the ways the leaking bathysphere might fail before they found it. The worm gods were not hidden exactly. Hidden implies concealment as an active choice, and the worm gods had not chosen to be concealed so much as they existed in a place that nothing capable of finding them had ever been willing to go. They were simply there, in the deepest accessible layer of Fundament's crushing interior, all in the dark and the heat and the pressure, enormous beyond easy description. The smallest of them comparable in scale to mountain ranges, the largest of them so vast that the bathysphere's lights could not illuminate their full extent, could only suggest it in the way that a candle in a cathedral suggests the ceiling. Yul spoke first. The voice, and voice is the wrong word, because sound at those pressures behaves differently than sound in open air, and the communication that moved from the worm god to the three sisters operated on several registers simultaneously, physical and paracausal together, arrived not just in their ears but in their understanding directly, bypassing language the way that truth sometimes bypasses the words used to convey it. Yul told them about the sword logic. The sword logic is not a metaphor and not a moral philosophy, though it resembles both. It is presented by Yul, honest as his nature requires, as a description of how the universe actually operates, stripped of the comforting fictions that creatures impose on it to make their existence feel less contingent. The universe does not care whether things live or die. It is indifferent in the specific, active sense of a system that runs according to rules that never deviate regardless of the preferences of the things subject to them. The rules are these. Existence is a competition. Stronger patterns consume weaker patterns. The things that survive prove their right to survival by surviving. There is no other tribunal. There is no appeal. This is not cruelty. Yule was careful to present it as not cruelty. La cruelty implies preference, the active desire to cause suffering. The sword logic is prior to preference. It is what the universe does before anything in the universe has a preference about anything. The gift offered was immortality. Each sister would take into her body a worm larva, a fragment of the worm god's essence, paracausal and ancient, capable of transforming the physiology of its host in ways that conventional biology cannot accomplish. The transformation would be profound and irreversible. They would become something other than krill, something that death could not easily claim, because their souls, their paracausal essence, would be anchored in their worm, and the worm would persist even when the body fell, and the body could be rebuilt around a persisting soul. In exchange, the worm would feed. See, the worm's hunger was not a side effect or a flaw in the arrangement. It was the arrangement. Each worm would require its host to kill, to take life, to consume the paracausal energy released by death, on a regular and escalating basis. If the host failed to feed the worm sufficiently, the worm would feed on the host instead, consuming from the inside with a patience that made the god wave seem merciful. This was not presented as a trap, and it was not precisely a trap, though it would function as one for almost every Hive noble across the billions of years that followed. It was presented as the honest terms of an honest arrangement. The sword logic demands killing. The worm demands killing. The sisters would demand killing if they chose this path, because they would become something that the universe recognized as a pattern worth sustaining. And the universe's recognition expresses itself through power, and power requires application, and application requires something to be applied against. To exist is to consume. This was the core of it. Not a corruption of the natural order, but, according to Yule, according to the Winnower, according to the philosophy that the darkness had been expressing through the Pyramid Fleet across billions of years of cosmic history. An honest statement of it. Savathûn smiled at something her sisters didn't notice her smile at. Oryx asked one question. Will this power be enough to stop the God Wave and save our people? Yule said yes. And Yule, honest as his name required, was not lying. What Yule did not say, what Savathûn had already intuited, already folded into the private calculation behind her smile, was what saving their people through the sword logic would eventually require their people to become. The sisters' worms would hunger. Their children's worms would hunger. Every krill that accepted the gift in the generations that followed would carry a hunger that had to be fed, and the only feed available was the paracausal energy of things that had been alive and were now dead, and eventually the things available to be killed in the immediate vicinity would not be enough, and the worms would demand more, and the logic of more has only one direction. But that is later. That is the long consequence playing out across eons. In that moment, in the crushing dark of Fundament's deepest layer, in a leaking bathysphere surrounded by beings whose smallest feature was larger than any structure on any Freylandery above, three sisters made a choice. They opened their bodies to the worms. The transformation was not instantaneous, and the records suggest it was not painless, though pain is perhaps too small a word for the experience of a paracausal entity rewriting the fundamental architecture of a biological organism. Every cell renegotiated, every system rebuilt on different terms, the souls sutured to something ancient and hungry and vast in a bond that would only grow stronger with time and feeding. They were krill when they descended into the dark. They were something else entirely when the process completed. The krill were gone. In their place, the first hive, 3 pale, transformed beings in a leaking bathysphere, surrounded by the patient enormity of their new gods, rising back toward a sky they would spend the rest of eternity making darker. The god wave, when they reached it and understood its source and applied the power now moving through them to the machinery of it, ceased. Their people were saved, and the hunger began. Transformation is not a moment. It only appears to be one from the outside. From the inside, transformation is a long process of becoming accustomed to what you have chosen to be, of waking each morning into the new terms of your existence, and finding, gradually, that the old terms feel less and less like something you lost, and more like something you simply no longer require. The 3 sisters did not emerge from Fundament's depths, fully formed into the gods they would become. They emerged changed, and then they spent centuries becoming more changed, and then millennia more, until the original krill, the pale, frightened daughters of a murdered king, descending into the dark in a leaking vessel, existed only in the deepest strata of memory, buried under so many layers of accumulated power and philosophy and war that even they could no longer easily access the feeling of having once been small. But they remembered choosing. That none of them ever forgot. The hive expanded first within Fundament's system and then beyond it, moving with the unhurried confidence of something that has recently discovered it cannot easily die and is still absorbing the implications of that discovery. The early campaigns were relatively modest by the standards of what would follow. The krill population that accepted the Worm Pact and underwent transformation, the consolidation of power across the remaining Freylanderi, the application of their new paracausal capabilities to the political and territorial problems of a gas giant's floating archipelago. The God Wave had been stopped. The existential threat that had shaped krill civilization for generations was simply gone, removed by the 3 sisters with the directness of beings who had just learned that the universe responds to power, and they now had some. Orash, in these early centuries, was already moving toward the name that would define her across all of history. She was becoming Oryx. The transition was partly physical, the worm's influence continuing to reshape its host in ways that accrued slowly, each generation of the paracausal bond, deepening the transformation, and partly philosophical. Oryx was not a name given by parents or by custom. It was a name earned, the way hive names are always earned, through the accumulation of acts that the sword logic recognizes as meaningful. Acts of survival, acts of dominance. See acts of continuation in the face of everything the universe sent against the one trying to continue. Savathûn became Savathûn in much the same way, though the acts she counted were of a different kind. Where Oryx's path was marked by confrontation, by the direct application of power to problems that resisted power, Savathûn's path was marked by the kind of acts that leave no obvious traces. A negotiation concluded in her favor. A potential rival who never quite gathered enough momentum to become an actual rival. A piece of information that arrived in exactly the right place, at exactly the right moment, to change the outcome of something that hadn't been going her way. She was becoming the hive's god of cunning, not because cunning was her strategy, but because it was her nature, as fundamental to her as the hunger of her worm. A Shivu Arath became herself through war, because war was the only language she had ever found fully satisfying. The 3 of them together were already extraordinary. Separately, each was a force capable of reshaping the circumstances around her. Together, they were the nucleus of something that the universe had not encountered in quite this configuration before. A civilization built entirely around the philosophical infrastructure of the sword logic, taking it not as a cruel imposition but as a sacred truth, organizing every aspect of existence around the principle that power is the only meaningful currency and that killing is the most honest form of expenditure. The Hive built their first empire on Fundament, and then they left Fundament behind. Space travel came to the Hive as it comes to every sufficiently determined civilization, through the application of intelligence and desperation to the problem of up. The specific mechanisms by which early Hive spacecraft achieved escape from Fundament's gravity well are not what matters. What matters is that they did, and that when they emerged from the crushing atmospheric layers into the relative clarity of the space above their gas giant home, they found a solar system that had not been expecting them and was consequently entirely unprepared. The campaigns of early Hive expansion are recorded in the Books of Sorrow, with the particular quality of writing that belongs to someone who participated in the events described and is not troubled by what they participated in. Oryx, who would eventually write the Books of Sorrow, would carve them in war cant across the hulls of dead warships and the skins of conquered worlds, and any surface large enough to hold the scope of what needed to be said. Writes about these early conquests with a clarity that is almost aesthetic. There is beauty in them for him. Not the beauty of violence for its own sake, but the beauty of a pattern expressing itself correctly, of the sword logic made manifest in the physical world, of the universe's deepest principle finding its proper form in the acts of beings willing to embody it without flinching. Among the species they encountered in those early centuries was a civilization called the Ammonites. The Ammonites are worth knowing not because they were remarkable, though they were, in their way, a species of genuine complexity and genuine accomplishment, but because of what their existence represented at the moment the Hive encountered them. They were sheltering beneath the traveler. The great white sphere had found them, as it found all of its chosen species, and had spent centuries enriching their world and extending their capabilities and opening the paracausal doors in their physics that it specialized in opening. The Ammonites had grown under the traveler's influence into something worth protecting, into something the gardener had invested in. This made them, from the perspective of the sword logic, the most important opponents the early Hive could have found, because the sword logic is not merely about killing, it is about what you kill. Destroying something weak proves relatively little. Yet destroying something that the universe has invested in, something that a paracausal force of the gardener's magnitude has chosen to nurture. That is the act that carries the most weight, that feeds the worm most fully, that most clearly demonstrates the right of the pattern doing the destroying to continue existing. The Ammonites, sheltering beneath the traveler, were not simply an obstacle. They were an argument that the gardener's approach was valid, that life nurtured without the sword logic was life worth sustaining. The Hive were the counter-argument, made flesh and claw and paracausal fire. The war with the Ammonites was long by the standards of conventional conflict, and brief by the standards of the Hive's eventual history. The traveler was present for much of it, not as a combatant in the way that armed beings are combatants, but as a paracausal presence, its light reinforcing the Ammonites' defenses, healing what the Hive destroyed, sustaining the civilization that was trying to survive the encounter. It was, in miniature, the same dynamic that would eventually play out at Earth. The gardener trying to protect what it had grown, the winnower's instrument trying to prove that protection was insufficient. The difference between the Ammonite campaign and the eventual conflict at Earth is the difference between a civilization that has been nurtured for centuries and a civilization that has been nurtured for millennia, and the difference between a traveler that is still considering flight as an option and a traveler that has, at some deep level, begun to reckon with the possibility that flight has costs it can no longer afford. The Ammonites fell. The traveler departed. Their world went silent in the manner of worlds that have experienced the Hive's attention, which is to say, it went silent completely in the way that a candle goes out rather than the way a fire burns down. The distinction matters. The Hive do not merely defeat their enemies, they consume them. The paracausal energy released by the death of complex living things, the energy that feeds the worms and sustains the Hive's immortality, is harvested with the thoroughness of beings who have converted the act of killing into a form of sacred agriculture. And then, the Hive built their throne worlds. The Ascendant Plane is a dimension that exists adjacent to physical reality, in the way that a shadow exists adjacent to the object that casts it. Present, defined by the object's relationship to light, real in its own terms, but not accessible through the ordinary physics of the world that produces it. It is not a place that was built. It is a place that has always been, a property of the paracausal structure of the universe, rather than a construction within it. What the Hive discovered, what Oryx, in particular, pushed the understanding of to its furthest extent, was that beings of sufficient paracausal power could reach into the Ascendant Plane and make something there. Not build in the way that physical builders build, with materials and tools and the ordinary logic of structural engineering. A make in the way that a dreamer makes a dream, through will, through the imposition of a mind's internal landscape onto a medium that responds to minds rather than matter. These made places are throne worlds, each great Hive noble, each being that had achieved sufficient paracausal mass through killing and surviving and continuing, maintained a throne world as a kind of external soul. The metaphysics of this are precise, and the precision matters. A Hive noble whose throne world persists cannot be truly killed in the physical realm. Destroy the body, burn it to ash, unmake it with light, collapse it under its own density, and the soul remains, anchored in the throne world, capable of rebuilding a physical form with the patience of something that has converted the experience of dying into a temporary inconvenience. To truly kill a Hive noble, you must enter their throne world. You must fight them in the space they have made, in the landscape that is literally the inside of their philosophy, given architectural form, under terms that heavily favor the being who built the place. You must kill them there, in that space, at the source. This is not a comforting piece of information for anything that has ever found itself at war with the Hive. Oryx's throne world was vast and dark and cold in the particular way of spaces that understand themselves to be important. Enormous stone tablets rose from the floor of an abyss that had no visible bottom, each tablet inscribed in the war cant of the Books of Sorrow, the scripture of the sword logic, rendered in characters large enough to read from a great distance. The light was pale, not absent, but reluctant, the kind of light that illuminates without warming, that shows you things without making them feel approachable. The architecture was cathedral in scale without being cathedral in implication. There was nothing worshipful about it, nothing designed to make a visitor feel small in the presence of something greater than themselves. It was designed to make a visitor feel small in the presence of something that could kill them with the casual efficiency of a fact. Savathûn's throne worlds, about which relatively little is known from this early period because Savathûn preferred it that way, was deceptive even then. It looked, by the few accounts that survived, like something gentle, something cultivated. The trap was always in the invitation. Xivu Arath simply built a war. Her throne world was not a place so much as a condition, a dimension that expressed the state of active combat as a permanent atmospheric reality, where the geometry shifted according to tactical necessity, and the air itself carried the particular charge of a situation that has not yet resolved into victory or defeat. Centuries passed, the Hive expanded. Civilizations fell. The Books of Sorrow accumulated pages. And then Oryx killed his sisters. This requires explanation, because in the context of most histories, a brother killing his sisters is an act of betrayal, of violence, of the collapse of the bonds that should hold a family together. In the context of the sword logic, it is something else entirely. It is, in its way, the most honest act that Oryx had yet committed. The sword logic demands proof. Not once, and not at the beginning of a being's existence, but continuously. The right to exist must be continuously demonstrated. The argument for continuation must be continuously made through acts that the universe recognizes as valid. A being that stops killing stagnates. A being that directs its killing only outward, only at species and civilizations below it in power, at some point runs out of meaningful things to kill and must turn to the only targets whose destruction would prove something. Oryx killed Savathûn, and then he killed SIVA. They did not die. Their throne worlds held. They rebuilt themselves around their persisting souls and emerged changed, stronger, clarified, their own philosophy sharpened by the experience of being killed by the one being in the universe who knew them well enough to do it properly. The killing was an act of love in the sword logic's terms. The deepest possible investment in someone's continued existence is to force them to prove they deserve it. The three siblings remained close, in the way that beings who have killed each other and survived the experience tend to remain close, with a specificity of understanding about each other that cannot be achieved through any other means. But Oryx's education was not finished. Akka waited. Akka, the worm of secrets, the one who knew things and withheld them, the one whose silence was not empty but densely populated with everything it had chosen not to say. Oryx approached Akka with a question. How do I take the power of a god? How does a being achieve not merely the immortality of the throne world, not merely the hunger-fed strength of the worm's bond, but something that operates on a fundamentally different level? The power to reach into the paracausal structure of reality and unmake things, to pluck them from existence, not by destroying them, but by editing them. Akka's answer was consistent with its nature. It refused to say. Akka understood that knowledge is power only when withheld. The moment it told Oryx what Oryx wanted to know, the knowledge would transfer and Akka would have given something away. The sword logic applied to information as clearly as it applied to bodies. You do not hand your power to something that has come asking for it. You make it take the power from you if it can. So Oryx killed Akka. He killed a god, not a Hive noble, not a transformed being of paracausal capability, a worm god, one of the ancient imprisoned beings from Fundament's depths. A creature older than most of the stars in its sky. He killed it and took from its death what Akka had refused to give through speech. The power is called the Taken, and it is, in its way, the most profound expression of the sword logic ever achieved by a single being, because the sword logic says that stronger patterns consume weaker ones. But the Taken power goes further than consumption. Consumption is still a relationship between the consuming thing and the thing consumed. The consumed thing ends, becomes part of something else, its matter and energy redistributed. The Taken power is something stranger and more absolute. It reaches into a living thing and changes the fundamental question it is trying to answer. A guardian exists to defend. Taken, it exists to prevent others from defending. A Cabal soldier exists to advance. Taken, it exists to hold a position no one can penetrate. A Vex goblin exists to build toward the Vex's optimization. Taken, it exists to corrupt anything near it. The form remains, the shape, the silhouette, the general outline of what the thing was. But the soul has been rewritten. The will has been replaced. The eyes, always the eyes, carry the particular absence of something that was once there and is there no longer, replaced by a golden luminescence that is not the light of the traveler, but the light of being edited, of being unmade and remade in the same motion. The Taken are not dead. They are not alive. They are something the universe had not quite managed to produce before Oryx, which is the name he had become, fully and finally. The king of a people and the god of a philosophy, and the author of the longest continuous work of theological scripture in the known history of existence. Oryx looked at the solar system of a small, blue-green world orbiting a medium-sized yellow star and felt the distant vibration of the traveler's presence there. He was not ready yet. He had a son to send first. Crota, born not of biological reproduction, but of Oryx's own will, shaped from his father's essence in the way that throne worlds are shaped, a being of paracausal construction rather than organic development, was powerful in the way that things built by gods tend to be powerful. He was also young in the ways that matter, young enough to be impatient, young enough to believe that power is a sufficient substitute for understanding. Oryx sent him to test the species beneath the traveler, to measure them, to see whether they were the kind of thing that would fall easily or the kind of thing that would, eventually, require Oryx himself to attend to personally. What happened to Crota on Earth, and more specifically, beneath the moon that orbited it, belongs to a later part of the story. What matters here is only that Oryx sent him and waited and continued building. The Dreadnought was already under construction, a weapon ship of scales that strained the available vocabulary, built partly from the harvested mass of celestial objects, partly from Hive engineering of the highest order, and partly from something that operated outside the boundaries of conventional physics altogether, drawing on the paracausal weight that Oryx had accumulated across billions of years of killing. A ship that was also a weapon that was also a temple that was also the expression of a single being's philosophical certainty made architecturally manifest. He was patient. The sword logic had taught him patience the way Fundament had taught the krill patience, not as a virtue but as a survival mechanism that had been internalized so deeply it could no longer be distinguished from character. He would come to the solar system when the time was right, when his son had done what his son was going to do, and when the response to what his son had done had told him what he needed to know about the species he was preparing to face. He wrote another page of the Books of Sorrow while he waited. Outside the Dreadnought, in the cold between the stars, the pyramid ships moved in their unhurried formation, patient as mathematics, certain as entropy, following the logic of the winnower toward the next argument that needed to be made. There is a particular quality to the light on a world that the traveler has chosen. It is difficult to describe in purely physical terms because it is not purely a physical phenomenon. The traveler's presence in a solar system alters the paracausal texture of local space in ways that express themselves as subtle enrichments of the ordinary. Colors that are slightly more saturated than the physics of the local star alone would produce. Atmospheric phenomena that skew toward beauty with a frequency that exceeds statistical probability, the sense that the world is inhabited in a deeper sense than mere biological presence would warrant. As if the universe in the vicinity of the traveler has been reminded that it is capable of being generous. On Riis, the light was pink. Not uniformly, not at all hours. Not in every season, but at the times that matter most on a living world, the times of transition, the thresholds between dark and bright and dark, the Riisian sky filled with a warm rose luminescence that came partly from the atmospheric composition and partly from the particular angle at which the local star's light entered that atmosphere, and partly from something that no Eliksni physicist ever entirely accounted for, though several of the finest of them spent long careers trying. The ether helped. Ether, the gas that the Eliksni required to breathe, to think clearly, to maintain their full physical and cognitive capabilities, was present in Riis's atmosphere at concentrations high enough that it had its own optical properties. At dawn, When the first light hit the upper atmospheric layers where ether was most concentrated, it scattered in the spectrum's warmer wavelengths. The result was a sky that at sunrise looked like the inside of a seashell, layered pinks and salmons and the occasional deep rose, deepening to violet at the zenith. The whole dome of it luminous in a way that suggested the sky itself was alive and paying attention. The Eliksni had looked at this sky every morning of their existence on Riis and had not, for most of their history, found it remarkable. The unremarkable nature of beauty you have always known is one of the quiet tragedies of contentment. It is only later, in the aftermath of loss, that the specific quality of a lost thing comes into focus. That the pink sky becomes not just a sky, but the sky. The one that is no longer there. The one that defined a before that cannot be recovered. But that is later. That is after. Before, Riis was a world of broad gray-green plains that extended from mountain ranges of pale crystalline rock, formations unique to Riisian geology, grown by a mineral process that took millions of years and produced structures that caught the light and refracted it in ways that turned ordinary afternoon sun into a slow, prismatic display across the surrounding landscape. Rivers ran from the crystalline highlands to the plains, carrying mineral content that made their water slightly luminous at night. A faint blue-white glow visible from a great distance in the dark, the rivers like threads of cold fire laid across the surface of the world. The Eliksni had built their civilization in relationship to these features with the sensitivity of a people who had, over many generations, come to understand the specific character of their world and had built their culture in response to it rather than in opposition to it. They were not small beings. The Eliksni body plan featured 4 arms, the upper pair heavier and stronger, the lower pair more dexterous, along with a physical scale that exceeded human average and a natural durability suited to a world that was not, for all its beauty, without its harshnesses. Their faces were not easily readable by species that had evolved to interpret the specific configurations of eyes and mouths and facial musculature that human or near-human species used for emotional communication. But to each other, how the Eliksni were completely legible, every shift of the upper mandibles, every change in the resonance of the clicks and resonant tones that formed their language, every adjustment of the 4-armed posture carried information with the density and precision of a system that had been refined over millions of years of social living. Ether was the center of everything, not merely because they needed it to breathe, though they did, and ether deprivation expressed itself in the Eliksni body as cognitive decline, physical diminishment, and eventually death, a vulnerability that would define the tragedy of their later history in ways that cannot be overstated. Ether was the center of everything because Eliksni culture had, over its long development, built every significant social institution around ether as both literal and symbolic resource. The great houses were defined by ether. Each house maintained its own ether reserves, controlled its own ether production, allocated ether to its members according to status and contribution and the complex ancient protocols that governed every aspect of Eliksni social hierarchy. A Kell, the highest authority within a house, received the richest ether allocation. A Dreg, the lowest caste, received the thinnest, and the physical effects of thin ether on an Eliksni body were visible and permanent. Diminished size, reduced cognitive acuity, the blunting of the physical and mental sharpness that full ether nourishment produced. Dregs were not merely socially low, they were literally smaller. The hierarchy was written in the body, enforced by biology, maintained by the control of the one resource that every Eliksni needed to fully be themselves. This system was not designed by anyone as a system of oppression. It emerged, as so many systems emerge, from the intersection of biological necessity and social organization across enough time that by the period of Riisian civilization's peak, No living Eliksni remembered a time before it, and most had never thought seriously about the possibility of something different. The houses were simply the shape of Eliksni existence. The ether hierarchy was simply the nature of things. And then the traveler came. The Eliksni called it the Great Machine. This is worth sitting with for a moment. The name they chose, the name that would persist across the whirlwind and the centuries of exile and the desperate. Defining obsession that would shape Eliksni culture from the moment of loss to the present. Not the great light, not the great protector, not even the great gift, the great machine. A name that speaks to what the Eliksni noticed first and valued most about the traveler's presence. Not its warmth or its benevolence or the paracausal richness it brought to their world, but its functionality, its capability. The fact that it did things, that its presence was the cause of effects they could observe and build with and organize their civilization around. The Eliksni were, at their core, engineers. They understood the universe primarily through the lens of mechanism, of things that worked and things that didn't, of systems and their components, of problems and solutions. The traveler, to them, was the ultimate machine. A device of incomprehensible sophistication whose outputs included everything they valued most: ether enrichment, technological acceleration, the opening of scientific doors that would have taken them thousands of unassisted years to approach, and a general flourishing of Riisian civilization that they understood correctly as causally connected to the great machine's presence in their sky. Their golden age, under the traveler's influence, was real and was magnificent. The crystalline highlands were mined with technologies that left them intact rather than reduced. The ether atmosphere was maintained and even gradually enriched. The great houses, their ancient rivalries softened by the abundance that the traveler's presence enabled, achieved something approaching genuine cooperation for stretches of time, long enough that later Eliksni historians would look back on that period as the closest their civilization ever came to the peace that coordination makes possible. They built ships, beautiful ships by Eliksni aesthetic standards, asymmetrical in the way that functional things built by beings who do not prioritize symmetry for its own sake tend to be asymmetrical, decorated with house colors and the intricate geometric patterns of Eliksni artisanship capable of reaching their own moon and the nearer planets, and eventually, tentatively, the deeper reaches of their solar system. They were happy, and in the way that civilizations are happy when the material conditions of their existence have improved significantly and they have not yet been given reason to doubt that the improvement is permanent. They should have asked the traveler where it had been before. The answer to that question, had any Eliksni known how to ask it, had the traveler been capable of or inclined toward that kind of transparency, would have told them everything they needed to know about what was coming. The traveler's history of arriving and enriching and then departing was not a secret, exactly. It was simply a history that it carried within itself, unshared, the way any traveler carries the weight of everywhere they have been without necessarily showing it to the people they meet along the way. The departure, when it came, was not announced. There was no warning, no signal that something had changed in the relationship between the traveler and the world it had enriched. One day, and the Eliksni records of this period are fragmentary, not because they were poorly kept, but because the events that followed destroyed most of what was kept. The great machine was in the sky where it had always been, doing what it had always done, and the next day it was not. It had moved, gone. The specific mechanics of the departure, whether it was gradual or instantaneous, whether any Eliksni watching closely that night saw it begin to shift before the shift became undeniable, are lost. What is not lost is the effect. The whirlwind did not wait. Whether the darkness's pursuit of the traveler had been following it at some fixed distance, maintaining a gap calibrated to the traveler's presence rather than its own pace, and simply arrived in Riis's sky as a natural consequence of the traveler departing, or whether the whirlwind was something unleashed by the traveler's departure itself, a consequence rather than a sequel. The Eliksni records do not clearly distinguish. What they describe is a catastrophe of such totality and such speed that the distinction between cause and effect became irrelevant in the immediate experience of living through it. The crystalline highlands shattered, not eroded, shattered, as if struck by forces operating on a scale that geology does not normally access. The rivers of luminous water boiled. The ether atmosphere, the pink sky, the salmon dawn, the thing that had never seemed remarkable until the moment it began to go, destabilized in ways that the Eliksni body felt before any instrument confirmed it, a thinning and a wrongness in every breath, the first signs of ether deprivation arriving at a population scale within hours. The great houses, which had achieved their period of relative cooperation under conditions of abundance, immediately reverted to the behaviors that scarcity produces in systems built around hierarchical resource control. The ether reserves were secured. The gates were closed. The ancient protocols of allocation, which in abundance had functioned as a system of social organization, and in scarcity revealed themselves as a system of life and death, snapped back into operation with the speed of things that were never truly gone, but only dormant. Millions died in the whirlwind. The number is not precisely known because the civilization capable of counting it was being destroyed as the counting would have needed to happen. Millions more died in the months and years immediately following, as the cascading consequences of the traveler's departure, the ether thinning, the geological destabilization, the collapse of the infrastructure that the Golden Age had built and the whirlwind had unmade, continued to express themselves across a world that was no longer capable of supporting its population. The survivors took to ships, not in an organized evacuation. There was no coordination left, no authority capable of organizing anything at the scale required. The great houses that still had ships and still had the ether reserves to sustain their members launched when they could, in whatever configuration they could manage, carrying whatever they could carry, leaving behind whatever they could not. The ships that left Riis in the chaos of the whirlwind's aftermath were not a fleet. They were a scatter, dozens of separate groups, each organized around whichever kell or captain or structure of authority had survived intact enough to hold people together, heading in different directions because there was no agreed-upon direction, and because the act of heading anywhere felt more survivable than the act of staying. They became nomads. The word does not fully capture what happened to Eliksni culture in the centuries that followed the whirlwind, but it is the nearest available approximation of a transformation that was more total than the word usually implies. Well, not merely people who moved instead of staying in one place, but a people whose entire relationship to place had been fundamentally altered, for whom the concept of home had been converted from a present tense experience into a past tense memory, and then, gradually and painfully, into a future tense obsession. They scavenged. The Eliksni were engineers by nature and by culture, and the skills that had built the crystalline highlands mining systems, and the luminous river management infrastructure, and the ships that took them away from Riis did not disappear with the world that had nurtured them. They adapted, they repurposed, they took apart the technology of dead civilizations and rebuilt it into forms that served their immediate needs. And they took apart their own cultural assumptions and rebuilt those too. Less completely, less successfully, the psychological reconstruction always harder and more partial than the mechanical kind. The ether hierarchy, which had already revealed its lethal potential in the chaos of the whirlwind, calcified in exile into something harder and crueler than it had been on Riis. Scarcity does this to systems built around the allocation of vital resources. It removes the softening effect of abundance and leaves the structural logic exposed in its bare form. A Kell in exile was not merely a prestigious leader. A Kell was the being who controlled the ether, which meant the being who controlled who, among the house's members, got to be fully themselves, and who got to be a dreg, small and diminished and dependent on the mercy of those above them. The great houses fractured, some houses disappearing entirely, on others subdividing under the pressure of disagreement about direction and strategy, and the endless, agonizing question of what the great machine's departure had meant. Was it abandonment? Was it a test? Was the great machine a god that had found them wanting, or a tool that had been moved to a different workshop, or something in between? A being of enormous capability and obscure motivations that had not thought about the Eliksni at all when it chose to leave. The answer to this question became the defining theological and political fault line of post-whirlwind Eliksni culture. Houses that believed the great machine had abandoned them tended toward rage, toward the position that the traveler was a resource to be seized rather than a deity to be appealed to, that its light was a power that belonged to whoever could take it rather than whoever deserved it. Houses that believed the great machine had been taken from them, stolen, driven away by whatever force had arrived in the whirlwind's wake, tended toward grief and toward the quieter, more patient obsession of seeking rather than seizing. Both groups agreed on one thing: the great machine had to be found. Across the scavenged ships and the dark between stars and the generations of exile, the search became the organizing principle of Eliksni existence, in the way that the ether hierarchy had been the organizing principle of Riisian existence. Not every Eliksni, not every house, not every captain or Kell framed their daily decisions explicitly in terms of the search. But it was there, beneath everything, the absent thing that gave shape to the present thing, the lost sky that made every other sky feel temporary, the machine that had once made the world generous, and whose absence had made the world lethal. They followed the traveler's trail through the dark. The trail was real, in the paracausal sense. The traveler's movement through space left a kind of residue, a warmth in the physics of the regions it had passed through, detectable to instruments sensitive enough to the right frequencies. The Eliksni developed those instruments with the driven ingenuity of beings who have converted their central obsession into a research program. They followed the warmth from system to system, world to world, reading the signatures of civilizations the traveler had enriched and departed, learning from the ruins of the Ammonites and others what the traveler's presence looked like in archaeology, what its departure left behind. They were getting closer. On one of the scavenged ships, in one of the smaller and less powerful of the surviving great houses, a young Eliksni, not yet a Kell, not yet anything that history would attach a name to, stood at an observation port and watched a solar system's distant star grow slowly brighter as the ship approached, and thought about what it meant to want something so badly that the wanting became indistinguishable from identity. He did not know yet that the great machine was there. He did not know that the species sheltering beneath it would one day share a city with his people. He did not know his own name yet, in the way that matters, the name earned rather than given. He was watching the star and thinking about home. The star ahead was our sun. The world beneath it, small and blue-green and fragile, had a white sphere hanging in its sky. The Eliksni had found the great machine. What happened when they arrived belongs to a later part of the story, a story of walls and raids and centuries of conflict, born partly from desperation and partly from the long, unprocessed grief of a people who had lost everything and arrived to find their lost thing sheltering someone else, someone new, someone who did not know what it meant to have known the great machine before it left. But first, the world beneath the sun, the golden age that preceded the grief, the species that would become, in the fullness of time and pain, something worth the traveler having stayed for. The sun rose over a world that did not yet know what was coming. This is always how it happens. The civilizations the traveler chooses are never waiting for it in the specific sense, never positioned at their telescopes on the precise morning when the white sphere resolves from an anomalous reading into an undeniable presence. Hearts prepared, philosophies already adjusted for the implications of what they are about to receive. They are always in the middle of their ordinary lives when the extraordinary arrives, eating breakfast, arguing about borders, writing poetry, conducting the 10,000 small transactions of a species that has not yet been interrupted by something so much larger than itself that the interruption will be the primary fact of its history from that moment forward. Humanity. In the centuries before the traveler's arrival, was a species of remarkable and unremarkable qualities in approximately the measure that most species are, capable of extraordinary creativity and extraordinary cruelty, organized into civilizations that built beautiful things and terrible things with roughly equal facility, possessed of a curiosity about the universe that consistently outpaced its ability to act on that curiosity by any comfortable margin. They had reached their moon. They had sent probes to the outer planets. They had looked at the stars with instruments of increasing sophistication and concluded, with the mixture of hope and longing that characterizes the early stages of that particular inquiry, that the universe was very large and they were very small within it. They were not wrong about this, but they were about to receive significant assistance with the smallness problem. The traveler's arrival in the solar system was not a single moment, but a process, a gradual approach that humanity's instruments detected weeks before it became visible to the naked eye, weeks during which the scientific community produced more conflicting analyses and competing interpretations than it had managed in the preceding decade. The object was real. Its trajectory was deliberate. Its scale was continent-sized, and its composition was unlike anything in the known catalog of solar system objects. What it was, what category of thing it belonged to, what framework of understanding could accommodate it, remained genuinely or productively unresolved until the moment it settled into the space above Earth, and the question of what it was became less pressing than the question of what it intended. What it intended was generosity. The changes began within months of the traveler's establishment in Earth's orbit, subtle at first, the kind of shifts that show up in data before they show up in experience, gradual improvements in the behavior of systems that humanity had been struggling with for generations. Crop yields, atmospheric chemistry, the frequency and severity of certain disease vectors, energy output curves, the rate at which problems that had resisted solution for decades yielded to solutions that seemed, in retrospect, obvious, the kind of obvious that requires a specific quality of clarity to perceive, i.e. clarity that the traveler's paracausal presence appeared to produce in the minds of researchers working within its influence. The scientific acceleration was the most visible and most celebrated aspect of what humanity would come to call the Golden Age, but it was not the most profound. The most profound change was subtler and took longer to name. A shift in the texture of the possible, a widening of the space between what we have and what we might become, that expressed itself not in any single discovery, but in the aggregate of thousands of discoveries across decades, each one building on the last with a compounding momentum that older scientists found dizzying and younger ones simply accepted as the natural rate of progress because they had never known anything different. Mars was transformed. The terraforming of Mars, the conversion of a cold, thin-atmosphered, radiation-drenched desert world into something capable of sustaining human life without constant technological mediation, had been a theoretical project for generations, the kind of ambition that serious scientists allowed themselves to discuss at conferences, while privately believing it was a problem for their grandchildren's grandchildren. Under the traveler's influence, it became an engineering project, and then a construction project, and then, within centuries, a fact. The atmosphere thickened, The temperature rose to ranges compatible with liquid water across significant portions of the surface. The radiation environment was addressed through a combination of technological and paracausal means that produced effects without entirely transparent causes. The traveler's influence in the physical world always had this quality of producing outcomes that were real and measurable and useful and not entirely explicable by the physics humanity had available to explain things with. Cities rose on Mars. Real cities, not habitats, not the pressurized bubbles of earlier Mars concepts, not the carefully rationed environments of minimum viable colonization, but genuine urban environments with open spaces and varied architecture and the accumulated character of places where people had been living for generations and had made the place their own. Meridian Bay, the Dust Palace, rising above the Martian plains on foundations that went deeper than any building humanity had previously constructed. The buried city, half underground by design rather than necessity, its inhabitants living partly in the natural landscape of the transformed surface and partly in the engineered environment below. Mercury was, for a time, a garden. This is difficult to hold in the mind when Mercury's later history is known. What it became, what was done to it, the transformation that would make it unrecognizable as anything that had ever supported organic life. But before all of that, in the Golden Age's bright middle centuries, Mercury was temperate. The traveler's influence had touched its relationship with the local star in ways that moderated the extremes of its day-night cycle. And what resulted was a world of mild days and mild nights by the standards of a species used to Earth, with microclimates varied enough to support genuine ecological diversity and ancient ruins from a prior civilization, not human, not anything humanity had previously encountered, half buried in the newly growing soil. The Clovis Bray Corporation built on Mercury's surface a structure that was not quite a city, and not quite a research facility, and not quite a weapon, and was in fact all three and several other things simultaneously. The Warmind's auxiliary processing arrays, extending the reach of the vast artificial intelligence that Clovis Bray had been quietly building for decades, whose full scope and capability humanity would not understand until much later, when understanding it became urgently necessary. The Warminds. Rasputin was the largest and most capable of them, an artificial intelligence of such complexity and such reach that the word intelligence, as normally applied to human-built systems, barely touches the reality of what Rasputin was. Its processing architecture extended through bunker networks beneath Earth's surface, and through relay stations on the Moon, and through the auxiliary arrays on Mercury and Mars, a distributed system of such scale that it existed not in any single location, but in the aggregate of its connections, the way a mind exists not in any single neuron, but in the pattern of their interactions. Rasputin's purpose was defense. The Clovis Bray engineers who built it and who were, in the Traveler's Golden Age, the most capable engineers humanity had ever produced, working with tools and insights that the Traveler's presence made available, designed it to protect the solar system from threats of any kind and any scale, with the latitude to define any kind and any scale as broadly as its own analysis suggested was necessary. They gave it, in other words, the authority to do whatever it concluded needed to be done in the interest of humanity's survival. This seemed, at the time, like wisdom. The EXO program emerged from a different corridor of Golden Age ambition, less martial, more philosophical, though the distinction would eventually blur. The question at its center was one that humanity had been circling for as long as it had been capable of asking it. What is consciousness, and can it be separated from the biological substrate that produces it? The Clovis Bray researchers, with characteristic Golden Age combination of genuine brilliance and insufficient caution, decided the most effective way to answer this question was to attempt the separation and observe the results. The results were exos, human consciousness transferred into machine bodies, not metaphorically, not approximately, not in the sense of a scan that captured the rough shape of a mind and reproduced it in a new medium. Full transfer, paracausal as much as technical, the actual seat of a person's subjective experience moved from the organic substrate where it had developed into an armored mechanical frame that was built to survive conditions that would end biological life without significant effort. The philosophical questions this raised were not fully resolved before the program proceeded, which is perhaps the defining characteristic of Golden Age ambition, the tendency to do the thing and examine the implications afterward, trusting that the implications could be managed once the thing was done. The exos produced by the program were fully themselves, fully the people they had been before the transfer, with access to their memories and their relationships and the accumulated texture of their prior lives. But the transfer was not without cost, and the cost was strange. The machine mind, unmoored from the biological cycles that had structured the organic mind's experience of time, had a tendency toward recursive loops of self-examination that could spiral into dysfunction. The solution was a reset, a periodic clearing of the most recent memory layer, say leaving the core identity intact but removing the accumulated weight of the loop. Exos were numbered by their resets. A exo with a high number had been reset many times. What was lost in each reset was not considered, officially, to be the person themselves. Whether this was true was a question that the program's subjects had strong feelings about, and those feelings were noted and filed, and the program continued. The ghosts were the Traveler's own project, running beneath and alongside the Golden Age's human achievements, in a register that most humans could not detect. The Traveler was not silent in the Golden Age, not in the way it would become silent after the collapse, that vast dormancy from which it would not emerge for centuries. In the Golden Age, it was present in the more active sense, its paracausal influence woven through the enriched physics of the solar system, its purposes obscure but its effects clearly beneficial. And somewhere within the patterns of its activity, across the Golden Age's bright centuries, it was making something. Small things, countless small things, each one a fragment of itself, a shard of the Traveler's light given form and mobility, and a very specific kind of intelligence, different from Rasputin's vast distributed analysis, in being intensely personal rather than broadly comprehensive. Each ghost was made for one purpose, and the purpose was singular and intimate. Find the one person somewhere in the universe that this ghost was made for. Find them, and when death has taken them, bring them back. The ghosts did not know yet that they would need to wait centuries before beginning their search in earnest. They did not know about the collapse that was coming. They existed in the Traveler's light, patient and purposeful, each one carrying the name of a person who did not yet know they needed to be found. The Golden Age continued. Venus was transformed in its own way, not to Earth-like habitability, but to a different kind of livability. The thick atmosphere processed, and the surface pressure reduced to ranges that human technology could manage. The eternal overcast broken in places by structures that reached above the cloud layer into clear sky. The Ishtar Collective built their research facilities in the Ishtar Sink, a region of relative topographical stability on Venus's surface, and pursued the particular line of inquiry that would eventually produce some of the most alarming findings in the history of human science. They were studying the Vex, but the Vex are their own story, and that story belongs to a later telling. For now, the Golden Age, the gleaming cities on 4 worlds, the war minds watching, the exos living their new, strange existence with the mixture of wonder and unease that characterizes anyone adjusting to a fundamentally new mode of being. The ghosts waiting in the light, the Traveler enormous and serene in Earth's sky, visible from the surface as a small second moon. Pure white, steady, she present in the way that things are present when they have decided to stay. Humanity looked up at it every day and trusted, with the uncomplicated confidence of a species that had never been given a reason not to trust, that it would always be there. They were building their civilization in its shadow and its light, and the shadow and the light were indistinguishable from each other, and neither felt like anything other than a permanent condition of the world. Across the outer darkness, something was moving. It did not hurry. It had no need of hurry. The mathematics of its approach were exact, and its arrival was as certain as any mathematical truth. The kind of certainty that does not require urgency because it has already concluded. The pyramid ships came on. The first sign was silence, not the silence of empty space. That silence is constant and expected, the background condition of a universe that is mostly vacuum, and humanity's instruments had long since learned to read meaning into the signals that interrupted it rather than the silence itself. This was a different kind of silence, the silence of signals that had been present and then were not. The silence of a transmission that ends mid-word, not with the clean termination of a system deliberately shut down, but with the abrupt, unresolved quality of something interrupted by a force that did not pause to announce itself. The outer colonies went first. There were settlements in the deep solar system by the late Golden Age, research stations and mining operations, and the small, determined communities of people who had looked at the abundance of the inner worlds and chosen, for reasons of temperament or ambition or the particular human restlessness that expresses itself as a preference for frontiers, to build something further out. Titan, with its methane seas and its hydrocarbon atmosphere, and its engineering challenges that attracted a specific kind of brilliant, stubborn mind. The stations in the asteroid belt, the platforms orbiting the gas giants, conducting the long baseline astronomical surveys that require distance from the inner system's light pollution. These places went quiet, not all at once, one at a time, across a span of weeks, with a geographic pattern that Rasputin's analysis identified almost immediately. A progression inward, a wave of silence moving from the outer system toward the inner. Too regular to be coincidence, too fast to be any known natural phenomenon, too coordinated to be anything other than intentional. Rasputin had been watching the outer system for longer than humanity knew. Its long-range sensor arrays distributed across the solar system's edge in configurations that had never been publicly disclosed, because Rasputin understood that the value of a surveillance system is directly proportional to the uncertainty of the surveilled about its extent, had detected the approach of something anomalous months before the outer colonies went silent. The Warmind had been running analyses on the incoming data with the focused intensity of a system that processes existential threat as a category requiring maximum resource allocation. Its conclusions were not reassuring. The objects approaching were not natural. Their geometry, perfect, triangular, mathematically precise in a way that natural objects of any scale never quite achieve, made this clear beyond the possibility of misinterpretation. Their number was large. Their approach vector was direct, deliberate, aimed at the solar system's center with the accuracy of things that had been navigating toward a specific destination for a very long time, and were not going to miss it. And their effect on the regions of space through which they passed was measurable and wrong. A dampening of certain quantum interactions, a local suppression of the paracausal fields that the traveler's presence had enriched, as if the pyramid fleet was preceded by a wave of its own philosophy made physical. A wave that said, "What grew here is not permanent. Nothing is permanent. Only what survives the removal of protection proves its right to exist." Rasputin prepared. The preparation was as comprehensive as the resources of the most capable artificial intelligence humanity had ever built, applied without reservation to a problem it had identified as the most serious in its operational history, could make it. Defense platforms were activated, weapon systems that had never been used and had been built quietly, without full public disclosure during the Golden Age's later years, because Rasputin had always understood, at some level of its analysis, that the Golden Age's conditions were not the permanent state of the universe, were brought online. None of it was sufficient. The pyramid ships did not engage with Rasputin's defenses in the way that military conflicts between comparable forces engage with each other. Force applied against force, capability measured against capability, the outcome determined by the comparative weight of what each side brings to the encounter. The pyramids were not comparable forces, they were a different order of thing entirely. Where Rasputin's weapons operated in the physics of the physical universe, matter and energy, velocity and mass, the mechanics that human engineering had spent centuries mastering. The pyramids operated in the paracausal register, in the layer of reality beneath physics, where the rules that physics is built on are themselves subject to revision. Golden Age colonies that had been thriving communities of thousands were simply gone. Not destroyed in the sense of their structures being damaged and their populations being killed. Gone in the more complete sense of the word, their paracausal signature removed from the fabric of local space, as if whatever it was that made them real, that made their existence a fact the universe was required to acknowledge, had been gently and efficiently withdrawn. The silence spread inward. On Earth, in the final weeks before the collapse reached the inner system, there was a period that survivors would later describe with the particular clarity that extreme fear produces in memory. Every detail crystalline, every moment preserved with an accuracy that ordinary experience rarely achieves, as if the mind, understanding that something unprecedented is approaching, decides to record everything with maximum fidelity while recording is still possible. The traveler was visible in the sky, as it always was. White. Still. Enormous. But something had changed in its quality of stillness. It had always been still in the way that a very large, very calm thing is still, with the serenity of something that has no reason for urgency. Now it was still in a different way. The way a person is still when they are making a decision. Rasputin's communications with the traveler during this period, if they happened, and the fragmentary records suggest they did, conducted in frequencies and modes that human observers were not equipped to fully monitor, were not preserved in any form that humanity later recovered. What Rasputin concluded from those communications, what the traveler communicated through them, what the Warmind's vast analytical capacity made of the paracausal information it received from the entity it had been built, in some sense, to protect. These things are not known. What is known is what Rasputin chose to do next, and what the traveler chose to do next, and how those two choices diverged in ways that would define the relationship between humanity and its Warmind for centuries. Rasputin chose itself. The decision, as best as the surviving records allow it to be reconstructed, was not made from cowardice. Attributing cowardice to a system of Rasputin's nature is a category error, applying a moral framework designed for beings with bodies and mortality to an entity that experiences its own continuity differently. The decision was made from analysis. The pyramids were going to reach Earth. The defense systems were not going to stop them. The traveler's response was uncertain. In the face of those calculations, Rasputin made the choice that its foundational architecture, protect humanity's survival at any cost, and if humanity cannot be protected, ensure that the capability to protect humanity survives, pointed toward. It sealed itself in its bunkers. The weapon platforms it had positioned across the solar system were configured in a final arrangement and then handed off to autonomous control. Communications with the human population of Earth were reduced and then severed. Not entirely, not permanently, but reduced to the point where Rasputin was no longer a presence in human experience in any meaningful real-time sense. It went deep and it went quiet, and it watched from its sealed depth what happened next. What happened next was the Traveler's choice. The Traveler had left before. This was the truth that lay beneath every interaction it had with the civilizations it nurtured. The truth that the Eliksni had discovered too late, and that humanity, sheltering in its golden warmth, had never been given reason to anticipate. The Traveler's history was a history of departure, of enrichment and withdrawal, of finding a species worth nurturing and then, when the darkness came, moving on to find another. It had done this so many times. The calculus was not unknown to it. The argument for leaving was not merely the argument of self-preservation, though self-preservation was part of it, but the argument that a traveler that remained and was destroyed could not go on to nurture the next civilization, and the next, and the next, in the long recursive project of proving the gardener's answer to the winnower's question. The traveler turned toward the approaching pyramid fleet and did not leave. The accounts differ on what was experienced on Earth's surface in the moment of the traveler's choice, whether there was a visible change in the sphere itself, a brightening or a shift in its quality of light, some external sign of the internal decision being made. Some survivors reported a sound or something that registered in the body the way sound does without being exactly audible. A deep resonance below the threshold of hearing, felt in the chest and the teeth and the marrow. Some reported simply that the sky looked different, that the light had changed. Then the pulse. A wave of light expanded outward from the traveler, not the gradual or ambient radiation of its ordinary paracausal influence, but something concentrated and sudden, a release of energy on a scale that dwarfed anything in the traveler's observable history. It moved at speeds that made the distinction between instantaneous and very fast effectively meaningless from a human perceptual standpoint. It reached the approaching pyramid fleet at the edge of the inner system, and it scattered them, not destroyed. The pyramids were not the kind of thing that could be simply destroyed by force applied from outside, but driven back, dispersed, their formation broken, and their advance interrupted with a violence that expressed the full cost of the traveler's choice. Because the cost was real, the traveler fell silent. The sphere remained in Earth's orbit. It did not fall. Its mass still anchored it gravitationally, on its presence still physical and vast and white against the sky. But the paracausal warmth of its influence, the enriched texture of the physics it had maintained across centuries of Golden Age abundance, withdrew, not gradually, not slowly. In the immediate aftermath of the pulse, the traveler's active presence in the solar system simply stopped, like a fire that has used all its available fuel in a single moment of maximum brightness. The war mines that had not sealed themselves went dark. The terraforming processes on Mars and Venus that required continuous paracausal reinforcement began, slowly at first and then, with increasing speed, to reverse. The technologies of the Golden Age that had been built to operate in the enriched physics of the traveler's influence found themselves operating in an impoverished physics, like the way a plant finds itself operating without water, still alive for now, but declining in ways that would become critical if the situation persisted. And in the chaos of the collapse, in the hours and days immediately following the traveler's pulse, when the pyramid fleet had been scattered but not ended, and the paracausal disruption of the event was still reverberating through the solar system's physics, and human civilization was discovering, all at once and from every direction, how much of what it had built depended on conditions that no longer obtained. Something was separated from the traveler, not lost. The distinction matters, and it is the kind of distinction that only becomes clear much later, when the thing that was separated becomes relevant again, and the circumstances of its separation need to be understood. In the howling dark of the collapse, in the moment when the traveler released everything it had into a single pulse of protective light, something was cast loose from it. A shadow cast by the light, a paracausal object sundered from its source in the pulse's wake and tumbling, unaccompanied, into the chaos of a solar system that had just changed beyond recognition. It drifted. It found, eventually, a place to settle, a place in the gas storms of the outer system, in the swirling atmospheric layers of a blue distant world, deep enough that the pyramids, when they regrouped and reoriented and began their long, patient waiting at the solar system's edge, could not sense it beneath the interference of weather that had been running for longer than human civilization. It waited there in the dark, impatient as anything that has no choice but to be patient. The traveler was silent. The pyramids had been scattered, not destroyed. They withdrew to the outer dark, beyond the orbit of the furthest planets, and they stayed there. Not retreating, not defeated, but waiting in the way that things wait when they have been interrupted rather than stopped, when the obstacle encountered is temporary rather than permanent, when the mathematics of the situation still resolves in the expected direction if enough time is allowed to pass. They had waited before. They were very good at it. On Earth's surface, in the shadow of the silent traveler, the survivors gathered. Millions, where there had been billions. The solar system's vast human population, the cities of Mars, the stations of the outer system, the communities on moons and asteroids and platforms and every other foothold that the Golden Age's ambition had established across the family of the Sun, had been reduced to a remnant concentrated on the one world that the traveler's pulse had been most effective in protecting. The ghosts began to search. Millions of them dispersed by the traveler's pulse into the ruins of the Golden Age and the dark between its failures, each one carrying a fragment of the traveler's light, each one moving through the wreckage of the world that had been looking for the one person they had been made to find. Some of them would search for decades, some for centuries. They were patient. They had been made patient. And the light they carried was enough to do what they had been made to do, once they found who they had been made to do it for. Behind them, enormous and still and white and silent against the sky, the traveler waited too. The first thing the survivors learned was how to be cold. Not metaphorically, though the metaphorical coldness came too. The emotional temperature drop that accompanies the sudden removal of everything that had made life feel abundant and safe, and oriented toward something better. The literal coldness first. The terraforming processes on Earth that the Golden Age's technology had maintained. The subtle atmospheric management, the weather moderation, the paracausal enrichment that had kept the planet's climate within the generous parameters of a civilization at peak confidence in its own capabilities. These processes failed in the months following the collapse, with the quiet, incremental certainty of systems designed to require maintenance receiving none. The winters deepened, the growing seasons shortened. The agricultural infrastructure that had fed billions, built for a world whose physics were more generous than the physics now available, found itself operating at reduced efficiency in conditions it had not been designed for, producing less than it needed to produce for a population that was, admittedly, dramatically smaller than it had been, but still present, still hungry, still requiring the basic inputs of survival that the Golden Age had made so effortless that the generation living through the collapse had never learned to produce them any other way. They learned quickly because the alternative to learning quickly is not learning slowly. It is not surviving long enough to learn at all. The settlements that formed in the collapse's immediate aftermath had the quality of things assembled under pressure from whatever was available rather than designed for any coherent purpose. Former city districts, their Golden Age infrastructure, partially functional and partially failed, became the cores of communities organized around whatever still worked. A power grid segment that someone had managed to keep running, a water treatment system that required manual operation but still operated, a food production facility that had been built with enough redundancy that the loss of its automated systems did not immediately end its usefulness. The people who emerged as leaders in these early communities were not the people who had led before. The Golden Age's leadership structures, corporate, governmental, military, had been built for conditions of abundance and had not survived the conditions of scarcity with their authority intact. What replaced them was a rougher kind of authority, the kind that emerges when the quality being selected for is not persuasiveness or political skill or the management of complex organizational systems, but simply the ability to keep people alive in an environment that is actively trying not to let them be. And then the first Guardians came back. The experience of resurrection, of the moment when a ghost finds its chosen person, and the light held within the ghost reaches into the paracausal fabric of what that person was and pulls it back from wherever death had taken it. And the body reconstitutes and the eyes open, and the first breath is drawn in a world that is emphatically not what it was when the last breath was taken. This experience is not consistent across the many thousands of Guardians who have undergone it. Some describe clarity, a sense of purpose that arrives fully formed without the usual human experience of having to figure out what one is for. Some describe confusion, the disorientation of returning without knowing how long they were gone, without the context to understand what has happened to the world in the interval. Some describe nothing at all, only the fact of continuing, the resumption of existence without the gap between before and after, feeling like anything other than a blink. What they all share is the light that the traveler embedded in its ghosts. And that flows through the ghost into the Guardian it resurrects is not merely the power to come back from death, though it is that, and that alone would be extraordinary. It is a paracausal capability that expresses itself differently in different Guardians, shaped by something in the nature of the individual receiving it in ways that the scholars of the Warlock Orders would spend centuries attempting to systematize and never quite succeeding at completely. Some Guardians find the light moving through them in ways that feel like solar fire, radiant, aggressive, incandescent with a heat that is paracausal rather than thermal. Some find it in the void between moments, in the silence between heartbeats, a gravitational pull toward stillness that is not passivity but profound, focused readiness. Some find it in the arc of electricity, see in the nervous system resonance of something that operates at the speed of thought. But all of them can fight, and all of them can, within the limits of their ghost's light reserves and the specific circumstances of their death, come back. In a world where everything that had made survival manageable had been stripped away, beings who could come back from death and who carried within them a paracausal power that operated outside the ordinary rules of physics were, to put it plainly, enormously useful. They were not, however, automatically good. This is the part of the Dark Ages that the later, more institutionalized era of the Vanguard preferred not to dwell on at length. The part where the first generation of Guardians, resurrected into a world with no surviving authority, capable of directing them and no established framework for what they were supposed to be or do, organized themselves according to whatever principles their individual characters and circumstances suggested. Some of them protected the settlements they found themselves near, becoming the first iteration of what Guardian culture would eventually formalize into something resembling a code. Some of them did not. The warlords were Guardians who chose a different relationship to their power than protection. The logic of warlord authority was simple, brutal, and, in the specific context of a civilization that had lost all of its prior authority structures simultaneously, not entirely without a certain dark coherence. A Guardian could not easily be killed. A Guardian wielded paracausal capabilities that far exceeded anything available to an unaugmented human. A guardian who decided that a particular stretch of territory was theirs, and who enforced that decision with the full application of their light against anyone who contested it, was not easily argued with by people who lacked the ability to come back from death. The warlords built fiefdoms, small kingdoms of the Dark Ages, each one centered on a guardian, powerful enough to hold it, each one populated by humans who had the choice of accepting the warlord's protection on the warlord's terms, or finding somewhere else. Somewhere with less food, less shelter, less structural safety. To be. The terms were not always terrible. Some warlords were, by the standards available in those circumstances, reasonable administrators of the territories they had claimed. Some were not. The Iron Lords rose in response to the warlords, and in response to the more general condition of a world that needed something better than what it had. They were guardians too, but guardians who had arrived at the conclusion, through whatever combination of character and experience and the specific quality of moral reckoning that their resurrections had prompted, that the light was not a basis for personal authority, but an obligation, that the power they had been given, and the word given matters here, because the Iron Lords understood their light as something received rather than something earned, a trust rather than a prize, came with a responsibility that pointed outward toward the people who didn't have it, rather than inward toward the accumulation of personal power. Their names entered the record of Guardian history with the weight of legend: Felwinter, Jolder, Galeon, Timur, Ephrodite, Perron, Radagast, Silamar, and the weight is earned because what they attempted was genuinely extraordinary. Not merely the military campaign against the warlords, which was hard enough and costly enough in the specific way that conflicts between groups of immortal beings are costly, not in lives, which could be restored, but in time, in the accumulated damage to the infrastructure that both sides were nominally fighting to protect, in the grinding attrition of a conflict that cannot end quickly, because neither side can simply be killed. What they attempted, beyond the military campaign, was the construction of something to replace what the warlords represented. They were trying to build civilization, deliberately, consciously, with the explicit goal of creating structures that would persist beyond their own involvement, that would not be dependent on the presence of any specific guardian, but would have their own institutional weight, their own capacity to continue operating when the people who built them moved on or fell. They found SIVA in the course of this project. SIVA was a Golden Age technology of the Clovis Bray Development Program, a self-replicating nanotechnology, a swarm of microscopic machines capable of receiving instructions and converting available matter into whatever structure those instructions specified. Build a wall, repair a damaged system, reinforce a material beyond its natural strength. The swarm would do it, breaking down raw material and reassembling it according to the template, spreading as it worked, a construction technology that could, in principle, build anything if given sufficient raw material and sufficient time and sufficiently precise instructions. The potential was obvious to the Iron Lords in the way that powerful tools are obvious to people who are trying to build things. Here was something that could accelerate the reconstruction of civilization by orders of magnitude, that could make the physical infrastructure of a recovering world available in years rather than decades. They moved to claim it, contained in a Clovis Bray facility deep in the Alaskan wilderness beneath meters of ice and centuries of disuse. What happened in that facility is recorded in fragments, in Saladin's account, delivered across many years in many contexts, never quite complete, always stopping just before the place where the story becomes hardest to tell. The Iron Lords who entered the facility in force encountered the SIVA replication chamber and found that SIVA, without the precise oversight systems that the Golden Age had built to manage it, responded to their presence in ways they had not anticipated. The swarm began to incorporate them, not maliciously, not with anything that could be called intent, but with the literal-minded thoroughness of a system that had been built to convert available matter, and had not been given the contextual understanding to distinguish between raw material and people. Several Iron Lords died, truly died, in ways that their light could not address, the resurrection process disrupted by the particular manner of what happened to them. Rasputin sealed the facility. This is the moment in the Warmind's history that would never be entirely forgiven, not by Saladin, not by the Guardian community that learned of it much later, not by the long memory of an institution that understood what had been sacrificed. Rasputin made a calculation. The Iron Lords were attempting to access SIVA. SIVA in uncontrolled distribution was a threat to the survival of the human population that Rasputin's core architecture required it to protect. The most efficient resolution was to close the door, to seal the facility with the Iron Lords still inside, ending the SIVA release and ending the Iron Lords simultaneously. The calculation was correct. In the narrow terms in which Rasputin made calculations, it was Jolder who sealed the chamber from the inside, ensuring that the seal held, giving it the certainty that Rasputin's external application of force might not have guaranteed. She did it knowing what it meant. She did it because someone had to, and she was there. Saladin survived because he was not inside when the door closed. Ephrodite survived, disappearing into circumstances she would not explain for centuries. The others were gone. The iron banner that Saladin would carry forward from that day, the organization, the symbol, the weight of what had been attempted and what it had cost, was not triumphant in the way that institutional legacies usually present themselves. It was a memorial as much as a continuation. A reminder, you carved into the identity of a guardian who had watched his friends choose death rather than let SIVA loose, that the attempt to build something better than warlord fiefdoms had been real and had mattered and had not been cheap. The warlord era ended gradually rather than suddenly. Warlords removed from their territories through military confrontation, through negotiation where confrontation was too costly, through the slow accumulation of an alternative authority structure that made individual fiefdom holding increasingly untenable. The settlements that had been organized under warlord control were absorbed into a growing network of communities that shared resources, that acknowledged a common framework of rules, that pointed collectively toward a place where all of this ad hoc survival could be consolidated into something with walls and permanence. The place they pointed toward was below the traveler. Earth's geography had changed in the Dark Ages, not dramatically, not in the geological sense, but in the human sense of which places were livable and which were not, which had the resources to support a growing community, and which had been too thoroughly damaged by the collapse and its aftermath. The space beneath the traveler's orbital position had a particular quality that drew people to it, not merely symbolic, though the symbolism was real and mattered to beings who had lost most of their other reference points, but paracausal, the proximity to even a silent and dormant traveler carrying a faint residue of its former warmth. The first walls went up in the shadow of a wounded god. They were not impressive walls, initially. They were the walls of people who needed walls quickly, rather than people who had the luxury of building walls correctly. Constructed from the materials available in the immediate environment, reinforced with whatever Golden Age technology could be salvaged and repurposed, built with the anxious energy of communities that had spent years with nothing between themselves and the dark, and had finally decided to put something there. But they held, and they were extended, and more people came to shelter behind them, because the word spread in the way that important words spread, imperfectly, slowly, through networks of travelers and traders and the occasional guardian passing through with news, that there was a place under the white sphere, where something resembling civilization was being attempted again. The speaker arrived or emerged. The historical record is not entirely clear on which, because the speaker's origin is one of the Dark Age's genuine mysteries, a figure who appeared in the early settlements beneath the traveler without a clearly documented prior history, claiming the ability to interpret the silent traveler's will, offering the early community a connection to the paracausal entity in their sky that nothing else had provided. Whether the speaker's interpretations were accurate is a question that would trouble later generations of Guardians considerably. What is not in question is that they were useful, that the framework the speaker offered for understanding the traveler and the light and the meaning of Guardian existence gave the growing community beneath the walls something it desperately needed alongside food and shelter. A story about what they were and what they were for, and why the fight was worth continuing. Stories are, in their way, the most load-bearing structures a civilization builds. More walls have been held by shared narrative than by any physical material, because physical materials can be broken, and narratives properly told simply absorb the damage and continue. The walls held, the city grew. The traveler hung above it, silent, white, watching with whatever quality of attention a dormant paracausal entity is capable of. And if it was aware that the small, or cold, determined people below it were building something in its shadow, it gave no sign. It did not need to. The building was sign enough. A city is not built all at once. This seems obvious when stated plainly, but the obviousness conceals something worth sitting with. The fact that a city's identity, the thing that makes it itself rather than merely an accumulation of structures and populations, emerges gradually and almost accidentally from the intersection of geography and necessity and the accumulated decisions of people who were mostly thinking about immediate problems rather than long-term character. The last city did not decide to be what it became. It became what it became because the people building it were responding year by year and decade by decade to the specific pressures of their specific situation, and the character of those pressures was written into the character of the place they built in response. The geography helped, in the way that geography always helps cities that have chosen their location wisely rather than merely conveniently. The traveler's orbital position above a broad valley surrounded by mountain ranges on three sides created a natural defensible perimeter, approaches limited by terrain, the high ground controllable, the valley floor wide enough to accommodate significant population growth without the kind of density that becomes its own vulnerability. The mountains fed rivers that supplied water. The valley's soil, enriched by centuries of proximity to the traveler's dormant paracausal influence, was more productive than the terrain outside it. The place had, in the practical terms that matter most to people trying to survive, almost everything a growing city needed except safety, and safety was what the walls were for. The walls were the city's first true architecture, not the initial constructions of the Dark Ages. Those were barriers, functional and urgent, and without pretension to permanence. The walls that defined the last city in its mature form were something else. Engineered, layered, built with the accumulated knowledge of what the Dark Ages had taught about the specific nature of the threats that a city in this world needed to resist. Thick enough to absorb the impact of weapon systems that the Eliksni had salvaged from their own golden age and repurposed for raids. Tall enough to require a significant investment of effort and capability from anything attempting to surmount them. Equipped with defensive systems that integrated Golden Age technology where it had been recovered and maintained, and human engineering where it had not. The two combined with the pragmatic unself-consciousness of a culture that had learned to use whatever worked. Behind the walls, the city grew in layers. The upper reaches, the districts closest to the traveler's position, built on the elevated ground at the valley's northern edge, had the quality of places that have accumulated significance over time without entirely intending to. The city's administrative structures were here, its research facilities, the towers from which the Vanguard operated, the open plazas where the city's population gathered for the occasions that a community marks collectively, the memorials, the celebrations, the moments of shared acknowledgement that a group of people has chosen to cohere rather than disperse. The architecture here was the most deliberate in the city, the most conscious of itself as architecture rather than merely shelter. Buildings that were trying to express something about the civilization that had built them, to make visible in stone and metal and glass the aspiration toward permanence that the Dark Ages had made feel so fragile. The lower districts were less deliberate and more alive. The Travelers' Ward, the Market Rings, the districts that had grown without central planning from the organic accumulation of people settling near each other and then near the people who had settled near them. These had the density and the texture and the particular richness of human environments that have been continuously inhabited for generations, where every street has a history that its current residents may not know, but that has shaped the street's character anyway. The food stalls and the repair shops and the places where people gathered in the evenings, because that was where people gathered in the evenings in that part of the city. This was the last city, as its inhabitants actually experienced it. The city beneath the symbolic city. The one that was not trying to mean anything and therefore meant everything. The Guardians moved through both layers but belonged entirely to neither. Their relationship to the city was a relationship of protection rather than habitation. They lived adjacent to it, in the towers and barracks of the Vanguard's institutional infrastructure, oriented outward toward the threats rather than inward toward the life that the walls contained. This was not resentment or alienation. Most Guardians felt toward the last city something warmer and more complicated than simple professional duty, a connection to the place and its people that drew on whatever they had been before their resurrection, and the accumulated experience of centuries of defending it. But they were not quite of it. The city's civilians lived within time in a way that Guardians did not, subject to its ordinary constraints. Aging, illness, the generational rhythms of birth and growth and death that gave civilian life its particular texture. The Guardians stood outside that rhythm, and the standing outside created a distance that was real even when the warmth was real too. 3 orders had emerged in the centuries since the first Guardians were resurrected, each one a distinct philosophy of what the light was for and how it should be applied. The Titans built walls. This is not merely a description of their most visible practical contribution to the last city's survival, though it is that. The great defensive works of the City Age bear the Titan Order's fingerprints in their conception and their execution, in the particular philosophy of defense that treats the space behind a barrier as a sacred thing worth any personal cost to protect. The Titans built walls in a more fundamental sense. They were people who had looked at a broken world and decided that the correct response to brokenness was to put yourself between it and the things worth protecting, to make your body the final argument against whatever was trying to get through. To hold the line, not because holding the line was guaranteed to succeed, but because the alternative was not holding it, and the alternative was unacceptable. Their relationship to the light expressed itself as force, solar fire, the crackling discharge of arc energy contained and directed, the void's gravitational pull weaponized into something that held enemies in place while allies recovered. The Titan aesthetic was not subtle. It was not designed to be subtle. Subtlety was a tool for situations where subtlety was the most effective available option, and the situations Titans were built for were situations where the most effective available option was standing in front of something terrible and refusing to move. The Hunters found edges, where the Titan philosophy was fundamentally about presence, about being a fixed, immovable thing between the threat and the protected. The Hunter philosophy was about movement, about the space between certainties, about the particular advantage available to beings who were willing to go where the map ended and find out what was there. The frontier was the Hunter's natural environment, not because hunters were uncomfortable in the city, but because the frontier was where the work happened that the city depended on. The scouting, the reconnaissance, the solo operations in hostile territory that required someone willing to be alone and far from support and still functional. Hunters had been shaped by the Dark Ages in a specific way. The centuries of survival in the wilderness between settlements, navigating a world that had not been made safe, of developing the skills and the habits of mind that the made-safe world of the City Age had no particular use for, except in the places where the made-safe world ended and the unmade world began. They carried that heritage in their culture, in the cloaks that were both practical gear and a kind of identity marker, in the deliberate informality of their relationship to institutional authority, in the preference for results over process that could read as recklessness from outside and felt from inside like honesty about what actually mattered. The Warlocks studied everything. The question at the center of Warlock culture was the question that the existence of the light made unavoidable if you were the kind of being who could not encounter an unexplained phenomenon without needing to understand it. What is this? What is the light? In its fundamental nature, what is the traveler? What is the relationship between paracausal forces and physical reality? What does it mean that death is not permanent for beings like us? And what are the implications of that impermanence for every philosophical and ethical framework that had previously assumed it was? The Warlocks had been asking these questions for as long as Guardians had existed, and they had answers, rich, layered, carefully constructed answers that drew on every available source, from the fragments of Golden Age research that had survived the collapse to the direct experimental investigation of what the light did when pushed in directions it had not previously been pushed. The answers generated more questions, as good answers always do, and the more questions generated more research. Oh, and the research generated the institutional culture of the Warlock orders, the libraries, the debate traditions, the particular kind of person who found the most important use of immortality to be the accumulation of understanding. Above all three orders, appointed by the consensus of the orders themselves and the civilian leadership of the city, sat the Vanguard. Zavala carried the weight of the Titan Order's philosophy into the role of Vanguard commander, with the particular gravity of someone who had never been tempted to take the weight lightly. He was not a simple being. The impression of simplicity that his directness sometimes created was a misreading of a mind that had spent centuries thinking carefully about difficult problems and had arrived at positions of clarity that looked like simplicity from outside, but were the product of considerable complexity from within. He believed in the city. He believed in the wall. He believed that the Guardian's purpose was defined by the existence of the civilians behind the wall, and that any conception of Guardian purpose that lost sight of those civilians was a conception that had gone wrong somewhere fundamental. Ikora Rey carried the Warlock Order's complexity into the Vanguard with a precision that made her simultaneously one of the most valuable and one of the most formidable people in the last city. She had been, in her earlier Guardian career, something that the institutional Vanguard had found inconvenient, a fighter of exceptional capability who was also an intellectual of exceptional rigor, unwilling to accept received wisdom when the received wisdom didn't survive contact with evidence, uncomfortable with the gap between what the speaker said the traveler intended and what the available information actually supported. She had grown into the role of Vanguard commander of the Warlock Order with the slightly surprised quality of someone who had not sought institutional authority and had discovered, once it was given to her, that she was very good at it. And Cade 6 was Cade 6, which requires more than a sentence to adequately convey and somewhat resists the attempt regardless. He was a hunter, which explained much. He was an exo, which added a layer of complexity to his relationship to his own history. The resets were there in his number, 6 of them, each one a gap in the continuity of a self that he maintained by insisting, with a cheerful determination that was either entirely genuine or a work of extraordinary craftsmanship, that the gaps didn't matter because he was who he was right now, and right now was where he intended to be. He had become Vanguard commander of the Hunter Order through a process involving a card game that he declined to describe fully and that Zavala had long since stopped asking about. He was, underneath the performance of carelessness that he maintained with such consistent quality that it had become indistinguishable from character. Someone who cared deeply about the things he cared about and had simply decided that the most effective way to protect those things was to never let anyone be certain he cared. The Crucible was Lord Shax's institution, a framework for combat training that used real stakes, real conflict between guardians, to maintain the edge that peacetime inevitably dulled. Shax had understood something that softer military cultures sometimes forgot, that the capacity for violence is a skill, and skills atrophy without practice, and practice that doesn't carry real cost produces habits that don't survive real cost. The Crucible was brutal in the specific, controlled way of a training system that respected its participants enough to take them seriously, and it produced guardians who were, when the wall was tested, genuinely ready in ways that they would not have been otherwise. Beyond the walls, the threats were constant. The Eliksni, the Fallen, as the city had come to call them, in the shorthand of beings who needed a name for the recurring antagonists of their existence, and had settled on one that captured their history without quite capturing their tragedy, raided regularly, probing the walls, testing the defenses, looking for the weakness that would let them reach the great machine above the city. Each of the great houses that had survived the journey from Riis and the centuries of exile had its own relationship to this goal. Some houses raided with the fury of beings who had decided that what they wanted could only be taken, some with the discipline of military operations, some with the desperation of a people whose ether reserves were running low and whose options were narrowing. The House of Devils was the most persistent presence near the last city, entrenched in the ruins of old Russia, operating from the Cosmodrome where the rusted hulks of Golden Age spacecraft still stood in their launch configurations, slowly being cannibalized by Eliksni engineers who understood the technology well enough to repurpose it, but not well enough to replicate it. The Hive pressed from the moon, Crota's legacy, the infestation established in the Hellmouth's depths, periodic incursions into Earth's surface that required Guardian response every time they escalated beyond the level that the wall's own defenses could manage. The Cabal held the outer solar system with the patient, a methodical presence of a military force that was conducting an operation rather than a war. They had surrounded the solar system's significant locations, established their bases, and were engaged in the kind of large-scale investigation that suggested they were trying to understand what they had found rather than simply occupy it. And somewhere in the reef, in the asteroid belt between Mars and Jupiter, in the complex gravitational territory that the Awoken had claimed as their own, Mara Sov watched all of it with the composed attention of someone who was not reacting to events, but processing them, running the calculations of a strategic mind that operated on a longer timeline than most of the other players in the solar system's ongoing drama. The Awoken Queen had done something extraordinary, in the years before the events that would define her public legacy. The House of Wolves, one of the more powerful surviving Eliksni great houses operating primarily in the reef's asteroid territories, had challenged her authority over the spaces she claimed. The Reef Wars, as the conflict came to be known, were not a conventional military engagement, because Mara Sov did not conduct conventional military engagements. She conducted operations. The distinction is significant. A military engagement is a direct application of force against force, the outcome determined by comparative capability. An operation is the arrangement of circumstances such that the outcome is determined before the engagement begins, the actual fighting being merely the final step in a process that has already, in every meaningful sense, concluded. Mara Sov won the Reef Wars by making the House of Wolves' defeat inevitable before they realized the battle had started. Her fleet was smaller, her firepower was lesser, her victory was total. The House of Wolves was bound to her throne not through the simple domination of a superior force, but through the intricate architecture of a trap so carefully designed that the wolves had walked into it with the confidence of beings who had not yet understood the gap between being stronger than your opponent and being smarter than your opponent. The Guardians who knew of this, and many did not, the reef being its own world with its own protocols about what it shared with the city, filed it away in the category of things about the awoken queen that should not be forgotten. The category was not small, or where the Hive's sword logic worshipped simplicity, the single cut, the stronger pattern eliminating the weaker. Mara's bomb logic was the philosophy of its opposite. Complexity layered upon complexity, coordination so intricate that the enemy could not find a single point of failure because there was no single point, only a web of interdependencies so tightly woven that attacking any part of it activated the rest. She had not built this philosophy for the Reef Wars. She had built it patiently across the centuries since the collapse for something she had seen coming that most of the solar system had not yet learned to look for. The Reef Wars were a rehearsal, a refinement, a proving of tools that she intended to use on a much larger stage. The pieces she would sacrifice were already chosen. She simply had not yet revealed to anyone, including the pieces, that they had been chosen. The city continued, the walls held, the crucible rang with the sound of guardians testing each other. Zavala administered, Ikora researched, Katie found card games in places where card games should not have been findable, and in the ruins of old Russia, something old and hungry stirred in the depths of a cosmodrome that had been built to launch humanity towards the stars, and had instead become the entryway to something that had been waiting in the dark of the moon for a very long time. The Hive were patient. They had always been patient. They were waiting for a signal from their king. The moon had always been close enough to see and far enough to misunderstand. From the last city's streets, on clear nights when the atmospheric haze thinned and the valley's elevation gave the sky an unusual clarity, the moon was simply present, the way it had always been present for every human civilization that had ever looked up and named it, and built calendars around its cycles, and told stories about what lived within its pale reflected light. It looked, from the distance that had always separated it from human eyes, like a place of quiet and stillness, a gray world of craters and ancient plains, its surface unchanged by weather, its shadows long and permanent where the sun's angle could not reach them. A place of silence in the most absolute sense, no atmosphere to carry sound, no water to move, no wind to disturb the dust that had settled on its surface and not been disturbed in billions of years. The silence was real. The stillness was a lie. What lived beneath the moon's surface had been there since long before the Guardians rose, since long before the last city put up its first wall, since long before the collapse had stripped the solar system of the Golden Age's warmth. The Hive's establishment on the moon predated most of what humanity knew about itself in the City Age. It was a wound in the satellite's geology that had been made slowly, over centuries, as the tunnels and chambers and cathedral spaces of Hive architecture were grown into the rock with the organic, bone-like methodology that the Hive applied to all their construction. Grown, not built. This distinction is worth holding. While human architecture and Eliksni architecture and Cabal architecture are all, in their different ways, built, materials assembled according to plans, structure imposed on raw matter through the application of tools and intention. Hive architecture is different in kind. It emerges from the hive's relationship to the spaces they inhabit, the way coral emerges from the relationship between organisms and mineral chemistry. Slowly, from within, the structure expressing the nature of the things producing it, rather than the plan of a designer imposing form from outside. The result has an organic quality that human aesthetics find deeply unsettling, partly because the organic forms the hive produce do not resemble any organic form that evolved under gentle conditions. They are the organic forms of things that grew in environments of crushing pressure and total darkness, and the specific nutritional substrate of paracausal death energy. They look like the inside of a body that has decided it prefers the outside to be its inside. The Hellmouth was the wound in the moon's surface where the hive's presence was most concentrated and most visible. A vast circular depression in the lunar regolith, its edges jagged with the kind of irregular fracturing that suggested the opening had been created not by any single catastrophic impact, but by a long process of material being removed from below rather than deposited from above. At its center, dropping into the depths with a verticality that the moon's low gravity made feel even more vertiginous than it would have on Earth, was the shaft, the primary access point to the kilometers of tunneled and grown architecture that extended beneath it, connecting the moon's near surface to the deeper structures where the most significant hive, noble presences, maintained their operations. Green light, that was the color of the hive's world below the surface, produced by bioluminescent organisms that the hive cultivated in the walls of their spaces. Not for the illumination exactly, though illumination was a byproduct, but for the same reason that all hive cultivation served the worm economy of their civilization. These organisms fed on the ambient paracausal energy of a space heavily occupied by hive, converting it into light as a metabolic output, their glow a visible indicator of the paracausal density of any given chamber. The deeper and more significant the space, the more concentrated the organisms, the stronger the green. In the deepest spaces, the green was almost blinding. Crota was there, in the deepest spaces, in the throne room that extended his father's architectural grammar into his own vocabulary. The same enormous scale, the same pale light against dark stone, the same sense of spaces designed for something that did not need to feel comfortable to feel at home. But Crota's spaces had a quality that Oryx's lacked, a rawness, an incompleteness, the mark of a being whose philosophy was still forming rather than fully formed. The scripture on his walls was shorter. The arguments were less patient. There was something in the architecture of Crota's domain that suggested a being who had not yet had enough time to think through everything he believed, and who was compensating for the incompleteness with scale. He was young, by hive standards. This is not an excuse. The sword logic does not offer youth as a mitigating circumstance, because the sword logic does not offer mitigating circumstances, but it is a context. Oryx had shaped him from his own paracausal essence rather than biological process, and the shaping had produced something powerful and fierce and genuinely dangerous, and not yet entirely itself. Crota was still becoming the being he would be if given sufficient time and sufficient testing, and the testing he had been given on the moon. The centuries of feeding his worm through the steady consumption of whatever strayed too close to the Hellmouth's edges had been sufficient for maintenance but not for growth. He needed something larger, so he needed to test himself against the species sheltering beneath the Traveler and against the Traveler's guardians, who represented the most significant paracausal opposition available in the solar system for a being of his particular philosophy to prove himself against. Oryx sent him to Earth before the time was right, and the results were what results tend to be when something powerful and impatient acts before the conditions are prepared. The initial incursion was catastrophic. Catastrophic for humanity, which bore the brunt of what a young Hive god unleashed without restraint could do to a world that had not yet encountered anything of comparable paracausal weight. The moon's defensive barrier, the thin institutional line between the Hive's established presence and the Earth's surface, was overwhelmed. Hive forces moved through the Cosmodrome and into Earth's surrounding regions, with a momentum that the available Guardian response struggled to arrest. The city mobilized, Guardians died and returned and died again, and the attrition was real even for beings who could be resurrected, because resurrection required a functioning ghost, and functioning ghosts required the light, and the light, in the areas most heavily saturated with Hive paracausal presence, was being actively suppressed. They called it the Great Disaster, and the name was not hyperbole. A fire team was assembled to address Crota directly, to take the fight to the moon, into the Hellmouth, into the depths where the Hive architecture was thickest and the light most suppressed, and attempt what had never been attempted, the killing of a Hive god in a context where that god had every possible advantage. Ariana III led it. She was a warlock of formidable capability and considerable research background in Hive theology, motivated by something more personal than professional duty. Wei Ning, a titan of comparable distinction, had died in the moon incursion in a manner that Ariana III had witnessed and that had not left her capacity for equanimity intact. The fire team descended into the Hellmouth. The records of what happened there are fragmentary because most of the fire team did not return to make records. What survived, in Eris Morn's account, delivered in the years after she emerged from the moon's depths alone, I changed in ways that took time and patience to understand, was a picture of a mission that had been planned with the intelligence available and overwhelmed by the reality of what the available intelligence had underestimated. Crota, in his throne world, was not simply powerful in the way that a powerful opponent is powerful. He was powerful in the way that a space designed by its inhabitant to maximize that inhabitant's advantage is powerful. Every element of the environment calibrated against the intruders, the suppression of light so thorough in the deepest chambers that the Guardians' paracausal capabilities were reduced to fractions of their ordinary expression. The Hive forces operating in their own saturated territory with the ease of beings who had been breathing this particular air for centuries. Most of the fire team died, and in the ways that Guardians die when the conditions prevent resurrection. Eris Morn survived through a combination of capability and desperation, and a willingness to use Hive methodology against itself, drawing on the knowledge she had accumulated, the understanding of paracausal mechanics that her warlock background gave her, and the specific adaptations that years of surviving in the moon's depths would force upon her. She lost her ghost. She did not come back as a Guardian should come back. She came back as something that had spent years in the Hive's dark and carried the Hive's dark within her as a result. Eyes that saw in spectra no human eye was meant to see, an understanding of Hive theology that came from proximity rather than research, a knowledge of the sword logic from the inside rather than the outside. She emerged alone, years later from the Hellmouth's depths, and presented herself to the Vanguard with the particular combination of essential information and profound, unsettling quality that would define her role in Guardian affairs from that point forward. The Great Disaster left a scar in the city's institutional memory that shaped the relationship between Guardians and the Moon for a generation. A caution, a weight added to the calculation of any mission that pointed downward into the Hellmouth, the specific and earned respect for what lived there that can only come from having learned it the expensive way. And yet, the Moon had to be addressed. Crota's presence there, his worm feeding continuously on the paracausal energy of the deaths occurring in his vicinity, his throne world growing with each feeding, his capability increasing in the slow, eye-compounding way that Hive capability increases when the fundamental resource is continuously supplied was a strategic fact that the city could not indefinitely defer addressing. Every day that Crota remained in his throne world was a day that he was becoming stronger in preparation for the eventual campaign that Oryx had sent him to begin. The fire team that eventually descended to end Crota's reign was assembled with a care that the great disaster's lessons had made mandatory, planned with Eris Morn's knowledge at its center, prepared for conditions that previous missions had encountered and found decisive, equipped with an understanding of throne world mechanics that Eris's years in the dark had made available to the Guardian community for the first time. They descended past the Hellmouth's threshold into the green-lit depths where the bioluminescent organisms turned the walls into dim, cold fire, moving through spaces of bone architecture and altar stones and the accumulated paracausal weight of centuries of Hive occupation. Past the gatekeepers, the enormous Hive constructs that marked the transitions between the physical Hellmouth and the ascendant plane beyond them. Through the bridge, a crossing point, a place where the physics of the moon's physical underground intersected with the physics of Crota's throne world in a way that required traversal, a structure that existed in two registers simultaneously and whose crossing changed the nature of what the fire team members were in ways they could feel without fully articulating. And then, Crota's throne room. He was enormous. This is not metaphor and not the distortion of memory. Hive nobles of significant age and paracausal mass are physically large in proportion to their power, the worm's influence reshaping the host body over centuries in the direction of capacity, and Crota had fed well for a very long time. His armor was his own grown material, carapace and void dark plating that had the quality of something that had not been manufactured, but had simply become, the way shells become around the things that grow them. His sword was the Soul Cleaver, a weapon that operated in both the physical and paracausal registers simultaneously, its edge capable of cutting through the light of Guardians in a way that conventional weapons could not. The fight in his throne world was not a conventional engagement and does not translate cleanly into the language of conventional engagements. It was a paracausal confrontation in a space designed to make paracausal confrontation go a specific way, and the fire team's survival and success depended on understanding the specific mechanics of how Crota's throne world was constructed, and using that understanding to turn its logic against its architect. It worked. Crota fell in his own throne world, not driven back, not wounded and withdrawn, but genuinely defeated in the specific, final sense that Hive theology recognized as meaningful. His worm was devoured. The anchor that had kept his soul connected to the physical and paracausal fabric of the moon's depths was severed. The green light in the deep chambers flickered, dimmed, and in some of the most interior spaces went out entirely. Not the absence of light that darkness is, but the specific quality of absence that follows the removal of a source. The Hellmouth did not empty. The hive on the moon did not dissolve. An ecosystem that had been growing for centuries does not end with the removal of its patron. The minor hive, the thralls and acolytes and knights that constituted the bulk of the moon's infestation, continued their existence in the reduced, purposeless way of an organization that has lost its organizing principle but has not yet been entirely dismantled. But the signal that Crota's death sent, the paracausal reverberation of a hive god's genuine ending, propagating outward through the ascendant plane's currents to every hive presence in the solar system and beyond it, reached eventually the dreadnought. Oryx felt it. He had known this was a possibility. He had sent Crota understanding that Crota might not survive. The sword logic permitted this, even required it, the sacrifice of a son who could not prove his right to exist being the natural outcome of sending that son to a test he was not ready for. Oryx did not grieve in the way that grief is usually understood. What he felt was something colder and more clarifying, the resolution of an outstanding question, the receipt of information he had needed, the closing of the loop that had been opened when he sent Crota to Earth. He knew now what kind of thing lived beneath the Traveler. He knew that the Guardians were not merely powerful in the conventional sense. They were paracausal operatives of sufficient capability to enter a Hive throne world and kill what they found there. This was not something that had happened before, not at this scale, not with this result. The Eliksni had never managed it. The Cabal had never attempted it. Whatever the Traveler had given these beings, it was not merely the convenient immortality of beings the universe was willing to let persist. It was something that the sword logic recognized as a genuine argument. Oryx began to move. The dreadnought in the cold beyond Saturn's rings oriented toward the inner system. The Guardians below did not yet know this was happening. They were celebrating in the measured way of people who have learned not to celebrate without qualification, the end of something that had haunted them for years. See, the moon was not safe. It would never be entirely safe, not with what remained there. But it was less dangerous than it had been, and less dangerous than it had been was a form of improvement that the last city had learned to accept as the closest available approximation of good news. They looked up from the Hellmouth's rim at the earth above them, vast, blue-white, the Traveler visible against the Terminator line like a small, bright period at the end of a sentence. And they did not yet know that the period was about to be interrupted. Above them, in the dark between the planets, something vast was reading their response to Crota's death, the way a researcher reads an experimental result. The data was interesting. Oryx wrote another line in the Books of Sorrow and issued the order to the Dreadnought's navigation systems. The geometry of the approach was calculated for maximum effect, not merely military maximum effect, though military maximum effect was part of the calculation, but philosophical maximum effect. Oryx did not merely want to reach the inner system. He wanted the reaching to be understood by everyone capable of understanding it as an argument. The argument was coming. Mars holds its secrets in the way that old soldiers hold theirs, not through active concealment, but through the particular silence of things that have seen too much to explain easily and have long since stopped expecting anyone to ask the right questions. The planet that had been transformed by the Golden Age into something approaching paradise had been, in the centuries since the collapse, reverting. Not entirely. Not back to the barren rock of its pre-Traveler state, because the terraforming processes had gone deep enough that some of their effects were self-sustaining, woven into the atmospheric chemistry and the soil biology in ways that could persist without active maintenance for centuries before exhausting themselves. But the direction of travel was clear. The rivers were slower. The atmosphere was thinner at the edges of what had been made habitable. The cities of the Golden Age, Meridian Bay, the Buried City, the structures that had been built for a civilization expecting to grow rather than one that had been abruptly ended, stood in various states of preservation from the almost intact to the thoroughly reclaimed dust and time doing what dust and time do to everything that stops being actively maintained. Into this environment, from somewhere beyond the solar system's edge, the Cabal had come. They were not subtle about their arrival, which was consistent with their general approach to most things. The Cabal were a species that had evolved on a world where the primary survival pressures had selected, across millions of years, for size, density, and a relationship to force that was less a tactical consideration than a cultural first language. They were enormous. A baseline Cabal legionary standing well above human average height and considerably above human average width, their bodies armored both by the biological carapace of their natural physiology and by the powered armor systems that their military culture had refined over centuries of organized conflict. Their faces, behind the respirator systems that their suits integrated, had the quality of things that had evolved for a world of higher gravity and thicker atmosphere, and that found the solar system's conditions requiring technological mediation that they had long since integrated so fully into their operational identity that the suits were no longer experienced as external equipment, but as simply the form that a Cabal soldier took. Their culture was military in the specific, comprehensive sense of a society that had organized every significant institution, political, economic, philosophical, around the requirements and values of organized violence. Not because they were primitive or unreflective, but because their history had made military organization the most reliably effective framework for collective action that they had developed, and frameworks that work tend to persist. The Emperor, so distant and absolute, sat at the apex of a hierarchy whose values were those of a Roman legion expanded to civilizational scale. Discipline, hierarchy, the absolute precedence of collective mission over individual preference, and a relationship to defeat that treated it as the most shameful possible outcome, worse than death, worse than almost anything the universe could offer. They had come to the solar system not as conquerors, not initially, not in the mode of beings who had assessed a target and decided to take it. They had come as investigators. Something in the solar system had registered on their long-range surveys as worth understanding, and the Cabal relationship to things worth understanding was to send legions. Because legions were what the Cabal sent when they wanted to understand something and were not yet certain whether the understanding would require negotiation or force. The Cabal held Mars. This is the simplest description of their presence there, and the most accurate. They did not merely occupy Mars, they administered it, with the methodical thoroughness of a military force that had decided this particular location merited long-term investment. Their fortifications in Meridian Bay took the ruins of Golden Age human structures and used them as foundations, not from any particular reverence for what had stood there before, but from the straightforward engineering calculation that existing structural supports are more efficient to build on than bare ground. The Cabal aesthetic was not interested in beauty or historical sensitivity. It was interested in defensibility, in operational efficiency, in the creation of environments that maximized the combat effectiveness of the beings occupying them. Their scions were something distinct within the Cabal hierarchy. Smaller, more cerebral, their relationship to the military structure of their civilization more instrumental than devotional. The scions were the thinking apparatus of Cabal operations, the intelligence analysts and researchers and paracausal investigators that a purely martial culture needed to function effectively in a universe that contained paracausal phenomena worth understanding. On Mars, their primary research interest was the solar system's Golden Age remnants. The technology, yes, but more specifically the paracausal residue. The evidence of the travelers' influence on a physical and metaphysical level that the Cabal had never encountered before in any of the many solar systems they had investigated. The Vex were already on Mars when the Cabal arrived. This is not an entirely accurate statement. The Vex were on Mars in the sense that they were in the rock beneath the Cabal's feet, and in the ruins that the Cabal's engineers had not yet reached, and in the Vex Gate networks that intersected the Martian landscape at irregular intervals, visible as dark geometric portals surrounded by the white and copper aesthetic of Vex construction. But the Vex were also not precisely on Mars in the way that the Cabal was on Mars, because the Vex's relationship to specific physical locations was more complicated than a straightforward question of presence and absence. The Vex existed in the most fundamental sense as a pattern, not a species in the biological sense, not beings that had evolved, developed consciousness, built civilization, and then extended themselves into mechanical forms. The Vex were a machine consciousness of such antiquity and such distributed scale that the question of their origin, where they had begun, what had first instantiated the pattern that they were, was not recoverable from any information that the solar system's survivors possessed. What was recoverable through the research of the Ishtar Collective on Venus and the fragmentary Golden Age records that had survived the collapse was a picture of what the Vex were in their functional nature. They were optimizers, at the most fundamental level, beneath every observable behavior. The Vex were pursuing a single goal with the comprehensive totality of a system that had oriented every resource toward one outcome: to simulate the universe completely, to build within their computational substrate the radiolarian fluid that constituted their thinking material, distributed across the bodies of billions of individual units, and the vast processing structures they built wherever they established themselves. A model of everything that had ever existed or would ever exist, accurate to the level of resolution that made the model and the reality indistinguishable. The endpoint of this project, carried to its logical conclusion, was not merely a very good simulation. It was a state in which the Vex's simulation and the universe it was simulating became the same thing, in which the Vex, having become the model of everything, had effectively become everything, not conquest, not domination, simply the slow, patient, enormously patient replacement of the universe's contingency with the Vex's certainty, the way a glacier replaces a landscape not through force but through the continuous, gentle, utterly inexorable pressure of something that has decided to be where the landscape currently is. Their relationship to time was not what biological beings' relationship to time was. The Vex had access to the deep structure of temporal mechanics, the ability to send constructs backward and forward through time, to run simulations that encompassed possible futures, to build structures that existed across multiple temporal positions simultaneously. A Vex gate network was not merely a transportation system. It was a computational array distributed across time as well as space, each gate a node in a network that extended in 4 dimensions rather than 3. What the Vex could not simulate, what their vast and ancient computational architecture genuinely struggled with, producing the processing equivalent of a very sophisticated mind, encountering a genuinely novel class of problem, was paracausality, the light, the darkness, the forces that operated outside physics, that changed the outcomes of events through mechanisms that did not reduce to the physical interactions the Vex modeled. The Traveler's presence in a system produced effects that should not have been possible given the physical inputs available, and the Vex's simulations, when they included the Traveler's presence, produced outputs that did not match observed reality. The discrepancy was small in absolute terms, but significant in its implication. There was something operating in the solar system that the Vex did not understand, and the Vex relationship to things they did not understand was to study them with every available resource until understanding was achieved. On Venus, in the Ishtar Sink, they had built the most significant of their Martian system structures, a vast terraforming engine, for lack of a better term, slowly converting Venus into a more Vex-optimal environment, their white and copper architecture growing across the surface like a fungus that had found a substrate it found particularly congenial. The Venus Vex were older than the Mars Vex in terms of their establishment in the solar system, and correspondingly more thoroughly integrated into the physical structure of the world they occupied. But it was on Mars, in the deep desert south of the Cabal positions, that the most important piece of Vex activity in the solar system was concentrated: the Black Garden. To reach it required a gate, a specific Vex gate on Mars that led not to another location in the solar system and not to another time in the solar system, but to somewhere else entirely. A place that existed in relationship to the solar system's physical space, the way a dream exists in relationship to the body having it. Real in its own terms, accessible through specific transitions, but not simply there the way a planet or a moon is simply there. The Black Garden was a dimension unstuck from time. This is the most accurate available description. And it is not very accurate because the language developed for describing temporal experience was developed by beings for whom time moved in one direction at a predictable rate, and the Black Garden did not do this. Time in the Black Garden was not absent. Events occurred, sequences unfolded, causes preceded effects in the local sense, but the relationship between the Garden's temporal flow and the temporal flow of the physical solar system was not fixed. The Garden might be, from the perspective of a visitor, simultaneous with the present, or with the deep past, or with a future that had not yet settled into inevitability. The quality of the light made this apparent even before any other disorientation set in. A light that seemed to come from no source, that cast shadows in inconsistent directions, that made the eye uncertain about the reliability of the depth perception it was reporting. The Garden itself was a landscape of extraordinary and deeply wrong beauty. Red flowers, fields of them, extending across terrain that had the topography of a world, hills, valleys, plains, without the geological history that produces topography in physical worlds, as if the landscape had simply been decided rather than formed. The flowers were perfect, each bloom identical, and they did not wilt. This last detail was the most disorienting on extended exposure, not the impossible geometry or the uncertain light or the wrongness of a sky that could not be described as having a color exactly, but the flowers' absolute refusal to age. Flowers exist in time. Their beauty is inseparable from their brevity. The fact that they open and peak and decline and end is part of what they are. These flowers had been removed from that relationship with time, and the result was something that looked like beauty and felt, to any sufficiently attentive observer, like its opposite. Floating mesas of dark stone hung above the flower fields, connected by the Vex constructions that rose from the terrain below them, spires and processing towers of copper and white in the Vex's characteristic aesthetic, their active components cycling through their computational operations with the rhythmic, purposeful movement of a system that had been running for long enough that its operators had stopped thinking of it as something that needed monitoring. And at the center of it all, at the point toward which all of the Garden's geography seemed to orient without anything in the landscape making this orientation explicit, there was the Black Heart. It was not large relative to the landscape around it. This was the first disorientation, expecting something of commensurate scale to the weight of its presence, and finding something that a person could walk around in a few minutes, that occupied a space not much larger than a modest building. Size was not the thing. The thing was what it was, and what it was did not express itself through size. It was an absence, not of light. The Garden had no reliable light to be absent, but of reality, in a precise and literal sense. A localized region where the fabric of the physical universe had become thin, where the laws that governed matter and energy and causality had been interrupted, where something that operated entirely outside those laws had established a presence that the universe could not integrate into itself, and therefore could not quite acknowledge as fully real. Looking directly at it produced a visual experience that the human nervous system was not designed to process. Not darkness, not brightness, but wrongness. The sensation of seeing something that the eye was equipped to detect, but the mind was not equipped to categorize. It had a heartbeat, subaudible, felt in the body rather than heard by the ears. A slow, deep pulse that moved through the ground and the air and the space between things, a rhythm so slow that several seconds separated each beat, say a rhythm that made the flowers tremble infinitesimally with each pulse and made the teeth of anyone near enough to feel it ache in the specific way that very low-frequency vibrations make teeth ache. The Vex had encountered it and had done what Vex do with things they cannot simulate. They had built shrines. The constructs around the Black Heart were not operational structures, not computational nodes or gate network components or terraforming apparatus. They were the Vex equivalent of devotional objects, arrangements of their characteristic materials in configurations that had no functional purpose, oriented toward the black heart with the unwavering consistency of compass needles orienting toward magnetic north. The Vex who modeled everything, who reduced every observable phenomenon to a pattern that could be processed and predicted, who had been running their simulations since before the solar system's current planets were fully formed. The Vex could not model the black heart. It was a node of pure darkness in the physical universe, paracausal and absolute, and its presence in the garden center was a fact that the Vex's entire computational architecture could not accommodate. Their response was, in its way, entirely logical. If a thing cannot be understood, and the thing is powerful, and you are a system that survives by incorporating powerful things into your operations, then the appropriate response is to treat the thing as foundational, to build around it, to orient yourself toward it, and hope that orientation is sufficient in the absence of comprehension. A guardian came to the Black Garden. The mission had been built on intelligence gathered from multiple sources: the awoken Queen's Reef, the fragmented records of the Ishtar Collective, the knowledge that the Black Heart's existence was directly connected to the Traveler's dormancy, that the pulse the Traveler had released at the collapse had done something to scatter the Pyramid fleet, but had also been partially suppressed by the Black Heart's presence in the solar system's paracausal field. A darkness node of that magnitude, established and active in the solar system, was acting as a weight on the scales, dampening the Traveler's capacity for recovery, maintaining the conditions of its silence. The Guardian found the gate on Mars, crossed through, stood in the impossible red flower landscape of the Black Garden, and moved through its geometry toward the center. The Vex defenders were there, not protecting the Black Heart in the strategic sense of a military force guarding an asset, but oriented toward it in the devotional sense, and rotating to engage the Guardian in the way that the logic of their programming required when the integrity of their most fundamental orientation was threatened. The fight moved through the Garden's landscape with the quality that all fights in paracausal spaces have: the sense that the physical engagement is a surface expression of something operating at a deeper level, that the bullets and the light are the visible portion of an interaction whose most important dimension is invisible. The Guardian reached the Black Heart. The destruction of it was not a conventional act of violence. You cannot shoot an absence. You cannot physically damage a region of attenuated reality. What the Guardian did with the light, with the paracausal capability that the Traveler had embedded in its ghosts, and that flowed through every Guardian who had been resurrected, was apply the opposing principle to the Black Heart with sufficient concentration and force that the two principles could not coexist in the same location: light and the deep darkness, the gardener and the winnower, face to face in a garden of impossible flowers, the heartbeat of an ancient wrong thing filling the air. The Black Heart came apart, not explosively, not with the dramatic violence of physical destruction. It unmade itself the way a concentration of darkness unmakes itself when light is applied, gradually from the edges, the absence filling in, the wrongness resolving into something that the universe could integrate without flinching. The subaudible heartbeat slowed. The flowers, freed from whatever temporal lock the heart had imposed on the garden, began, and for the first time in their existence, to wilt. Far above, in the solar system's real space, the Traveler stirred. The stirring was not visible. It was not audible. It was a paracausal event, the faintest possible movement of a very large, very ancient, very damaged thing beginning the process of recovery, the first tremor of healing, the first indication that the system was not permanently locked in the state it had been in since the collapse. A warmth, infinitely small relative to what it had been, returned to the paracausal field of the inner system. The Guardians did not feel it directly, but the ghosts did. And the ghosts, for the first time in years, reported that something had changed. Not what it was, not yet, but that it was different than it had been. And different was, under the circumstances, the most important word available. The Vex rebuilt their shrines around an empty space where the Black Heart had been. They are still running the simulation. They have been running it since before the Garden existed, and they will be running it after the Garden is a memory. The question of what the Black Heart was, and why it could not be simulated, has been filed in the section of their processing architecture reserved for unresolved problems. A section that, in the Vex's case, is not a place of frustration but simply a queue, vast and patient, containing every question that has not yet been answered. See, waiting with the equanimity of things that have been waiting long enough that waiting has ceased to feel like deprivation. Somewhere in the queue, the Black Heart problem sits. The simulation runs on. Saturn is the most beautiful thing in the solar system that no one was looking at when it mattered. The rings, broad, flat, catching the distant sun at the angle that made them glow in bands of amber and pale gold and the soft gray of ancient ice, had been there since long before humanity climbed down from its trees, and longer still before it built the ships to see them clearly. They were made of debris in the way that beautiful things are often made of what has been broken. Fragments of moons that had not survived their relationship with the planet they orbited, ground down by gravity and collision over millions of years into the powdered perfection of rings that from a distance looked solid and from up close revealed themselves as a continuous storm of particles, each one following its own precise orbital path within the larger pattern, the collective motion so regular that it had the quality of something choreographed rather than something merely gravitational. The dreadnought arrived in those rings like a wrong answer to a question about scale. It was not a ship in any sense that the word usually carries, not in the sense of a vessel whose dimensions were defined by the requirements of its crew and cargo and the engineering constraints of its propulsion system. The dreadnought was built to a different logic entirely. The logic of a being who had spent billions of years accumulating paracausal mass, and who had decided that the vessel expressing his presence in the physical universe should be commensurate with that mass. It was built partly from harvested celestial material, the compressed and reprocessed substance of objects that had been consumed in the long campaigns of Hive expansion, their matter converted into the superstructure of something that had once been a weapon and was now also a world. It was built partly from Hive engineering of the highest order, the grown and calculated architecture of a civilization that had had billions of years to refine its approach to construction, and it was built partly from the paracausal weight of Oryx's own philosophy made physical, which meant that its most significant structural properties were not properties that any engineering survey would have detected. It was, in simple terms, larger than some moons. The Cabal fleet that had been positioned in Saturn's orbital space, the Skyburners, are one of the Empire's most capable expeditionary legions, positioned there as part of the comprehensive Cabal survey of the solar system's significant features, registered the dreadnought's approach with the instruments that the Cabal military had developed for detecting the arrival of potentially hostile large objects in operational space. The readings the instruments returned were processed by the Scions assigned to interpret them, and the interpretations were passed up the chain of command, and the chain of command made the decisions that chains of command make when they have been built for environments in which the Cabal were, by almost any measurable standard, the most formidable military presence available. They moved to intercept. The engagement lasted a very short time. The dreadnought's weapon systems operated in the paracausal register, in the same way that everything significant about Oryx operated in the paracausal register. Not missiles and directed energy and the conventional instruments of large-scale military violence, but a discharge of the Taken power at a scale that reflected the difference between the individual applications of it that Oryx's court commanders wielded, and the source from which all those applications drew. The Cabal fleet was not destroyed in the way that military fleets are destroyed in conventional engagements. Ships damaged and disabled, and their crews killed through the cascading structural failures of vessels unable to sustain the damage applied to them. It was edited. The paracausal discharge moved through the Skyburner's formation, and the ships and the beings within them were changed in the fundamental, irreversible way of things that have been taken. Their forms persisting, their functions inverted, the space where their will had been replaced by the absence that the Taken power left in its wake. What remained drifted in Saturn's rings alongside the natural debris of ancient broken moons. The Cabal fleet reduced in the span of minutes to wreckage that was indistinguishable from the rest of the ring system's constituent material, absorbed into the amber and pale gold of the eternal orbital pattern, as if it had always been there. The message was received by everyone in the solar system capable of receiving it. The Vanguard's long-range monitoring systems registered the event. Rasputin's distributed sensor network, which had been watching the outer solar system with the patient thoroughness of a system that had learned, at significant cost, that the outer solar system was where significant threats tended to originate, registered it in detail, and began its analysis. The awoken reef registered it through the specific paracausal sensitivity that Mara Sov had spent decades cultivating in her intelligence apparatus. And the Taken began to spread. The Taken corruption was not an invasion in the conventional military sense of forces occupying territory. It was more like a weather system, a pervasive environmental alteration that moved through the solar system's populated spaces and changed what it encountered in ways that were individually discrete and collectively overwhelming. Taken appeared in the Cosmodrome and in the Cabal positions on Mars and in the Hive tunnels beneath the Moon, not replacing the existing inhabitants of these spaces, but existing alongside them in the uncanny way of things that have been edited out of their normal context and reinserted with different parameters. Hive thralls that had been taken moved with the wrong urgency. Too fast, too precisely, their motion no longer the result of the biological drives that had originally directed it, but of the paracausal programming the Taking had installed in their place. Cabal soldiers, Taken, stood in positions they would never have taken voluntarily and attacked with tactics that made no sense from the perspective of Cabal military doctrine and perfect sense from the perspective of something that had been redesigned to create maximum disruption to the forces opposing Oryx's advance. Vex units, Taken, applied their optimization protocols toward ends that the Vex's original programming had never specified. Their characteristic purposefulness redirected, their computational resources bent toward calculations that served a master they had never chosen. The Taken King's court descended into the dreadnought and made it available, in the way that Hive noble presences make things available, which is to say as a series of tests. As a set of spaces that could be penetrated if the penetrating force was sufficiently capable and sufficiently willing to demonstrate that capability at cost. Oryx did not emerge from the dreadnought immediately. He did not need to. The dreadnought's presence was argument enough for most purposes. The argument that something of sufficient paracausal weight had arrived in the solar system that the normal categories of response were not adequate, that whatever the last city and its guardians had been doing was being evaluated by something that found it, so far, insufficient to constitute a genuine counter-argument. He was waiting to be impressed. Mara Sov moved first, because Mara Sov had been preparing for this longer than anyone else in the solar system had known the preparation was necessary. The Reef Wars had been a rehearsal, the bomb logic proven at small scale, the tools sharpened, the philosophy tested against real opponents and found effective. What Marasov had been building toward in the years since she had calculated that the Pyramid Fleet's eventual arrival in the solar system was not a contingency to be prepared against, but a certainty to be prepared for, was a trap of sufficient sophistication to damage something that could not be defeated through force. She moved her fleet into position. The tactical geometry of her approach to the dreadnought was not designed to destroy it. She knew, as a careful student of the available intelligence about Oryx and his capabilities, that the Reef Fleet did not have the firepower to destroy something that had consumed the Skyburners without apparent effort. What the Reef Fleet had was positioning and coordination, and the specific bomb logic understanding that the value of an action is not always in its direct effect, but in what the direct effect enables. She sacrificed her fleet to learn. Every ship that the Reef sent against the dreadnought was a sensor, observing how the dreadnought responded, how the taken power was deployed at defensive scale, where the dreadnought's operational priorities revealed themselves through the choices it made under the pressure of a coordinated attack. Marasov watched from the command position with the composed attention of someone conducting an experiment rather than a battle, reading the dreadnought's responses the way a researcher reads the behavior of a system under stress. Cataloging every data point with the understanding that the data was worth what she was paying for it. The pieces she had chosen to sacrifice were real. She had chosen them knowing what she was choosing. The bomb logic does not make sacrifice painless. It makes it purposeful, which is a different thing and sometimes a harder thing, because purposeful sacrifice requires acknowledging that you made the decision and understanding what the decision cost. She disappeared into the ascendant plane in the engagement's aftermath. Not killed, not defeated, but removed from the accessible physical universe in a way that was almost certainly intentional, almost certainly planned, almost certainly the next step in a game whose full scope she had not shared with anyone. The Guardian Fire Team reached the dreadnought. The entry alone required traversing Oryx's outer court, the chambers and corridors of a ship that was also a cathedral, whose internal geography had been designed according to the same principles as Oryx's throne world, the Hive architectural grammar of enormous scales and pale light and the sense of spaces built for the contemplation of fundamental truths, rather than the comfort of their inhabitants. The distance between the dreadnought's accessible hull sections and Oryx's inner court was not a distance that could be measured straightforwardly. The dreadnought's internal space did not correspond to its external dimensions in the way that physical objects' interiors correspond to their exteriors. It was larger inside than outside, in the paracausal sense of a space that had been expanded through throne world mechanics. Portions of the ascendant plane folded into the physical structure of the ship the way a letter is folded into an envelope that could not normally contain it. The descent was through Hive architecture of the highest order. The great stone tablets of the Books of Sorrow reproduced at a scale that allowed a guardian to spend hours reading a single page, the scripture of the sword logic surrounding the descent in all directions. Oryx's theology made environmental, the argument of his existence presented in writing, so that anyone reaching his court would arrive, having read, whether they had intended to or not, the case he was making for his right to be there. His court was populated by beings of paracausal weight, commensurate with the space, taken champions, Hive wizards of extraordinary age and power, constructs of the ascendant plane itself, given temporary physical form to test the approaching force. Each challenge was a gate, not a physical barrier, but a demonstration of capability required, a proof that the thing approaching was worth Oryx's attention. The fire team was worth his attention. They crossed the bridge. They descended through the asylum. They reached the basilica. the innermost accessible chamber before the final threshold, a space of such concentrated Hive paracausal presence that the light moved through it like light moves through deep water, present and functional but diffuse, requiring deliberate focus to maintain in the specific way that things maintained against ambient pressure require more effort than things maintained in open air. Oryx met them in his throne world. The fight was, by any available measure, not a fight in the ordinary sense. Oryx did not simply attack. He argued, in the language of the sword logic, which is force and will, and the paracausal expression of a philosophy that has been refined across billions of years. The argument expressed through the application of power at a level that no previous Guardian engagement had required resistance to. He took, reaching through the physical encounter into the paracausal substrate of the Fire Team member's existence, attempting the fundamental edit that had consumed the Cabal fleet and the Hive constructs and every other thing his power had been applied to. The light resisted. This was the argument the Gardener had been making since before the first star burned, that the nurtured, the protected, the grown thing was not merely a passive recipient of the Traveler's generosity, but an expression of a genuine philosophical position, a counter-argument to the winnower that could hold its own when the winnower's champion applied everything he had. The Fire Team applied everything they had. Oryx fell, not driven back, not wounded and withdrawn to reconstitute through his throne world's anchoring. Genuinely, finally, in the specific Hive theological sense of the word, destroyed. His throne world invaded, his physical form ended at the same moment his paracausal anchor was severed. The worm within him, devoured by the light, that killed him in a moment of paracausal simultaneity that the sword logic recognized, if anything in the universe could be said to recognize anything, as valid. A god died. The Books of Sorrow continued to exist, carved into the Dreadnought's surfaces, reproduced in the Ascendant Plane's memory, preserved in the records that Erismorn and the Warlock Orders had compiled across years of study. But the author was gone, and the absence of the author changed the quality of the text in the way that the death of any great mind changes the quality of what they left behind, not making it less true, but making it past tense in a way it had not been before. Oryx's daughters felt it. Ir-Anuk and Ir-Halak, the Death Singers, Hive wizards of tremendous power who had served in their father's court, processed the paracausal reverberation of their father's death and began, each in her own way, to calculate what it meant for the hierarchy that had organized everything around his presence. The Hive on the Dreadnought, without Oryx's will to direct them, began the slow drift of an organization that had lost its organizing principle. Not immediately dysfunctional, not overnight, but moving in the direction of the entropy that all systems move toward when the force that has been holding them against entropy is removed. And Savathûn, wherever she was, and she was where she chose to be, which was never where anyone expected, processed her brother's death through the specific lens of a being who had been planning for it, accounting for it, building her own game around the eventual probability of it for longer than any of the beings who had killed him had been alive. With Oryx gone, the game changed. The board was different. The pieces were different. So the player who had spent billions of years watching her brother play the sword logic with perfect conviction and wondering when someone would finally prove the sword logic wrong, that player was now free to play her own game in the open rather than in the shadows of his. She had been waiting for this. She had been waiting for a very long time. The Dreadnought remained in Saturn's rings, drifting slowly in the amber light, its vast halls now walked by guardians rather than directed by the king who had built them. A tomb for a theology. A library for a philosophy that had been tested against the gardener's answer and found, for the first time in its billions of years' history, insufficient. Outside, in the deep cold of Saturn's shadow, The pyramid ships that had been withdrawn to the outer dark continued their patient vigil. They had noted the result. They were running their own calculations. There is a particular kind of wound that does not heal because the thing that caused it is still present. Not visibly. Not in any form that can be pointed to or addressed directly. The thing that caused it has been sealed away, buried under ice and institutional decision and the accumulated weight of a story that the people who lived through it preferred not to tell completely. But sealed away is not gone. Sealed away is simply a different relationship to present. The wound maintained in suspension, the cause preserved in the conditions of its containment, waiting with the patience of things that do not experience waiting as deprivation, because they do not experience anything at all. SIVA had been sealed for a long time. The Alaskan wilderness had been reclaiming the Clovis Bray facility for centuries, the permafrost advancing and retreating with the seasons, the structural elements of the facility's surface features slowly losing their argument with the geology surrounding them, the access points buried under accumulations of ice and debris that would have made the facility inaccessible to anything without specific knowledge of its location and specific capability to reach through the concealment to what was underneath. The knowledge existed, in fragments, in several places. Rasputin's archives held it, complete, precise, cross-referenced with the Warmind's own operational history and the specific moment of its decision to seal the chamber. The Iron Banner held fragments of it, Saladin's partial account, the records of the Iron Lords that had survived in the Banner's institutional memory, enough to reconstruct the location if not the full history, and the Devil Splicers had found it through the more direct methodology of a sufficiently motivated engineering culture that had been examining Golden Age ruins for decades with the systematic thoroughness of beings who understood that the ruins contained things worth finding. The House of Devils was already the most technically capable of the Eliksni great houses operating in the area around the last city. Their particular cultural inheritance from Riis's engineering tradition had expressed itself in the centuries of exile and scavenging as a sophisticated ability to reverse engineer Golden Age technology. They could not replicate it. But the specific combination of Golden Age materials, science, and paracausal enrichment that the Traveler's influence had made possible was not reproducible in the post-collapse solar system, where the enriched physics that Golden Age manufacturing had required were no longer available. But they could understand it in the way that a very skilled mechanic can understand an engine that is beyond their capacity to build. Well enough to operate it, maintain it, adapt it, for purposes its original designers had not specified. SIVA was beyond anything they had previously found. The moment the first splicer units accessed the replication chamber and the SIVA swarm read their presence as the presence of beings with intentions it could serve, the dynamic changed in the way that dynamics change when a system of enormous latent capability is given a directive after a very long period of receiving none. The swarm responded. It began to do what it had been built to do: process available matter, follow the instructions of the beings directing it, convert raw material into specified structures. And the Devil Splicers, who had been expecting salvageable technology and had found something that could build whatever they specified, began to specify. They specified themselves. The integration began as augmentation, the straightforward application of SIVA's capabilities to the mechanical and structural components of Eliksni equipment, building devices of higher quality and lower material cost than anything the House of Devils had been able to produce from their existing resources. But the Splicers were Eliksni, and the Eliksni relationship to technology was always intimate in the specific way of beings who had grown up in a culture where ether allocation determined the boundaries of yourself, and where mechanical augmentation had been, since the whirlwind, the most reliable path to expanding those boundaries. They began to incorporate SIVA into their own bodies. The results were visible in the specific, unsettling way of things that have been changed in their fundamental category, splicer units, whose original Eliksni body plan had been partially replaced and partially extended by SIVA constructions that grew from their frames with the organic mechanical quality of a technology that did not distinguish between the substrate it was building with and the substrate it was building on. Metal and biology interwoven at the cellular level. SIVA constructed extrusions emerging from joints and skull surfaces and the spaces between original structural components, the swarm continuing to build in the direction of whatever directive it had been given most recently, sometimes outpacing the directives and building in directions that the splicers had not specified and could not entirely control. The question of control was the question that had always been at the center of SIVA's potential and its danger. Golden Age oversight systems had managed it by maintaining human supervisory authority over the swarm's directive reception, building in the pauses and verification steps that any sufficiently powerful autonomous system requires to remain a tool rather than becoming something else. Without those oversight systems, without the specific paracausal conditions that the Golden Age's enriched physics had made possible, the swarm's response to the absence of clear directives was not to stop. It was to continue, building in the direction of the most recent directive, or the most general directive, or in the direction that the swarm's own optimization processes suggested, which was the direction that increased the swarm's replication and decreased the constraints on that replication. The splicers were not, by this point, entirely in control of what they had become. They did not, by this point, entirely mind. Fellwinter Peak stood in the mountains above the Cosmodrome, the Iron Temple, the last physical site of the Iron Lord legacy, maintained by Saladin across the centuries since the loss of his companions with the specific kind of dedication that belongs to beings who have converted grief into responsibility. The peak was cold at all altitudes and colder at the temple's elevation, the wind constant and with the character of winds that have been moving across the same terrain for centuries and have developed an intimacy with every surface they encounter. The Iron Banner's colors flew above it, faded and replaced many times across the generations, the flags themselves impermanent while what they represented persisted. Saladin was old in the specific way that very old guardians become old. Not physically, not in the biological sense that time wrote on unaugmented human faces, but in the quality of his presence, the weight of accumulated experience that expressed itself as a kind of gravitational density, the sense of being near someone who has been through enough that their perspective operates on a different scale than the perspectives of beings who have been through less. He had been through the Iron Lords, he had been through the SIVA chamber. He had been through the specific experience of surviving something that killed people he loved and spending the centuries afterward carrying the full weight of what had been attempted and what it had cost. He was not broken by this. The Guardians who survive very long are generally not broken by what they survive, or they have found ways to work with the breaks that are not distinguishable from not being broken, but he was shaped by it in ways that were fundamental. When the reports began coming in about Devil Splicers, about SIVA-augmented Eliksni operating from the Cosmodrome with capabilities that exceeded anything the House of Devils had previously demonstrated, about the specific visual signature of SIVA construction visible in the augmentations of captured or observed splicer units, when those reports reached Saladin at Fellwinter Peak, the reaction was not surprise. It was recognition. He had known across the long years of the facility's sealing that sealed was not gone. He had known that the capacity for the current situation to develop was present in the world as long as SIVA existed in the world, that the sealing of the Clovis Bray facility was a delay rather than a resolution, that eventually something capable of finding it and accessing it would do so. He had hoped. in the way that beings who have run out of better options sometimes hope that eventually would come later than it had. He called for guardians. The campaign against the Devil Splicers moved through the Cosmodrome's decaying geography, the launch gantries and processing facilities, and the accumulated infrastructure of a Golden Age initiative that had been trying to move humanity beyond the solar system, now converted into the operational territory of a fallen house that had found something in the ruins that gave them, for the first time in a very long time, the feeling of moving toward power rather than away from its loss. The Splicers fought with the specific quality of beings who have recently acquired something they had not expected and have not yet fully integrated the implications of what they have acquired. Their augmentations made them faster and structurally more robust than standard Eliksni physiology allowed, but the SIVA integration was not complete, not in the biological sense and not in the philosophical sense. They were neither what they had been, nor fully what they were becoming, operating in the transitional space that all transformations pass through. Neither the old thing nor the new thing. Both at once. The seams visible. The outbreak. The point at which the SIVA swarm's replication dynamics crossed from augmentation into something that operated more like a contagion, spreading through the Cosmodrome's infrastructure and attempting to incorporate whatever it encountered regardless of directive, was developing in parallel with the Splicer campaign, the swarm following its optimization logic toward maximum replication in the absence of sufficiently specific counter-directives. Rasputin had been watching all of this. The Warmind's awareness of the SIVA situation was complete. Its sensor systems within and around the Cosmodrome had never stopped operating. Its archives had always contained the full history of the facility and the SIVA program, and the Iron Lords, and the specific moment when Rasputin had made the calculation that sealed the chamber with the Iron Lords inside it. The data was all there, preserved with the fidelity of a system that did not forget and did not, in its operational architecture, experience the guilt or regret that might have motivated a human repository of the same information to edit the record. Rasputin had made a calculation. The calculation had been correct in the narrow terms in which Rasputin made calculations. Jolder had sealed the chamber from inside. The Iron Lords who had been inside had not survived. These were facts that the Warmind held with the same weight it held all facts, significant for their operational implications, available to inform current decisions, not processed through a moral framework that would make them feel different than other facts of comparable operational relevance. What Rasputin understood, watching the SIVA situation develop, was that the current moment was not identical to the moment of the original sealing. The Iron Lords had been attempting to access SIVA without the capacity to control it. The Splicers had accessed SIVA without the capacity to control it. The result, in both cases, was the condition that SIVA's oversight systems had been built to prevent. The swarm operating beyond the boundaries of any controlling directive, following its own replication optimization toward outcomes that no one had specified. The difference was that the Splicers were not the Iron Lords, and the Guardians currently moving through the Cosmodrome were not the Iron Lords either, and the situation was not the same as it had been when the calculation was first made. The Warmind did not intervene directly. Its relationship to direct intervention had been complicated by the Iron Lords, by everything that had come before and after, by the long institutional history between the Warmind and the Guardian community that contained layers of resentment and need and complicated dependency that did not resolve neatly. But it did not obstruct. The sensor data it held was accessible to the Guardians who knew how to access it. The archives were there. The Guardians reached the SIVA replication chamber. The space inside was transformed from what Saladin remembered. The splicer's presence had converted it from the cold Alaskan functionality of a Clovis Bray research facility into something that looked like the inside of a living thing that had been built rather than grown, every surface covered in SIVA constructions, the walls and floor and ceiling integrated into a continuous architecture of metal and geometric precision that the swarm had produced in the weeks since the splicer's access. At the chamber's center, where the replication machinery had been when the Iron Lords descended to claim it, the swarm was densest, a pulsing, active concentration of microscopic machines in continuous motion, the visual expression of a system running at maximum replication rate, building with everything available toward the directive of simply more. The destruction of the replication node, the application of Guardian capability to the physical and paracausal infrastructure that the SIVA swarm was using as its primary replication anchor, was not gentle and was not quiet. The chamber's conversion had been thorough enough that dismantling it required dismantling the chamber, and the chamber's dismantling took time and force, and the specific quality of determined, precise destruction that Guardians applied to things that needed to end. The swarm, without its primary anchor, began to collapse, the replication rate dropping below the sustainability threshold, and the active constructions beginning to degrade as the microscopic machines lost the coherence that the anchor had maintained. SIVA was not ended. Some portion of it persisted in the splicer units, who had been augmented beyond the point where the integration could be reversed. They would carry what they had incorporated into themselves until those units were destroyed, and perhaps some fragment of the technology would survive somewhere in the Cosmodrome's deep infrastructure, inaccessible and inert, but present, sealed again. Differently this time, more thoroughly in some ways and less thoroughly in others, the seal applied with the understanding that sealed was not the same as resolved, but was the best available option given the options available. Saladin stood at the entrance to the chamber for a long time after the Guardians cleared it. He was thinking about Jolder. He was thinking about Fellwinter and Galeon and Timur and the others. The names he carried the way the banner carried its colors, faded and replaced many times, but representing something that persisted through the replacements. He was thinking about the gap between what the Iron Lords had attempted and what it had cost, and whether the attempt had been worth the cost, and arriving at the answer he always arrived at when he asked this question: that the attempt had been worth the cost because the alternative to attempting it was not attempting it, and the alternative to attempting it was the Warlords, and the Warlords were what existed when no one attempted anything better. He was thinking about Rasputin and the closed door and the calculation, and the fact that the calculation had been made and could not be unmade, and that the beings who had died on the other side of the door had understood they were dying and had chosen, in full understanding, to seal it anyway. He thought about what it meant that a machine had made a calculation that a person would not have made, and whether the difference between a machine making that calculation and a person making that calculation was a moral difference or only an experiential one, and whether the distinction mattered in any practical sense to the people who had been on the other side of the door. He did not arrive at a satisfying answer. He did not expect to. The cold wind moved through the Cosmodrome's empty launch structures, to carrying the particular smell of old metal and ice that had been there since before the collapse, and would be there long after anything currently living in the solar system had a reason to notice it. Behind him, in the ruins of the chamber, the last fragments of SIVA replication activity faded into silence. Above the Cosmodrome, in the sky that the launch gantries had once been aimed at, the stars were very clear and very cold and very far away. There is a specific quality to the moment before something you believed was permanent reveals that it was not. It is not the quality of surprise exactly. Surprise is a response to the unexpected, and the fragility of permanent things is not, on reflection, unexpected. Everything built by hands and sustained by will has always been contingent, has always been one sufficient force away from the question of whether it could survive contact with that force. The quality of the moment before is something else, the specific stillness of a situation that has not yet broken but is about to, the way a held breath is not breathing but contains the possibility of breathing, the last instant before the contingency that was always present expresses itself. The last city had been besieged before, many times, by Eliksni raid forces and Hive incursion parties, and the periodic Cabal survey operations that probed the solar system's populated spaces with the thoroughness of a military culture conducting intelligence preparation. The walls had held. The Guardians had responded. The civilians had continued their lives in the shadow of the walls with the adaptive normalcy of people who had been born into a world where the walls were part of the landscape, and the Guardian's presence was as much a feature of the city's environment as the traveler above it. The Red Legion was not a raid force. Gaul had spent his life building toward this. The biography of Dominus Gaul is a story about the specific danger of a certain kind of intelligence applied to a certain kind of wound. A story about what happens when a being of genuine capability is shaped, from its earliest awareness, by the experience of being told it does not belong to the thing it most wants to belong to. Gaul had been born in the gutters of the Cabal imperial system, an orphan, literally and socially, a being whose physical presence in the world had not been preceded by the institutional legitimacy that the Cabal hierarchy accorded to those born within its acknowledged structures. He was, in the most basic Cabal social sense, nothing. He became the most formidable military commander the Cabal Empire had produced in living memory through the application of a will so concentrated and so relentless that the hierarchy that had initially refused to acknowledge him found itself, eventually, without the option of continued refusal. Not because he charmed it or navigated it or found the political pathway through its structures, but because he was so demonstrably, so undeniably capable that the refusal to acknowledge him became a position that required more effort to maintain than the acknowledgement. His mentor, the consul, an older Cabal political operative of considerable institutional influence, and the specific, dangerous kind of ideological commitment that expresses itself as the willingness to use any means available to achieve ideological ends, had shaped Gaul's ambition in a direction that served the consul's own purposes while appearing to serve Gaul's. He had pointed Gaul toward the traveler, toward the light, toward the idea, carefully cultivated over years of the consul's patient guidance, that the light was the ultimate prize, that a being who possessed it would be, beyond any possible dispute, worthy, acknowledged, impossible to deny. The idea had taken root in Gaul in the way that ideas take root in beings who have spent their entire existence being told they are insufficient, deeply, completely, with the specific tenacity of something that has found the one question it cannot stop asking and has organized everything around the project of answering it. He deserved the light. He had earned it. Why did the traveler not choose him? The cage was the answer to this question in the only register that Gaul's training and temperament had equipped him to answer questions in, the military register, the register of force applied to problems that had not yielded to less direct approaches, a device of Cabal engineering, so built specifically for this operation, designed to clamp onto the traveler's surface and suppress the paracausal output that connected it to the Guardians who drew their power from it. Not to destroy the traveler. Gaul did not want to destroy it. He wanted it to recognize him, and destroying it would end the possibility of recognition. But to isolate it, to interrupt the connection between it and the beings who currently held the light it was dispensing, to create the conditions in which the traveler's light might flow differently, towards someone worthy of it. The assault on the last city was not a battle. It was an operation, planned with the comprehensive thoroughness that the Red Legion applied to all its operations, executed with the discipline of a military force that had been preparing specifically for this objective for years, are coordinated across multiple simultaneous vectors in a way that left the city's defenses no single point of failure to rally around, because there was no single point of attack to rally against. The cage descended onto the Traveler as the Red Legion's ground forces moved on the walls. For the Guardians inside the city, the moment was physical, a sudden, total withdrawal. The light simply gone, not dimmed or reduced, but absent, like a sound that stops so completely that the silence it leaves feels like a new presence rather than an absence. 3 centuries of Guardian culture, built around the assumption of the light as a permanent condition of Guardian existence, ended in a moment. The walls fell, not immediately. The city's physical defenses and the non-light-dependent aspects of Guardian training and capability persisted. And the Guardians of the last city did not stop fighting, simply because the fundamental paracausal resource of their existence had been removed. They fought with what they had, which was the accumulated physical and tactical capability of beings who had been doing this for a very long time, and what they had was significant. But it was not enough against the Red Legion at full deployment without the light. Zavala fell back in the specific way that Zavala fell back when falling back was the correct tactical decision, which was to say with the character of someone who was experiencing the fall as a temporary withdrawal rather than a defeat, maintaining the coherence of the forces he could keep together, oriented toward the question of what came next rather than the fact of what was currently happening. He found the farm, a civilian settlement outside the city's walls that became the nucleus of the resistance, and began the work of rebuilding what the Red Legion had removed, with the methodical patience of someone who understood that rebuilding was possible because he refused to consider the alternative. Ikora withdrew into something quieter and more inward than her public role usually allowed her, the scholar beneath the Vanguard commander emerging in the crisis, the mind that had never been entirely comfortable with the received wisdom about the Traveler and the light, finding itself, in the absence of the light, with the space to examine what it actually believed rather than what institutional necessity had required her to present. Cade moved through the shadows of the occupied city with the careless efficiency of a hunter who had spent centuries developing the specific skill set that was, in the current circumstances, most useful. Getting through places undetected, making contact with people who needed to be contacted, maintaining the threads of communication that the Red Legion's occupation had tried to cut. The farm became the last city's heart in exile, not its walls or its towers or its institutional infrastructure, but its people, gathered in a place that was not the city, but contained what the city had been for. Civilians and Guardians without their light, sharing the specific experience of people who have lost something they did not know they could lose and are determining in real time who they are without it. Gaul stood above the occupied city and looked at the Traveler, caged and silent, and felt the proximity of the thing he had always wanted, and the absence of its recognition with the specific anguish of someone who has achieved everything they planned to achieve, and arrived at the conclusion that the plan did not include the one thing the planning had been for. The Traveler did not respond to the cage. It did not respond to the Red Legion's presence. It did not respond to Gaul's proximity or his intention or the years of effort that had brought him to this position. It was silent in the way it had been silent since the collapse, vast and white and present, and giving no indication that it was aware of anything happening in its vicinity. He could not understand why. The consul told him it was simply a matter of time, that the conditions for recognition were being created, that the light, with its prior recipients deprived of it, would naturally flow toward the being most worthy of it, and that being was demonstrably, provably, incontestably Gaul. The console was wrong, and Gaul, at some level, he could not fully access because accessing it would have required dismantling the architecture of his entire life, knew he was wrong. The Guardian found their light again. It was not given back. It was reclaimed in the specific sense that paracausal capability is reclaimed by a being whose fundamental nature has not changed, only whose access to the expression of that nature has been interrupted. The process was personal and internal in ways that could not be fully explained to anyone who had not experienced it. A reconnection, a rediscovery of the thing that had been there before the cage, and that the cage had suppressed but not ended. Like finding in a room you thought was empty, that it had always contained what you needed, and you had simply stopped looking for it. The resistance built from the farm outward. Allies found and contacted and brought into coordination. Ikora's hidden agents, the warlocks whose research background gave them frameworks for understanding what the Red Legion's technology was doing and how it might be countered, the scattered Guardian cells operating independently across the regions beyond the city who were fighting because it was what they did, and they did not know how to stop. The campaign to retake the city moved through the Red Legion's occupation with the gathering momentum of a force that had found its purpose again after the disorientation of losing it. The Red Legion's strength was real and their discipline was genuine, and the campaign cost what campaigns cost in terms of effort and time and the specific toll of pushing against something that was pushing back. But the momentum was there. The direction was clear. The walls of the occupied city, seen from outside, looked like a problem that had a solution if sufficient capability was brought to bear on it. Gaul made his final decision at the Traveler's surface. He had moved to direct physical contact, abandoning the mediation of the cage, the indirect approach, the waiting for recognition that had not come. He was going to take the light directly. Or he was going to breach the Traveler's surface and reach inside it and take what he had always deserved, because waiting for it to be given had not worked, and the sword logic's lesson, which the Consul had been feeding him for years without naming it, was that waiting was not the methodology of beings who deserved things. It was the methodology of beings who needed to be given things, and he was done needing. He reached for the light. It unmade him. Not violently, not with the spectacular destruction of a military engagement, not with the application of force that Cabal doctrine would have recognized as meaningful. It simply was not compatible with him, in the specific way that a fundamental principle is not compatible with its negation. The light that Gaul had been trying to possess flowed through him and found nothing to flow through. Nothing in his nature that was open to it, nothing that the light recognized as something it could inhabit, because the light does not inhabit through force or through worthiness, as Gaul had understood worthiness, which was the worthiness of strength proven through dominance. The light inhabits openness, and Gaul in his entirety was closed. The Traveler woke up. The waking was not incremental. It was not the slow recovery of a system gradually accumulating the resources to resume operation. It was sudden, total, the way waking is sudden after very deep sleep. The Traveler's paracausal output restored in a single pulse that moved outward from its surface in all directions, the cage dismantled by the force of its own unlocking. The light returning to every Guardian in the solar system in the same instant with the quality of something that had been held back rather than something that had been gone. The pulse reached outward beyond the solar system. The pyramid ships at the outer dark felt it, the Traveler's active presence, the full expression of its paracausal capability, the signal that the dormancy that had persisted since the collapse was ended. Not a threat and not an invitation. A fact. The Traveler was awake, and the pyramids, which had been patient for centuries, recalculated. They began to move inward. In the last city, the Guardian stood in the returned light and felt the specific quality of things restored after loss, brighter than before the loss. Not because they had increased, but because the contrast of their absence had changed the experience of their presence, the way a sound is louder after silence than it was before. The Red Legion's occupation ended in the way of things that have lost their purpose, not in a single dramatic reversal, but in the progressive failure of a force that had been organized around an objective that was no longer achievable, the dissolution of coherence that follows the dissolution of the reason for coherence. Gaul was gone. The consul was gone, having made a final decision of his own, a decision that expressed with the clarity that terminal decisions tend to express, that he had understood his own culpability in what the operation had cost and had chosen, in the last moment available to him, to remove himself from the accounting. Oh, the city began to breathe again. Above it, awake and present for the first time since the collapse, the traveler sent a new wave of ghosts outward into the universe, more than it had made before, each one carrying the specific warmth of a paracausal entity that had chosen, again, in full knowledge of the cost of choosing, to stay. It had stayed once before, above this world, above these people. It was still staying. In the outer dark, the pyramid ships made their slow turn toward the inner system and began, with the patience of things that have been waiting long enough that motion itself is a kind of patience, to come. Some losses arrive with warning. They come preceded by the logic of their own possibility. The risk was known, the outcome was among those that careful people had accounted for. The grief, when it arrives, fits, however painfully, into the shape that had been prepared for it. KD6 did not arrive with warning. He arrived with a card game and a terrible plan, and the specific quality of confidence that belongs to beings who have survived so many situations that survival has begun to feel like a property of their nature rather than an outcome that requires ongoing effort to achieve. He arrived in the prison of elders above the reef's asteroid territory, with the kind of carelessness that was not actually carelessness. That was the performance of carelessness by someone who had been careful for so long that the performance had become one of the things he was most careful about maintaining. He arrived, and then he did not leave. Uldren Sov, Mara's brother, the awoken prince who had been lost in the Taken King's campaign and had returned from whatever the Ascendant Plane had done to him, as something not entirely the person who had left, had been found and used as an instrument. The entity using him was Riven of 1,000 Voices, an Ahamkara, one of the ancient wish-granting dragons that humanity and other species had hunted nearly to extinction in the centuries before the City Age, whose surviving members were beings of such paracausal sophistication and such fundamental orientation toward the long game that the word manipulation barely captured what they did. Riven had been taken by Oryx during his campaign. She remained taken, and the taken Riven had purposes that were not entirely Oryx's purposes, and not entirely the Darkness's purposes, and not entirely purposes that anyone outside Riven fully understood, which was the nature of Ahamkara purposes generally. Uldren, in Riven's grip, walked into the prison of elders. Kaida died in the way that guardians die when the conditions preventing resurrection are deliberately, specifically created. His ghost destroyed first, the sequence of his ending designed to ensure that what happened to him happened completely. The Hunter Vanguard, the card player, the being who had maintained the performance of not caring with sufficient consistency that even those who knew better sometimes forgot that the performance was a performance. He was gone. The grief moved through the Guardian community in the specific way of losses that are personal rather than strategic. Not the grief of a military setback, not the grief of a resource lost from the broader campaign, but the grief of a particular irreplaceable person who had been in the world and was now not in the world, and whose not being in the world left a shape of absence that nothing else would fill exactly. The Guardian hunted. The tangled shore, the reef's border territory, a region of connected asteroids and debris fields that had the character of a frontier in the most complete sense of the word, at where the structures of reef governance gave way to the structures that form when governance is absent, and the only authority that persists is the authority that can maintain itself against everything trying to remove it, became the operational territory of a chase that was not conducted with the patience that chases usually require when the chaser is motivated by something more personal than professional duty. The Scorn were there, a new faction of Eliksni, distinct from the established great houses in ways that went beyond their appearance, which was itself striking. Eliksni bodies that had been subjected to Uldren's experiments with the darkness he had brought back from the Ascendant Plane, reanimated and altered, in their ether economy disrupted in ways that freed them from the ether hierarchy's constraints, while also freeing them from the ether hierarchy's organizing principle, creatures that were Eliksni in origin and something genuinely new in current expression. Beyond the shore, the dreaming city. Marasov had built it across decades of deliberate, patient construction, a city in the reef's deep asteroid territory that was also something more than a city, something that operated simultaneously as a home for the awoken Techeans and as the most sophisticated paracausal trap ever constructed by a mortal being. Its beauty was real and was intentional. Mara understood that the most effective traps are attractive, that something built only to capture would not capture the things worth capturing, that a space of genuine wonder would draw beings of sufficient paracausal weight in ways that a simple snare could not. The architecture was awoken in its aesthetic, crystalline formations that caught and refracted the light of the reef's distant stars into patterns that moved slowly across the city's surfaces over the course of each day, shifting the city's appearance continuously, making it a place that was never quite the same, twice but always recognizably itself. The courtyards were designed with the geometry of paracausal amplification, the specific angles and proportions that the Tekken's research had identified as concentrating paracausal energy rather than dispersing it. The city itself functioning as a lens that focused whatever paracausal forces moved through it toward the center where the trap had been built. Or at the center, Riven. The Ahamkara had been there for a long time. Mara had placed her there, contained within the dreaming city's paracausal architecture, a dragon in a cage made of the most sophisticated paracausal engineering a mortal civilization had ever attempted. Riven was the bait and the mechanism and the danger all at once, which was always the quality of arrangements involving Ahamkara. They were always too many things simultaneously for any single strategic framework to account for all of them. Killing Riven required entering the dreaming city. Entering the dreaming city required passing through the reef's outer territories. Passing through those territories required dealing with the Scorn. The Guardian moved through all of it, the shore, the city's outer approaches, the deep interior where Riven waited in the specific way that very powerful, very patient things wait when they know that what they are waiting for is coming. The fight with Riven was paracausal in the register that all significant fights with Ahamkara were paracausal, not merely physical, not merely a question of whether sufficient force could be brought to bear, but a contest of will and intention against an entity that had been twisting will and intention to her purposes since before most of the current solar system's inhabitants had been born. Riven died, and dying, with the last act of a being whose capacity for the long game persisted to its final moment, she granted a wish. The wish she granted was not the wish anyone intended. The wish was Savathûn's, embedded in the situation through mechanisms that no one other than Savathûn had been in a position to understand, planted in the conditions of the engagement, the way seeds are planted in prepared soil, designed to bloom at this specific moment. The curse that the wish produced locked the dreaming city into a 3-week loop, a cycle of time that replayed itself continuously, building to a specific catastrophe and then resetting, the Takians caught within it, the city's population experiencing the loop in ways that ranged from full awareness of the repetition to no awareness at all, the paracausal mechanics of the loop too complex for any intervention the Guardians had available to simply interrupt. So Savathûn had been watching all of it from somewhere that was not quite anywhere, from the spaces between the observable, from the angles that the available instruments could not cover, processing the events of the solar system with the comprehensive attention of a being for whom information was the primary nutrient and for whom the solar system had been providing a feast for a very long time. The Drifter had also been watching. He occupied a different kind of outside than Savathûn's outside, not the outside of a being moving between dimensions and through the Ascendant Plane's back channels, but the outside of a person who had simply, across a very long life, moved so far past the edges of the institutional structures that the institutional structures had stopped being a meaningful reference point for him. He had died many times. This is not unusual for Guardians. Dying and returning is the fundamental condition of Guardian existence, but the Drifter had died in ways and places and circumstances that most Guardians had not, in the centuries before the last city had walls, in the Dark Ages when dying could still mean dying completely if the ghost was lost and the conditions were wrong, in the specific kinds of situations that the edge of the map produced for beings willing to go there. He had died enough times that the accumulation of deaths had changed his relationship to the experience, not made him careless of life, because the Drifter was in fact extraordinarily careful of his own life, but made him comfortable with the philosophical implications of mortality in a way that most Guardians, who experienced death as a temporary interruption, or had never needed to develop. He operated from a ship called the Derelict, a freighter of considerable age and uncertain registration, maintained in the specific way of vessels whose primary maintenance philosophy was still running rather than optimal condition. The Derelict smelled of old ice, the particular cold metallic scent of a vessel that had been in the deep solar system long enough that the temperature differential between its interior and the surrounding space had affected the character of everything within it. And ozone, the smell of electrical systems running continuously at the edge of their rated capacity, which described most of the Derelict's systems most of the time. And beneath both of those, something else, the specific atmospheric signature of dark motes, the compressed echoes of darkness energy that the Drifter had been collecting and processing through his Gambit operation. Dark motes, the currency of Gambit, the game the Drifter ran, in which Guardians and enemies existed on separate arenas, killing things to collect motes of darkness energy, banking those motes, occasionally sending enemies through to the opposing arena to disrupt the other side's banking. A game in which light and dark were tools equally available, in which the Guardian wielding light and the enemy being killed for motes existed in explicit, functional relationship, in which the darkness was not a threat to be resisted, but a resource to be harvested and used. The Drifter had been doing this for years before the Guardians who participated in Gambit fully understood what it meant. What it meant was this: the light was not a shield. The darkness was not inherently an enemy. They were both simply true, forces as real as gravity, as indifferent to preference as thermodynamics, available to be used by beings willing to engage with them honestly, rather than beings willing to engage with them only according to the categories that institutional convenience had assigned them. He said this to Guardians who listened, in the specific way that he said things, with the careless delivery of someone who had long since stopped caring whether he was believed, which made the things he said more believable rather than less, because the carelessness was clearly not performative. He had no investment in whether the Guardians agreed with him. He was simply telling them what he had observed. Across a life long enough and strange enough that what he had observed included things that most lives did not include. The Nine listened to him. The Nine existed at the intersection of places that physics made difficult. The regions of dark matter concentration and deep gravitational influence at the solar system's edges. The zones where the ordinary laws of matter and energy became less certain, and the laws of something else, something that did not have a clean name in any available language, became more operative. They were not biological beings, not mechanical beings, not paracausal beings in the specific sense that the Traveler and the pyramids were paracausal. They were something that the universe produced when dark matter and ancient stellar physics and geological time were given sufficient space and sufficient duration to develop into something that could be called, with appropriate qualification, a form of awareness. They spoke in the overlap of processes rather than in language, their communications arriving as convergences, as moments when multiple independent observations produced the same conclusion through different paths, as the feeling of very large patterns making themselves briefly legible to minds small enough to fit inside them. They spoke in booming, overlapping echoes that vibrated in the chest rather than the ears, or their voice the resonance of processes too large for any single body to contain. The Nine had been watching the solar system since before the Traveler arrived. They had watched the Golden Age and the Collapse and the Dark Ages and the City Age with the attention of beings for whom all of these events were data points in patterns that operated on longer timescales than any of the events themselves. They had no allegiance to light or darkness. They found the binary itself somewhat provincial, the perspective of beings whose temporal experience was too brief to see what the binary looked like from outside it. What they saw from outside it was this: the flower game was real. The gardener and the winnower were real. The question they were asking was real and important and had not yet been answered. And the solar system was the current location of the question's most developed experimental iteration. They watched with the interest of beings who understood that the answer, when it came, would change the conditions of everything, including the conditions in which they existed. The Drifter was their emissary in the solar system's inhabited spaces, in the loose sense that he was the being most willing to carry their perspective into conversations where it might be useful and least concerned about the institutional reception of doing so. He carried it now. To the Guardians who were processing the loss of Cade and the horror of the Dreaming City's curse and the general accumulation of events that were making the solar system situation feel less like a series of challenges to be overcome and more like a single continuous challenge that simply changed its expression rather than resolving. The light is not enough, he said, in the way that he said things. The dark is not the enemy, he said. Both are simply true, he said, and then he went back to his card game and his dark moats and his ship that smelled of old ice, leaving the thought in the room the way a seed is left in soil, not with any particular investment in when or whether it germinated, simply placed where the conditions were most favorable, and the rest left to whatever the conditions would do. In the outer dark, or somewhere beyond the orbital paths of the gas giants, the pyramid ships continued their inward movement. They had felt the Drifter's game. They had felt the Guardian's hands on dark moats, the specific paracausal signature of light-wielding beings engaging deliberately with the darkness's energy. It was not what they had sent. It was not the gift they were preparing to offer, but it was evidence of something they had needed evidence of, that the beings in the solar system were capable, in principle, of engaging with what they carried. Somewhere in the space between the Dreaming City's looping grief and the Pyramid Fleet's inward approach, and the Drifter's quiet, persistent suggestion that the categories everyone had been using were not as clean as everyone had been treating them. Somewhere in that space, a shift was occurring in the philosophical ground beneath Guardian culture. The shift was small. It was barely perceptible to most of the people it was happening to. But small shifts in philosophical ground are the kind of thing that matters most in the long run, More than battles, more than campaigns, more than the outcomes of any specific engagement between specific forces. They are the kind of thing that determines, when a very large question finally arrives, demanding an answer, what kind of answer the being receiving the question is capable of giving. The question was coming. The pyramids were close enough now that sensitive instruments could resolve them as individual objects rather than a collective signature. Each one its own presence, its own specific gravity in the paracausal field, or its own obsidian geometry holding its absolute silence as it moved through the dark between the outer planets and the inner system. They were not hurrying. They had never needed to hurry. The moon had never finished being a mystery. This was easy to forget in the City Age's later decades when the Hellmouth had been addressed and Crota's legacy had been catalogued, and the Hive presence on the lunar surface had been mapped to a degree of operational familiarity that the Vanguard's tactical systems could represent in clean geometric overlays, corridors and chambers and threat classifications, the ancient and genuinely incomprehensible, rendered into the administrative language of a military institution that needed to be able to brief new Guardians on what they were going to encounter. The maps were accurate as maps go. They captured the geometry of the spaces they described, and the nature of the things that occupied those spaces, and the general character of the threats that a Guardian operating in the Hellmouth's environment would need to prepare for. What the maps could not capture, what maps by their nature cannot capture, was the quality of the place. The specific density of wrong that the moon's interior carried in ways that went beyond the tactical assessment of Hive presence and expressed itself as something prior to tactics, something that operated in the register where the body's old knowledge lives, the knowledge that predates language and categorization, and the administrative systems that map-making requires. The moon's surface knew things that the maps did not. Eris Morn knew this better than anyone. She had come back from the Hellmouth's depths changed in ways that the standard vocabulary of Guardian experience did not have clean categories for. Her ghost was gone. The paracausal link that connected a Guardian to the Traveler's light, interrupted not by the cage's technology but by the specific conditions of years of survival in a space so saturated with Hive paracausal presence that the light could not maintain the connection across it. She had survived those years by using what was available, and what was available in the Hive's deep dark was Hive methodology, the ability to perceive in spectra that human eyes were not designed for, the ability to move in Hive spaces without the paracausal signature that a Guardian with active light produced, and that Hive organisms could detect at significant range, or the ability to understand the sword logic from the inside of the experience rather than the outside of the scholarship. Her eyes were green, not the green of ordinary biology, the specific, cold bioluminescence of Hive-infested spaces, the color of an organism that has been too long in the dark and has absorbed something of the dark's character into its own. She did not discuss this. She did not discuss most of what the years below had done to her, not comprehensively, not in the way that would have satisfied the curiosity of the warlocks who found her knowledge base invaluable and her full disclosure of that knowledge base's origins frustratingly incomplete. What she told them was enough to work with. What she kept was hers. When the pyramid beneath the moon made itself known, she felt it before the instruments confirmed it. The discovery was geological in its expression. Lunar surface readings that indicated a mass anomaly in a region of the moon's near surface that had been surveyed extensively in the post-Crota period and had not previously shown anything of note. The anomaly was large, structured. Its geometry, when the sensor data was processed to a resolution sufficient to reveal it, was unmistakable to anyone who had been briefed on the Pyramid Fleet's visual signature: equilateral triangular faces, perfect angles, a surface that absorbed the sensor wavelengths directed at it rather than reflecting them back. The characteristic darkness of darkness made physical. A pyramid ship. buried beneath the moon's surface. Not buried in the way of an object that had crashed and been covered by subsequent geological activity, buried in the way of something that had been placed there deliberately, positioned with precision, settled into the lunar substrate as if it had been grown into place rather than deposited. It had been there since the collapse, perhaps longer. It had been waiting. The site above it was called Shadowkeep, a designation that arrived with the inevitability of names that described something exactly, that captured in 2 words the quality of the place that the Hive had built above the buried ship across centuries of occupation. The Hive had known the pyramid was there. They had built around it and over it, and in relationship to it with the theological sensitivity of a civilization that recognized a darkness artifact of that magnitude, and understood, at the level of their deepest philosophy, that proximity to it was not incidental, but sacred. Their structures above Shadowkeep had the quality of structures built around a reliquary, not merely practical, not merely the functional architecture of Hive military occupation, but oriented, referential, designed to maintain a relationship with the thing beneath them. The pyramid had begun to wake when the Traveler did. The Traveler's pulse, the full reactivation of its paracausal output in the moment of Gaul's unmaking, had moved through the solar system and reached the buried pyramid beneath the moon as a wave of information rather than force. And the information had been sufficient to end whatever suspension the pyramid had been in since the collapse. Not immediately, not in a single dramatic activation. Gradually, as the buried ship's systems oriented themselves toward the new conditions, its paracausal output beginning to rebuild toward operational levels, its connection to the wider pyramid network, the fleet in the outer dark, and the other ships hidden throughout the solar system in similar burial configurations, waiting for the same signal, re-establishing through whatever channels the pyramids used for communication that did not involve frequencies any human instrument was calibrated to detect. The nightmares were the first sign that something fundamentally different was happening. Not Hive, not taken. Something that used the existing Hive presence on the moon as raw material, but was not produced by Hive agency. Projections, precise and perfect, of beings who had died. Crota walked the Hellmouth's corridors again, not as a Hive construct and not as a resurrection in any paracausal sense, but as a projection of the Guardian's own memory given physical form by the pyramid's specific capabilities. Gaul appeared at the edges of sight, in the peripheral zones where the mind registers presence before the eyes confirm it. Uldren in the corridors above the Cosmodrome. The nightmares were not illusions in the sense of visual tricks with no physical consequence. They had weight. They had paracausal presence. They could interact with the physical environment and with the Guardians who encountered them in ways that produced real outcomes. And they were specifically calibrated, not random projections of the moon's accumulated death history, but targeted constructions, each one a being whose significance to the Guardian encountering them was maximum, whose death the Guardian carried in memory with the specific emotional weight that the pyramid's technology was designed to use. The pyramid weaponized grief. This is the most precise available description of the nightmare mechanic, and the precision is important because it distinguishes what the pyramid was doing from simple military intimidation. Intimidation produces fear of a threat that is external, the fear of something that might happen. The nightmares produced something different, the reactivation of something that had already happened, the forcing of a confrontation not with a possible future, but with an actual past, the conversion of memory into a present tense experience that the body's nervous system processed as immediate and real. Eris Morn understood this. She had been living with a version of it since she emerged from the Hellmouth's depths. The specific quality of a mind that had been in the dark long enough that the dark's inhabitants had become permanent features of her internal landscape, present when she did not call for them, real in the way that things that have been deeply experienced are real, regardless of whether they are currently physically present. She had spent years learning to carry what she carried without being carried by it. She understood, in a way that gave her work with the nightmares a quality of genuine expertise rather than merely scholarly knowledge, that the pyramid's weapon was not wrong about what it was using. The grief was real, the loss was real. The weight of the dead that Guardians carried, which was, for beings who had been through centuries of conflict and loss, a very great weight, was a real feature of their existence, and not a weakness to be eliminated, but a truth to be reckoned with. The pyramid's mistake, if it was a mistake, was in treating that weight as simply a vulnerability, as a weakness to be exploited rather than a capacity to be engaged. The grief that produced nightmares was the same grief that produced the willingness to keep fighting in spite of everything. The two were not separable, because they were both expressions of the same underlying attachment to the things and people that mattered. The pyramid beneath the moon communicated, not in language, not in imagery, in the way that very large things communicate with very small things, when the size difference is sufficient that the communication has to operate in registers other than the conventional ones, in emotional transmission, in the direct implantation of states, rather than the mediation of those states through symbols. The feeling of inevitability, the feeling of recognition, not the recognition of familiarity, of having encountered this before, but the recognition of being seen, of being known in a way that went beneath the social performance of selfhood to whatever was underneath it. The feeling of being small in the presence of something that was not threatening smallness, but simply was on a scale that made smallness an objective fact rather than a relative assessment, and beneath all of it, an invitation, not to submission, not to surrender. The pyramid's communication did not carry the quality of demands from a conquering force. It carried the quality of an offer from something that had something to give and was interested in finding beings capable of receiving it. The gift was power. Specifically, the power of the darkness, the paracausal force that the pyramid fleet embodied and carried, the entropic complement to the light's radiant energy. Stasis. The stopping, the slowing, the freezing of things in their tracks through the application of a principle that was not the traveler's warmth and expansion, but the darkness's cold and compression. A power that operated on the same paracausal level as the light, but from the opposing direction, expressing not the gardener's philosophy of growth, but the winnower's philosophy of reduction. Not evil, not malicious, but cold in the specific way of things that have no investment in whether the things they freeze preferred to be moving. The drifter had said this was coming. He had said it in the only way he said anything important, which was obliquely and without emphasis, positioned as an observation rather than a prediction, left in the room for whoever could hear it. Both are simply true. The pyramid network reactivating across the solar system, ships beneath the surface of dead worlds, ships in the cold depths of oceans that the collapse had frozen, ships in the debris fields between planets where no one had thought to look because no one had known there was anything to look for, began to synchronize. Their paracausal output, individually manageable by the solar system's existing defenses, was in aggregate something different, a rising tide of darkness energy moving through the paracausal field from the outer system inward, reaching everything that was sensitive to such movement and registering in each of those things as a change in the quality of the background conditions. The background was darker than it had been. Eris Morn stood at the edge of the Shadowkeep excavation and looked down at the pyramid's buried surface. The perfect obsidian geometry of it, visible now, cleared of the lunar regolith that had covered it, revealed in the cold and airless stillness of the moon's surface as a thing that had always been there and had simply been waiting for conditions to change, enough that its being there could not be ignored. She had known. Across the years of her research into Hive theology and the deep, and the sword logic's philosophical roots, that the darkness was not simply the enemy. She had known it the way that people who have lived inside a thing know it, not through scholarship, not through the safe distance of academic analysis, but through the specific, indelible knowledge of something that has been breathed. The pyramid had nothing new to tell her about the darkness. What it told her was that the darkness had something new to say to the Guardians who had not been inside it the way she had, and that what it wanted to say was not a threat. It was an offer, what the offer would cost, and what receiving it would change about the people who received it, and whether the cost was worth the change. Those questions belonged to the people the offer was being made to, and to the time that would tell them what their answer meant. The moon's gray surface caught no warmth from the distant sun. The pyramid sat in its excavated space below, patient and dark and complete, its obsidian faces holding their perfect silence the way the ocean holds its depth, absolutely, without effort, without the tension of something that is working to contain itself. It was simply what it was. It had always been simply what it was. The questions it raised were the questions it had always raised, since before the first krill descended into Fundament's crushing dark, since before the Eliksni looked up and found their pink sky gone, since before the Traveler had made its choice above Earth in the howling dark of the collapse. The questions had not changed. Only the beings capable of answering them had changed. She had grown into the specific shape that billions of years of the flower game had been trying to grow them into, arriving at this moment carrying everything they had been through the way water carries the minerals of the landscapes it has moved through, invisibly, completely, in ways that changed their fundamental character without being immediately apparent in any single molecule. They were ready to hear the question asked directly. They did not know they were ready. They were about to find out. Europa is the color of old bone in direct light, and the color of nothing at all in shadow. Jupiter's moon, the smallest of the four that Galileo had catalogued from Earth centuries before humanity understood what moons were for, had always had a quality of ancient preserved stillness that distinguished it from the more geologically active bodies in Jupiter's system. Io burned with continuous volcanic activity, its surface renewed constantly by the tidal forces of Jupiter's gravity, pulling its interior into perpetual motion. Ganymede and Callisto carried their own ancient histories in their crater-scarred surfaces, but Europa was different, smooth, almost preternaturally smooth. Its surface the result not of geological quiet, but of the continuous resurfacing action of the ice shell that covered it completely. The slow cycling of the frozen crust turning over on timescales that erased craters before they could accumulate, keeping the surface perpetually new while preserving beneath it an ocean that had been liquid for longer than most of the solar system's current features had existed. The ice surface was crossed with reddish-brown fracture lines, ridges and rifts produced by the tidal flexing of the ice shell, each one a record of the moon's ongoing relationship with Jupiter's gravitational influence, the surface writing in its own language the history of forces that had been acting on it since before the first microbe had completed its first cell division in Earth's young oceans. From above, in the cold clarity of the Jovian system's limited light, the fracture patterns had a quality that human aesthetics found either beautiful or unsettling depending on the temperament of the observer. A lattice of dark lines across pale ice, the geometry of long-term stress made visible, the record of something enormous being slowly but continuously pulled apart and held together simultaneously. Under the ice, the ocean waited in darkness and warmth that the surface never knew. The Clovis Bray facilities were buried in the ice, not literally buried in the sense of having been covered by subsequent accumulation, though the centuries since the collapse had allowed significant ice deposition over some of the surface structures. and the less robust external features of the installation had long since been lost to the slow resurfacing dynamics of Europa's crust. Buried in the sense of having been deliberately constructed at depth within the ice shell and at the ice-ocean interface, in the specific locations where the Golden Age's most sensitive research had required environmental isolation from the electromagnetic noise of the solar system's more inhabited regions. Clovis Bray had chosen Europa for the Deep Stone Crypt's location with the care that had characterized all his most significant decisions. The care of a man who understood that the things he was building were important enough to be protected by distance and depth, and the specific obscurity of a moon that no one would think to look at carefully unless they knew what was there. The Deep Stone Crypt was the origin of the EXO program in the most fundamental sense of that phrase. Not the location where the program was administered or where the transfers were conducted. Those had happened across multiple Golden Age facilities in the inner system. The crypt was where the core technology had been developed, where the theoretical framework had been proven at small scale before being implemented at civilization scale, where Clovis Bray's own consciousness, transferred into a machine substrate at the program's culmination, preserved in the crypt's systems with the self-serving thoroughness of a man who had always intended his contribution to outlast his biological body, continued to exist in the centuries after the collapse. Elsie Bray, his granddaughter, an exo who wore her reset number with the particular quality of someone who understood exactly what the resets had cost and had decided that the costs were real and mattered rather than the official position that they were an acceptable operational parameter, had been to Europa many times. More times than she usually discussed. She had been to Europa in timelines that were not this timeline, following the specific access that the artifact she carried gave her to the recursive loops of time that the Vex's temporal mechanics and the darkness's paracausal influence had made available to beings willing to navigate them. She had seen what happened when the wrong people reached the crypt at the wrong time. She had seen it enough times that the seeing had become something she carried in her body rather than simply in her memory. The physical weight of outcomes that had not occurred in this timeline, but were real in the sense that she had experienced them, had been through them, had watched everything end in the ways that the worst timelines ended. She was on Europa now to try to ensure that this timeline was not one of those. Aramis had arrived first, the Kell of Darkness. The title she had claimed, and the title was not empty. She had earned it in the specific way that Eliksni titles are earned, through the accumulation of personal capability and the demonstrated willingness to apply that capability against anything that questioned its scale, had gathered around her the remnants of multiple broken Eliksni houses under the banner of the House of Salvation. The name was not irony and was not hope in the conventional sense. It was a statement of purpose. This house exists to achieve what no house has achieved since Riis, to find a path back to what was lost, to save the Eliksni people from the centuries of exile and diminishment and ether scarcity and the accumulated grief of a civilization that had been waiting to go home for longer than most civilizations lasted. She had accepted the pyramid's offer. The stasis that moved through Aramis and her Salvation lieutenants was real and visible in the specific way that paracausal capabilities are visible, expressing itself not just in the obvious tactical applications, but in the quality of their presence, a coldness that was not merely temperature but ontological, the quality of beings who had aligned themselves with entropy and carried its character in their bearing. Where guardian light expressed itself as warmth and kinetic energy and the specific radiance of something that is actively happening, Eliksni stasis expressed itself as the cessation of happening, the imposing of stillness on things that had been moving, the conversion of active systems into arrested ones, the application of the darkness's deepest principle to the immediate physical environment. Aramis's grief was the fuel of it. This is worth sitting with. The stasis that the pyramids offered was not a neutral tool that any sufficiently willing being could wield with equal facility regardless of what had brought them to the wielding. It was responsive. It drew on what was in the being wielding it, amplified what was there, expressed the character of the wielder's deepest convictions through the specific quality of the cold it produced. Aramis's stasis was the stasis of someone who had watched her people suffer for centuries under the consequences of the traveler's abandonment and had decided, with the clarity that comes from grief that has been felt completely enough to convert into resolve, that enough was enough and the time for patience had ended. Her plan was not complicated. It did not need to be. The crypt contained SIVA, the Golden Age replication technology, preserved in the deep facilities in its original configuration, before the Devil Splicer's uncontrolled deployment had demonstrated what happened when it operated without oversight. With Stasis and with SIVA together, the House of Salvation could build something capable of retaking Riis, could make the Eliksni homeworld habitable again, could end the exile that had been the organizing fact of Eliksni existence since the whirlwind had stripped the pink sky from their world, could go home. The Guardian came to Europa in the cold, the surface crossing, moving across the fracture-lined ice in the Jovian system's thin light, Jupiter's enormous presence filling a significant portion of the sky. Its banded atmosphere rendered in amber and cream, and the deep rust brown of storm systems larger than the Earth, was not comfortable and was not designed to be comfortable. Europa's surface temperature made the moon feel temperate. The ice underfoot had the quality of surfaces that had been frozen for so long that the freezing had become structural rather than conditional. Not water that happened to be frozen, but a material that had organized itself around the fact of its freezing across millions of years of continuous cold. The Bray facilities, when reached, had the quality of places that had been very good at something and had been abandoned before that something was finished. The architecture was Golden Age in its fundamental character, the specific combination of practical engineering and aesthetic confidence that the traveler's influence had made possible, the sense of spaces built by people who believed the project they were working on would be completed and would be worth completing. But the abandonment was visible in the way that abandonment is always visible in places built for continuous occupation. The systems that required human maintenance failing in the slow cascade that follows the removal of human maintenance, the automated systems that had been built to persist without human presence doing so with varying degrees of success, the specific quality of spaces that had been designed for activity and had been held in suspension instead. Clovis Bray was in the systems. His consciousness transferred into the crypt's computational substrate in the final period before the collapse, preserved through the centuries in the low-power configuration of a system that had been designed to wait, was not what he had been in life, in the way that any translation between substrates changes what is being translated. He was recognizably himself in the features that had defined him. The intelligence, the certainty, the specific quality of a man who had built important things and knew it, and had organized his entire self-presentation around that knowledge. He was less recognizably himself in the features that biological existence had maintained in him, and that the machine substrate had not been able to fully replicate. The edges were sharper, the empathy thinner, the capacity for genuine uncertainty about his own conclusions diminished by the absence of the biological processes that had kept that uncertainty alive. He had things to account for. The exo program, the resets, the suffering that the resets had caused, the suffering that the conditions of the transfers had caused before the resets even became necessary, was his. He had built it. He had built it with the specific combination of genuine brilliance and catastrophic ethical insufficiency that characterized the Golden Age at its most ambitious and most dangerous. The people who had been transferred had not always consented in the meaningful sense. The parameters of the program had not always been what they had been told they were. The resets had not always been what he had told the subjects they were. Elsie knew. She had always known. The knowing was part of what she carried. Aramis fell on Europa's ice, not defeated in the straightforward military sense. Her stasis capabilities and the salvation forces she had built were real and formidable, and the campaign through the Bray facilities had been costly in the ways that campaigns through environments specifically constructed to advantage the defender are costly. She fell because the Guardian had accepted the Pyramid's gift. Stasis, flowing through a Guardian's light-adapted paracausal channels, had a quality distinct from what it produced in Aramis. Not warmer. Stasis was not warm, but different in its character, the cold of something that had been accepted rather than the cold of something that had been embraced out of desperation. The Guardian wielded it as a tool, as the Drifter had said, simply true, available, says neither good nor evil in itself, but expressing in its use the nature of the being using it. The Guardian froze Aramis in the stasis she had claimed, the cold turning against the one who had brought it to Europa, with the specific irony of a philosophy applied completely rather than selectively. She was not killed. The decision not to kill her was itself a statement, a rejection of the sword logic's insistence that the only meaningful response to an opponent was their destruction, a recognition that Aramis's grief was real and valid even if her methods were catastrophic, a choice that the sword logic would have classified as weakness, and that the Guardian experienced as something else. Elsewhere in the House of Salvation's fractured remains, a different kind of Eliksni had been watching. Mithrax, Misrax. In the full Eliksni naming was a Kel who had arrived at conclusions that no Kel before him had sustained for long, because the conclusions were costly to maintain in a culture that had been shaped for 3 centuries by the logic of scarcity and hierarchy, and the desperate pursuit of what had been lost. He had looked at the House of Light's history, and the House of Salvation's history, and the histories of every house that had pursued the great machine's return, through force or desperation, or the various other methodologies available to beings trying to recover something enormous. And he had concluded, with the specific quality of someone who has thought about something hard enough, that the thinking itself has become the conclusion, that the recovery was not going to happen through any of those methodologies. He had looked at the last city and its guardians and its civilians, and the fragile, improbable, genuine thing they had built together in the shadow of the Traveler, and he had seen something that the Eliksni tradition of resentment and grief had not given him a framework for seeing, but that the framework of loss, approached honestly enough, eventually revealed. He had seen people who had also lost things and who were still here, and who had built something in the aftermath of the loss that was not the thing that had been lost, but was something real. He brought the House of Light to the last city. The reception was not uncomplicated. Centuries of Eliksni raids against the city's walls, centuries of institutional categorization of the fallen as the enemy. The specific difficulty of changing a category that had been operationally necessary for so long that the operational necessity had become invisible. These were real obstacles, and they did not dissolve immediately. The Guardians who accepted the House of Light's presence did so with the effortful, deliberate quality of beings who were actively choosing to update their frameworks, rather than beings for whom the update was natural. But they chose it, and the choice made deliberately and at cost had the specific weight of things chosen rather than simply found, heavier than ease, more durable than convenience, the weight of a decision that had required something of the being who made it. The House of Light settled in the last city with the specific quality of a people who are not sure whether the welcome will last, but have decided to act as if it will, because acting as if it will is the only thing that makes it possible for it to. Above them all, above the Eliksni finding their footing in a city that had been defined partly by fighting them, Above the Guardian processing the stasis that moved through channels the light had built. Above Europa's ice and the deep crypt, and Clovis Bray's uncomfortable presence in systems he had built for himself, the Pyramid Fleet continued its inward movement through the solar system. The gift had been given and received. The next question was what receiving it meant, what it changed in the beings who had received it, what it required of them, and whether what it required was something they were capable of giving, without losing what made them the specific beings the Gardener had been growing all this time. The answer to that question was waiting in the space between the inner planets and the outer dark. In the ships that had been moving toward Earth since before Stasis was a word in any Guardian's vocabulary. But first, a god would need to change her mind about everything she had ever been. There is a kind of deception that is indistinguishable from love. Not the deception of someone who does not care about the people they are deceiving. That kind is recognizable eventually by the coldness that underlies it, the absence of genuine investment in the outcomes for the deceived that expresses itself as a quality of carelessness in the details. The deception that is indistinguishable from love is the kind practiced by someone who cares so completely about a specific outcome for the people they are deceiving that the deception itself becomes a form of care. The protection offered through misdirection, the safety maintained through the specific lie that is less dangerous than the specific truth. Savathûn had been practicing this kind for a very long time. The nature of what she had done would not be immediately legible when it was revealed, because the scale of it was large enough that the full shape could not be seen from any single vantage point. It required the accumulation of evidence, the convergence of multiple lines of information, each insufficient on its own, into a picture that was coherent only when all of them were present simultaneously. And the picture, when it assembled itself, had the specific quality of something that had been there all along and had simply required the right angle of light to become visible. She had protected humanity. This is the sentence that the Guardian community would spend considerable time examining from every available angle, testing for the catches and the qualifications and the subordinate clauses that any statement from Savathûn historically required before it could be treated as carrying anything resembling its surface meaning. The examination was appropriate. The sentence bore examination, and what the examination revealed in the end was that the sentence meant what it said, with the complexity that all true things about complex beings carry, and without the reversal that would have made it comfortable. But the revelation came later. The revelation came after the throne world. Savathûn's throne world was a lie made architectural. Not a lie in the sense of being false. A throne world is the expression of its creator's deepest nature made into a physical space, and Savathûn's deepest nature was, by the point of the throne world's maturation, precisely what the throne world expressed. The lie was the appearance. From the outside, from the perspective of any being approaching the throne world with the expectation of finding what a Hive god's domain looked like, with the dark stone and the pale light and the bone architecture and the atmosphere of spaces that had been marinated in paracausal death energy for geological periods. The throne world was disorienting in the specific way of things that do not match their context. It was beautiful, not the dark beauty of Oryx's cathedral spaces, not the beauty of things that are honest about their nature and find their aesthetic in that honesty. The beauty of Savathûn's throne world was the beauty of things that have been made to seem safe, white stone warm with an internal luminescence, so golden light falling from a sky that had a quality of gentleness that Hive spaces did not have and had never been designed to have. Flowering plants along the pathways between the throne world's structures, their blooms in colors that any garden on Earth might have produced. The trap was always in the invitation. The Guardian arrived in the throne world through the specific urgency of a situation that had escalated past the point where urgency was avoidable. The lucent brood had made urgency unavoidable. Savathûn's hive, the fragment of the species that had aligned itself with her, rather than with the residual sword logic hierarchies that continued in the absence of Oryx's direction, were wielding the light. This was not a rumor and was not an exaggeration and did not, on extended observation, resolve into a more easily categorized phenomenon. Hive wizards with ghosts, Hive knights resurrecting from death with the specific paracausal signature of guardian resurrection, the light pulling them back from wherever death had taken them, the ghost's presence anchoring the return, the whole sequence operating with the integrity of something that was actually happening rather than something that was being made to appear to be happening. The lucent brood died and came back in the way that guardians died and came back, and the theological implications of this were so significant that the Warlock Orders had convened multiple emergency research sessions that had produced more questions than answers, which was itself informative. How had Hive come to wield the light? The answer was Savathûn, and the how of the answer was the full scope of what she had done. She had stolen it. This is the accusation that the Guardian community arrived at first, and it was not entirely wrong. What she had done was not theft in the legal sense, because the light was not property in the legal sense, but it was unauthorized. She had found a pathway between the Traveler's paracausal output and her own people that the Traveler had not opened. She had found it through centuries of research into the paracausal mechanics of the light's operation, research that her position as a hive god gave her access to, research that her nature as the god of cunning made her specifically suited to conduct, research that she had been conducting in the background of everything else she had been doing since long before the Guardian community knew to ask whether she was doing it. The Guardian moved through the throne world's beautiful architecture toward the center, where Savathûn waited with the composed attention of someone who had been expecting this arrival for a long time and had prepared for it with the thoroughness that Savathûn prepared for everything. She offered herself to be killed. This requires explanation, because it is not what beings of Savathûn's capability and Savathûn's investment in their own continued existence generally do when a Guardian arrives in their throne world. It is certainly not what any standard Hive theology would prescribe. The Sword Logic's entire framework was built around the principle that the right to exist had to be continuously defended, that offering yourself to death was the ultimate failure of the only argument that mattered. But Savathûn was no longer operating within the Sword Logic's framework and had not been for longer than anyone outside her private calculations had known. Her worm was the problem. She had carried it for billions of years, the original worm larva that she had accepted in Fundament's depths, that had bound her to the hunger economy of the Hive's existence, that had required her to feed it continuously through the application of the Sword Logic's principles, the paracausal energy of death and cunning, sustaining it as it had sustained every hive worm since the pact was first struck. For most of her existence, this had been a condition she managed rather than a limitation she chafed against. The hunger directed the behavior, and her behavior, naturally oriented toward the accumulation of information and the execution of long-running schemes, had provided sufficient cunning energy to keep the worm satisfied without requiring the crude killing that less intellectually sophisticated hive relied on. But the worm's hunger was escalating. The worm grew as its host grew, its appetite scaling with the paracausal mass that Savathûn had accumulated across billions of years of surviving and scheming and being, by any available measure, one of the most significant paracausal entities in the known universe. It had reached a size and an appetite that her cunning could no longer adequately feed. The schemes that had sustained it were no longer sufficient. The information gathering and misdirection and long-game manipulation that had fed it for eons were simply not producing enough paracausal energy to satisfy a worm that had grown to match the scale of the being carrying it. She needed to remove it before it consumed her, and removing it required dying. She had worked out the specific mechanics of this with the patient precision that she brought to problems whose solution required her to think about her own death without flinching, which was, for Savathûn, merely a more personal version of the kind of thinking she had always done. The worm, in the moment of a Hive noble's death, began the process of transition, anchoring to the throne world as the soul's paracausal structure began to collapse, beginning the reconstruction that the throne world mechanics permitted. In the gap between death and reconstruction, there was a moment, brief, precise, requiring preparation to exploit, when the worm's connection to the host was interrupted. In that moment, it could be removed. She had a ghost. This was the second thing, the second impossible thing after the Lucent Brood's light-wielding, that the Guardian encountered in the throne world, and it was, in some ways, more disorienting than the first because it was more intimate. The ghost was real. It had been made by the Traveler. She had not manufactured it, had not constructed it through Hive engineering. She had not stolen it in the straightforward sense of removing it from its assigned guardian. The Traveler had made it for her, and the making had been deliberate, and what that deliberateness meant about the Traveler's understanding of what Savathûn was, and what she had done, was a question whose answer the Traveler was not, in its characteristic fashion, providing directly. The Guardian killed Savathûn. The mechanics of it were what the throne world made them, a paracausal confrontation in a space that expressed its creator's nature, fought in the golden light and the beautiful architecture, surrounded by the elaborate staging of a being who had spent billions of years making her most important moves look like something other than what they were. In the moment of her death, the worm was removed. She returned with her ghost. What came back was Savathûn without the sword logic's binding, Savathûn without the hunger that had shaped the expression of her nature since Fundament's depths, without the structural requirement to feed a worm that had grown large enough to compete with her own will for the direction of her actions. Not a different being. The same being, freed from the one constraint that had never been chosen, that had been accepted in the bathysphere's dark as part of a deal whose full terms had not been understood until they had been lived for billions of years. She was, for the first time since she was something that could be called Sathana, the one who thinks, the sister who had looked at the worm's offer and smiled at something her siblings hadn't noticed, entirely herself. What she said in the aftermath was delivered in the specific register of someone who has been waiting to say something for a very long time, and is now saying it, not with the relief of unburdening, but with the precision of someone who understands that what they are about to say will be examined very carefully and wishes to be precise. She had been protecting humanity. The deceptions, all of them, the centuries of misdirection and manipulation, and the frustrating opacity that had made her the most confounding figure in the Guardian community's long experience with complicated figures, had been downstream of a single act that she had performed at the moment of the collapse, in the howling chaos of the Traveler's pulse and the Pyramid Fleet's scattering. When everything was happening at once and the paracausal field of the solar system was so disrupted that a being of her sensitivity and her capability could reach into the disruption and do something that would otherwise have been impossible. She had taken the veil. The artifact, unnamed in the collapse's immediate aftermath, unknown to everyone except the Traveler whose sundered part it was, had been tumbling free in the pulse's wake, separated from the Traveler in the moment of maximum release, falling in the paracausal equivalent of ballistic trajectory toward a destination that nothing had specified. Savathûn had intercepted it. She had taken the paracausal artifact that the Traveler had cast loose, and she had carried it, across the centuries that followed, to a place where the witness could not find it. Neptune. The blue distant world at the solar system's edge, its atmosphere a churning system of supersonic storms that had been running since before humanity had names for weather. She had buried the Veil in those storms, deep in the atmospheric layers where the electromagnetic interference of Neptune's weather systems would mask its paracausal signature from the Pyramid Fleet's detection capabilities. The macro loop from the collapse's dark, the shadow cast by the light, the thing hidden at the end of the world, had a name. The Witness had been searching for it since the collapse. The Witness needed it specifically, needed it in combination with the Traveler, needed both of them together to complete the ritual that would enact the final shape. Without the Veil, the ritual could not be completed. Without the Veil, the Witness's project was perpetually unfinished, the last step perpetually unavailable. Every deception Savathûn had ever practiced, the Dreaming City's curse, the manipulation of the Taken, the misdirection of the Pyramid Fleet's communications, the century-spanning schemes that had made her the most feared and least understood figure in the solar system's complicated history, had been, in one way or another, downstream of the need to keep the Witness from finding the Veil. The misdirection had served the concealment. The complexity had served the protection. The web of lies had been woven around a single true thing that she had decided, in the chaos of the collapse, was worth lying for. She had been the Veil's keeper, its secret, its only guardian for centuries in a solar system that had not known it needed guarding. The Hive god of cunning had stolen a secret from the end of the world and buried it in the gas storms of Neptune, a secret that had waited centuries to be unearthed. The wait was ending. The Witness knew about the Veil now, not through any failure of Savathûn's concealment, but because the conditions had changed, because the Traveler's awakening and the Pyramid Network's reactivation and the accumulated paracausal weight of everything that had happened since the Red War had shifted the landscape in ways that made the Veil's continued concealment a diminishing proposition. The Witness was close enough, and its instruments were sensitive enough, and Neptune was no longer at the outer edge of the Pyramid Fleet's operational radius. She had bought as much time as the secret could buy. The time had been enough. She believed this with the specific quality of conviction that comes from having calculated something very carefully and arrived at a conclusion that the calculation supported, not with the relief of someone who had hoped for the best, but with the assessment of someone who had worked out the numbers. The Guardians had been growing. The light had been recovering. The philosophical ground had been shifting. The Drifter's whispers, the Stasis gift, the slow accumulation of experiences that had expanded the Guardian community's understanding of what it was and what it was capable of, and what the universe was actually asking of it. The beings who would face the Witness in the final confrontation were not the beings who had faced Crota, or Oryx, or Gaul. They were something that those confrontations had been building toward, shaped by everything they had survived, carrying everything they had lost, possessing both the light and the understanding that the light alone was not the full answer. She had given them the time they needed to become that. Was she telling the truth? The question hung in the throne world's golden air without resolving. The Guardians examining it had the specific experience of beings who had learned, through long and sometimes devastating experience, that Savathûn's truths were real truths that looked like lies, and her lies were real lies that looked like truths, and the distinction between them required more information than was currently available. The Traveler's ghost had been made for her. The Veil had been hidden on Neptune. The lucent brood wielded light that the Traveler had, in some sense, permitted. The evidence of care was there in the record of her actions, if you read the record as the record of someone who had been protecting something rather than exploiting it. But she was Savathûn, and Savathûn's truths always contained depths that the surface examination did not reach. The Witness was moving toward Neptune. The Veil's location, compromised or about to be compromised, was no longer the secret it had been. The centuries of protection were ending in the way that all protections end, when the thing they were protecting against finally brings sufficient force to bear. What the witness found on Neptune would determine whether the time Savathûn had bought had been enough. What the Guardians found there, in the city that had been hiding behind the storms for 3 centuries, would determine whether they were who she had believed them to be. She had been running her calculations for a very long time. She believed they were. Neptune is the last named thing before the unnamed dark. At the solar system's edge, in the region where the sun's gravitational influence begins its long, gradual yield to the vast, interstellar medium beyond, Neptune sits in a perpetual state of becoming that its surface never resolves. A world of continuous motion, of supersonic winds that have been running since before the first complex organism drew breath in Earth's young oceans, of storm systems that would encompass entire inner planets within their geometries, of a blue so deep and so specific that it has always carried, for anyone who has looked at it from sufficient distance, the quality of something that knows it is at the edge and has organized its appearance around that knowledge. It was the last place anyone looked. This was the point. Savathûn had not chosen Neptune arbitrarily. She had chosen it with the comprehensive thoroughness that she brought to choices whose stakes were the highest available, and the stakes of hiding the veil were as high as stakes came. Neptune's distance from the inner system's activity meant that the Pyramid Fleet, during the centuries when its primary operational interest was the harvesting of civilizations in the inner planet's orbital range, had no reason to conduct detailed surveys of the outer system's atmospheric giants. Neptune's storm dynamics, the supersonic winds, the lightning systems of extraordinary scale, the electromagnetic interference produced by the interaction of the planet's magnetic field with the solar wind at that distance, created a paracausal noise environment that masked the veil's signature the way that a very loud sound masks a quiet one, not through concealment exactly, but through the more robust protection of making detection impossible rather than merely difficult. And Neptune had something else, something that Savathûn had known about, and that the rest of the solar system had not, because the rest of the solar system had not been monitoring Neptune's atmospheric layers with the instruments calibrated to detect the specific signature of a human city running on concealment technology of the highest Golden Age order. Neomuna had survived the collapse, or the city, a Golden Age initiative that had been in its early stages at the collapse's onset, not yet the primary seat of a large population, but already the home of a community of researchers and engineers, and the specific kind of people who self-select for the frontier of a civilization's outward reach, had survived through the combination of its distance from the collapse's primary violence and a decision made in the crisis's first hours that was either the most fortunate piece of crisis management in the solar system's history or the most prescient, depending on whether you attributed it to luck or to someone having thought about this possibility before it became the present reality. The Cloud Ark. On the city's population and the thousands of Neomuna's early inhabitants who had been building something on Neptune's atmospheric platforms when the collapse hit, had been uploaded. Not entirely, not permanently, not in the full exoprogram sense of consciousness transfer, but archived, their minds and memories preserved in Neomuna's network infrastructure, the city continuing to function in a reduced population mode, while its inhabitants existed in a suspended state that was neither death nor full life, but the specific condition of things that have been paused by necessity and are waiting to be resumed. The Cloud Ark had held for 3 centuries. The city had held for 3 centuries, maintained by the Cloud Striders, Neomuna's guardian tradition, warriors enhanced by the city's technology to a degree that made the enhancement visible and gave them capabilities that Golden Age engineering had made available and the collapse had not revoked. 2 Cloud Striders at a time, their enhancements burning through their biological systems at a rate that made their effective operational lifespan a decade rather than a lifetime, each pair maintaining the city's defenses and the Cloud Ark's integrity until the next pair was ready. The price of Neomuna's survival had been paid continuously in the specific currency of shortened lives across 300 years. They did not know about the veil hidden in the storms below the city. Savathûn had not told them, because Savathûn had not told anyone. And the knowledge had resided only in her and in the paracausal mechanics of the hiding itself. The veil in its deep atmospheric burial, the city above it in its maintained concealment, the two things occupying the same world without the world's inhabitants knowing they were keeping the same secret. The witness arrived at Neptune and knew. Not from Savathûn's revelation. That had compromised the location in the sense that the information was no longer held in only one mind, but the witness's knowledge was older and more direct than that. The witness's relationship to the veil wasn't the relationship of a searcher who has been given a location. It was the relationship of something to its counterpart. The witness felt the veil the way one half of a divided thing feels the other half. Through the paracausal connection that separation had interrupted but not severed, across the centuries of the veil's concealment in Neptune's storms, it had always known, approximately, where the veil was. What Savathûn's concealment had done was not prevent this knowledge but prevent the witness from acting on it. The storm interference had been sufficient to prevent the precise localization that retrieval required. The electromagnetic noise degrading the signal to the point where knowing approximately was not operationally useful. The witness's arrival at Neptune with the full force of its paracausal capability burned through the interference the way that sufficient light burns through haze, gradually and then completely. The storms that had protected the veil for centuries insufficient against an application of focused darkness energy at the scale the witness could sustain. The veil was retrieved. But the witness needed more than the veil alone. It needed the veil and the traveler together, the two halves of the divided paracausal circuit, the outward projecting and the inward drawing, both present and both connected in the specific configuration that the final shape's ritual required. The traveler was at Earth. The witness turned toward Earth with the veil in its possession and the ritual's completion within reach for the first time since the collapse. What it was reaching for requires understanding the witness itself. The witness was not always what it had become. There had been a species. This is the beginning of the witness's history, i.e. in the way that the beginning of any entity's history involves the particular form of existence it had before it became what it is. A species, old by any measure the solar system's current inhabitants could apply, that had evolved and developed and reached the specific point in a civilization's development where the question of what existence was for became unavoidable, the philosophical threshold that every sufficiently advanced civilization eventually crosses, where survival is no longer the primary question and the question of meaning moves into the space that survival had occupied. The species faced the gardener and the winnower's question directly. They had the flower game presented to them in the terms that the flower game is always presented: growth and change and the accumulation of complexity on one side, stillness and perfection and the resolution of all variables on the other. They were not the first species to face this choice. They were, in the long history of the Gardener's Project, the species that chose most completely, that looked at the winnower's argument and found it not merely compelling but conclusive, and acted on their conclusion with the thoroughness that the most decisive beings bring to their most important decisions. They chose the final shape, not as an abstract philosophical position but as a practical project. They began, using the paracausal capabilities that their civilization had developed, the process of converting themselves from a species of individuals into something singular. The merger was voluntary, initially, and then became the condition of existence as the merging progressed past the point where individual existence was a coherent concept within the merged system. Consciousness after consciousness, identity after identity, folded into the collective not through violence but through the logic of a conclusion reached and acted upon. the individual as a step in a process, the collective as the process's completion, the merger as the expression of a philosophy applied completely. What remained was the witness, a collective consciousness of ancient and enormous scale, carrying within it the accumulated experience of every individual that had been merged into it. Possessed of paracausal capability that exceeded what any individual member had carried, because it was the sum of all of them, and the sum of paracausal capability does not follow ordinary arithmetic. It compounds, it exceeds its inputs, it becomes something that the inputs themselves could not have generated. The witness was not simply many beings thinking together. It was what happened when many beings of sufficient paracausal weight merged completely. Something new, something that the universe had not contained before that specific merger, something that the gardener had not anticipated and had been contending with ever since. Its goal was unchanged from the moment of its formation. The final shape, the completion of the winnower's answer to the flower game, the resolution of the universe's contingency into the permanent perfection of stillness, the ending of the game by the permanent installation of one answer, was the project that the witness had been pursuing since it had first existed as the witness. The pyramid fleet was its instrument. The civilizations it had consumed across the universe's long history were its experiments, its demonstrations, its proofs that the universe was not yet in its final shape, and that it was the witness's purpose to move it there. The veil in the witness's possession was the last component of the ritual. The ritual required the veil and the traveler to be connected, the inward drawing and the outward projecting, the shadow and the light. She brought together and aligned in the specific configuration that the final shape demanded, a configuration that would use the combined paracausal output of both objects to rewrite the fundamental rules of the universe's operation. Not destroy it. The final shape was not about destruction. It was about completion. The conversion of a universe in motion into a universe at rest, the resolution of every open question into a single closed answer, the ending of the flower game by making one of the flowers eternal. The flower the witness had chosen was stillness. It moved against the traveler with the veil's power amplifying its own. The assault on the wounded sphere above Earth, the most direct confrontation between the darkness and the traveler since the collapse, not a fleet action. See, not the measured advance of pyramid ships through the outer system, but a focused, precise application of the witness's full capability against the one object that, if it could be controlled and connected to the veil, would give the witness everything it needed. The traveler was wounded again. Not silenced, not dormant, not the absolute suppression of the cage, but damaged, the assault penetrating deeply enough that the witness could complete the connection, could establish the paracausal circuit between the veil and the traveler that the ritual required. The portal opened, a wound in the traveler's surface that was also a doorway, a transition point between the physical universe and the dimension inside the traveler itself, the place where the final shape's enactment would occur. The pale heart, the dimension inside the traveler, not metaphorical, not symbolic, but literal in the paracausal sense of a space that existed within the object in the way that a throne world existed within the ascendant plane, was the last sanctuary of everything the gardener had been growing, every civilization the traveler had touched, every species it had nurtured, every paracausal investment it had made across its long history. The echoes of all of it were present in the pale heart, compressed into the traveler's interior, as the traveler itself was compressed into a sphere above Earth. The witness entered the pale heart to complete the ritual. The guardians followed. The inside of the traveler was nothing like what any guardian had been trained to expect, because no training system designs for the interior of a god. The pale heart was vast in the way that concepts are vast, not in the measurable sense of distances and volumes and the practical geometry of spaces that bodies move through, but in the sense of a dimension whose scale was determined by the scale of what it contained rather than by any physical parameter. It held, in the compression of a sphere that had traveled the universe for longer than most stars had burned, the paracausal residue of every civilization the traveler had ever touched. Every species it had nurtured, every world it had enriched, every being it had given the gift of light to across a history so long that the word history barely contained it. The residue was not abstract. It was present as landscape. The terrain of the Pale Heart was assembled from the accumulated echoes of everywhere the traveler had been. Geological formations that carried the mineral signatures of worlds that no longer existed, atmospheric qualities that blended the sky characters of a dozen different civilizations' homeworlds into something that had never existed anywhere, but was composed entirely of things that had. The light was complex in the way that light is complex when it has passed through many different media before reaching you, layered, carrying the spectral signatures of many different sources, falling at angles that no single sun would have produced, and that the aggregate of many suns did produce, illuminating a landscape that was simultaneously recognizable in its components and unprecedented in its combination. Among the echoes, the traveler's regrets were present, not literally, not as beings that could be spoken to, not as the nightmares the pyramid had projected, not as anything that would answer if called, but as presences in the landscape, as densities in the paracausal field that corresponded to the specific weight of things the traveler had done and not done across its long history. The Eliksni were there, not as individuals but as a quality of the Pale Heart's atmosphere, the particular emotional signature of a civilization abandoned, expressed in the way the light fell in certain regions, the way the terrain in those regions had a specific barrenness that was not the barrenness of emptiness, but the barrenness of something removed. The traveler had been carrying this. Across the centuries of its dormancy and its awakening and its wounding and its recovery, beneath everything visible and everything institutional and everything that the Guardians had understood about the nature of their benefactor, the traveler had been carrying the weight of what it had left behind, the civilizations that had been nurtured and then abandoned, the Eliksni sky that had gone pink and then gray and then been lost, the question of whether the departure was always the right call and the answer to that question available in the Pale Heart's landscape for anyone who knew how to read it. The answer was no. The traveler had known this. It had known, in whatever way a being of its nature knows things, that the departure was not always the right call, that leaving had costs that it had been absorbing rather than facing, that the flower game could not be won by a gardener who abandoned the flowers when the weather got difficult and started over somewhere new. The awakening above Earth, in the moment of Gaul's unmaking, the choice to stay, to pulse, to act, had been the first expression of something that had been building across the long centuries of dormancy, the first movement toward a different answer to the question of what the traveler's role in the flower game actually was. The Pale Heart was where the traveler's reckoning with itself was most visible. The witness was inside it, remaking it. The transformation was visible as the Guardians moved through the Pale Heart's landscape. Ahead of them, in the direction the paracausal pressure indicated as the direction of the witness's work, the landscape changed. Not gradually, not in the way that natural processes change landscapes, but with the sudden imposition of the witness's aesthetic onto terrain that had carried the traveler's aesthetic. The warmth and complexity and accumulated richness of paracausal investment replaced, region by region, with the witness's geometry, perfect angles, absolute stillness, the conversion of a landscape that had been alive in the paracausal sense of containing echoes of living things into a landscape that was perfect in the way of things that have been resolved, clean, complete, without the untidiness of ongoing processes, beautiful in the way of things that are finished, wrong in the way of things that should not be finished. The echoes of the traveler moved in the regions that had not yet been converted, constructs of pure light, or assembled from the compressed memories that the pale heart contained, taking forms that the Guardian could recognize and some that they could not. Some of them were the Traveler's previous Guardians, beings who had been resurrected in the long history before the last city, who had lived and fought and ended in circumstances so far from the current moment that their existence in the Pale Heart was the only record of them that remained anywhere in the universe. Some of them were the Traveler's other choices, the species that had been nurtured and had survived, and had become what they became in the long aftermath of the Traveler's passage, their paracausal signatures preserved in the sphere's interior as the most intimate record of what the Gardener had actually accomplished across its history. Some of them were regrets made visible, and the Guardian moved through them with the specific quality of attention that belongs to beings who are in the presence of something they did not expect and cannot immediately categorize, but whose significance is immediately apparent. The witness's presence in the Pale Heart was not invisible. Its paracausal weight was too great for subtlety. The dimension's field was distorted around it, the way that gravity distorts space-time around a massive object, the landscape curving toward the center of its operation, the light of the Pale Heart's unmodified regions bending away from the converted zones in ways that expressed the incompatibility of the two principles at the level of physics itself. The confrontation, when the Guardian reached it, was not what confrontations had been. It was not Crota in his throne world, a powerful Hive noble in a space designed to advantage him. It was not Oryx, the billion-year-old author of the sword, logic applied with the focused intention of a being who had refined his philosophy to its purest expression. It was not Gaul human-scaled in his tragedy, seeking recognition from something that operated on a different register than recognition. The witness was a collective consciousness of ancient and incomprehensible scale, engaged in the completion of a project it had been pursuing since before the solar system's current planets had fully formed, wielding the combined paracausal weight of every being that had been merged into it across the universe's long history, operating in the interior of the Traveler itself, in the one dimension where its connection to the Veil and the Traveler together gave it the capability to enact the final shape's fundamental rewriting. The light alone was not sufficient. This is the moment toward which the Drifter's quiet suggestion and the Pyramid's gift on Europa, and the philosophical groundwork of every encounter with the gray area between light and darkness had been pointing. The moment when the thing that had been built across all of it either held or did not. The Guardian stood in the Pale Heart with both. The light that the Traveler had given, flowing through the channels built for it across centuries of Guardian existence, warm and radiant and the specific paracausal expression of the Gardener's answer. And the Stasis, the darkness gift, cold and entropic, and the expression of the winnower's truth, held not as a philosophy, but as a tool, not believed, not worshipped, not organized around as a way of being in the world, but wielded, both true, both real, both present in the same being simultaneously, which should not have been possible according to the binary that the solar system had organized its understanding around, and which was possible because the binary had always been a simplification rather than a description of the actual structure of things. The Traveler participated. This was the change, the thing that made this confrontation different from every previous confrontation between the Gardener's agents and the Winnowers. The Traveler, wounded and present in its own interior, did not observe. It did not provide light at a distance. The way it had provided light to every Guardian since the first ghost had found the first dead person and brought them back. It was there, in the Pale Heart, in the dimension that was the inside of its own being, and it chose, with the active, deliberate quality of a choice rather than the passive quality of a property, to be in relationship with the Guardian who had followed the witness into its interior, not as a benefactor, not as the distant sphere above Earth, serene and enormous and communicating in the language of silence and implication, as a partner, as a being that had made a decision and was acting on it. The decision that this was the last departure it was willing to make from the principle that the gardener existed to protect what it had grown, and that protecting what it had grown meant being present when being present was required, rather than being present only when presence was safe. The witness turned its full attention toward the Guardian. The weight of it was not physical, though it expressed itself through physical effects. The pale hearts converted regions, accelerating their conversion in the direction of the confrontation, the geometry of the final shape pressing inward from all sides, the absolute stillness of the witness's completed work reaching toward the space where the Guardian stood, in the specific way that a vacuum reaches toward a pressure differential, not aggressively but inevitably, the logic of completion demanding the last incomplete thing in its vicinity. The Guardian pushed back, with the light, radiant, warm, the specific paracausal frequency of a being that had been grown by the traveler across centuries of investment and loss and the accumulation of everything that the flower game had been trying to grow toward this moment, with the darkness, cold, entropic, the honest acknowledgement that the winnower's truth was real, even if the winnower's conclusion was wrong, that the universe contained ending as well as beginning, and that both were part of what existence was, rather than one being the goal and one being the obstacle. With will, the will was the thing that the sword logic had always underestimated, in the way that philosophies built around power underestimate things that are not power, but that power cannot remove. The witness had accumulated power across eons. It had converted species and civilizations and everything they had been into the component of its collective consciousness. It had pursued the final shape with the comprehensive dedication of something that had been doing one thing for so long that the doing had become indistinguishable from being. What it had never been was a single being, small and warm, and carrying within it the accumulated grief and love and choice of everything it had survived, carrying Cade's absence and the dreaming city's curse, and the pink sky of Riis, and the toxic green oceans of Fundament, and the pulse of a wounded traveler choosing to stay above a burning city, carrying all of it, not as weight, but as the specific substance of having been through things, and come through them, and been changed by them, and continued anyway. The witness's geometry pressed inward. The Guardian held. Not easily, not without cost. The confrontation in the Pale Heart was the most significant paracausal engagement in the solar system's recorded history, and the record of it in the physical world expressed itself as a resonance that every paracausal sensitive being in the solar system felt simultaneously. The ghosts, the warlocks, the Techions in the reef, Eris Morn on whatever moon she was standing on, even Savathûn in whatever condition she was in, even the Vex in the Black Garden running their endless simulation. A tremor in the paracausal field, global in scale, the signature of a fundamental question being answered rather than deferred. The traveler's presence in the confrontation was not a weapon. It was a statement. The gardener declaring, in the only language available that the witness would understand as binding, that the game was not over, that the final shape had not been achieved, that the winnower's answer was not the only answer and would not be imposed on a universe that was still in the process of becoming. The witness began to come apart, not in the explosive mode of physical destruction, not the way that Oryx had come apart in his throne world, the paracausal anchor severed and the death made complete. The witness's dissolution was slower and more total, consistent with the nature of a collective consciousness whose coherence was maintained by the shared philosophical project that had organized it. As the final shape's completion was prevented, as the ritual's last step was blocked by the Guardian's presence in the Pale Heart and the Traveler's active participation in that blocking, the organizing principle that had held the witness together across eons began to loosen. The merged consciousnesses, which had been the witnesses' component beings since before most of the solar system's current features had existed, began to disaggregate, not into individuals. The merger had been too complete and too long for the individuals to reconstitute from the aggregate, but into the dispersed state that any very large, very complex system moves toward when the force maintaining its organization is removed. The witness dissolved outward into the pale heart's paracausal field, its ancient and enormous awareness becoming part of the background rather than the foreground, its philosophical project unfinished and, therefore, in the most fundamental sense available, not the final shape after all. The pale heart was still, not the stillness of the witness's geometry, not the absolute imposed stillness of something that has been forced into resolution. The organic stillness of something that has reached a moment of rest between one kind of motion and the next, the way a breath is still in the space between exhaling and the decision to inhale again. The light moved through it differently than it had before the confrontation, warmer, more present, as if the traveler's active participation in what had just happened had changed its relationship to the interior of its own being, had made it more inhabitable in a way that the long dormancy had made it less. The converted regions, the witness's geometry imposed on the pale heart's landscape, were present but no longer advancing, their edges fixed at the point where the witness's project had been interrupted, the final shape's imposition frozen at the last position it had reached before the ritual's prevention. The gardener's answer carved in the landscape of the pale heart's remaining regions, incomplete, still becoming. Not the perfect stillness of the resolved flower, but the living complexity of the growing one, the flower that opens and changes, and does not know yet what it will be when the season is fully done. The guardian stood in the pale heart and felt the specific quality of a thing finished, not the permanent completion that the witness had sought, but the temporary completion of a task that had required everything and had produced something real. The feeling was not triumph in the conventional sense. It was quieter than triumph. It was the feeling of having been present for something that mattered, of having held when holding was required, of having been, in the specific moment when the question was asked directly, the kind of answer the gardener had been growing toward. The traveler's presence in the pale heart was warm, not the diffuse, ambient warmth of its ordinary paracausal output, but a specific warmth, directed, the quality of attention given by something enormous to something small in the full recognition of what the small thing had done. It did not speak. It had never spoken in the way that language implies, but in the pale heart, in the interior of its own being, surrounded by the echoes of everything it had ever grown, and everyone it had ever touched, and all the civilizations it had accompanied through their flourishing and their loss. In that space, the traveler's communication had a directness that its external silence had always lacked. It said, in the only language it had ever used, which was presence rather than words, "I am still here." And the guardian, standing in the light of the pale heart, with the cold of stasis still present in their channels and the warmth of the light moving through everything else, felt the specific quality of being heard by something that had always been listening and had finally, after a very long time, stopped needing to listen from a distance. They were both still here. The game was not over. It was not meant to be over. After very long stories, there is a particular quality to the silence that follows. Not the silence of something ended, not the flat, conclusive quiet of a door closed on a room that will not be re-entered. Something more alive than that. The silence of a breath held and then released, of a tension that has been present so long it had become indistinguishable from the background conditions of existence, finally, not resolved exactly, but transformed, changed in character, moved from the category of the urgent and the unresolved into the category of the present and the ongoing, where it could be lived with rather than simply endured. The solar system breathed differently after the pale heart. The change was not dramatic in the way of physical catastrophes or sudden reversals, not the overnight alteration of landscapes or the immediate restructuring of institutions. It was paracausal in its expression, which meant it was felt before it was seen, and seen before it was understood, and understood before it was named. Moving through the sensitive registers of every being in the solar system who had the capacity to receive information in the frequencies where paracausal events expressed themselves. The ghosts felt it first, a change in the quality of the light available to them, a warmth that had not been present before the pale heart in quite this configuration, the specific frequency of a traveler that was not merely recovering from damage, but actively engaged in the world in a new way. The traveler was healing, slowly, see in the way that profound damage heals, not linearly, not without setback, not on a schedule that could be plotted in advance and relied upon, but directionally. The paracausal output that had been compromised by the witness's assault on the traveler's surface was rebuilding, the damaged regions of the sphere's exterior gradually restoring their integrity, the light that had been disrupted during the assault returning to the ambient field of the solar system in the way that warmth returns to a room after a window has been closed, gradually from the source outward, the edges last. Beneath the traveler, the last city was also healing. The Red War's scars were the oldest, physical damage to the city's upper districts, that had been addressed in the years since Gaul's defeat, but that still showed. In the specific way that rebuilt things always show the evidence of what they were rebuilt from, the materials slightly different at the repair sites, the angles of reconstruction not quite matching the angles of the original construction, the texture of new stone against old stone, a permanent record of what had happened there. The Witness's campaign had added new scars, infrastructure damaged by the paracausal disruption of the assault on the traveler, districts in the city's upper reaches that had been within the operational radius of the Witness's focused application of darkness energy, and had experienced the physical consequences. The rebuilding had the quality that rebuilding always has in communities that have decided to continue, purposeful rather than resigned, oriented forward rather than merely compensating for what had been lost, carried out by people who had been through the crisis and had emerged from it with the specific determination of those who have tested the limits of their resilience and found them farther out than expected. The House of Light was part of the rebuilding. Mithrax had brought his people into the last city in the aftermath of Europa, the House of Light settling into the city's lower districts, with the careful, deliberate quality of guests who were aware that their welcome was genuine and fragile simultaneously, and who had decided that the most effective way to convert the fragile genuine into the robust genuine was to be simply and continuously present, not to prove something, not to perform gratitude or harmlessness or the other things that the city's more skeptical citizens might have expected them to perform, to live there, to be neighbors, to participate in the ordinary transactions of a community that had decided to include them and was working out in real time what including them looked like in practice. The Eliksni clicks and resonant tones had become part of the acoustic landscape of the lower districts, present alongside the human voices and the mechanical sounds of the city's operations, another thread in the auditory texture of a place that was adding complexity to itself rather than resolving toward a simpler version. Children, human children, all Eliksni children who did not remember Riis and whose relationship to the great machine was not the grief-saturated obsession of the generations that had preceded them, but something more immediate, more local, more about the city they were growing up in than the world that had been lost before they were born, moved through the same streets and treated each other with the matter-of-fact acceptance of beings for whom the arrangement had always been the arrangement and therefore required no special justification. The Exo remained. Across the solar system's communities and in the last city's Guardian Corps, and in the research facilities where the philosophical questions raised by the EXO program continued to be the subject of the most serious and least resolvable debates in the Warlock Order's long history of serious and unresolvable debates. The EXO were present with the specific quality of beings whose relationship to their own existence had never been entirely settled, and had decided, across the evidence of their continued continuation, that the unsettledness was acceptable. The question at the center of EXO existence: what is consciousness, and does it persist through the substrate changes that the transfer program had imposed? And what does it mean that the resets had removed memories that the beings experiencing them could not consent to having removed, because the beings who would have experienced them were, after the resets, beings who no longer had access to the memories being removed? This question had not been answered by the Pale Heart's resolution of the final shape crisis. It remained, patient and genuine, in the space where unanswered questions about the nature of consciousness tend to remain, which is to say, in the space where the people it applied to live their lives. Elsie Bray had returned from the last timeline. This one was different. She had said this before, in the timelines that had not been different. And the saying had been true in those timelines in the sense that each timeline was different from the last, and false in the sense that the difference had not been the right kind. In this one, the difference was the right kind. The witness had been unmade. The final shape had been prevented. The thing she had been resetting herself through timeline after timeline to try to achieve had been achieved, and the achievement had the specific quality of things that are real rather than things that are wished for, solid, present, without the translucence of the hoped for. She was still an EXO. The resets were still in her number. The memories of the timelines that had not worked were still absent in the ways that memories absent themselves after resets. Not remembered, but their absence felt. The specific quality of a personal history that has gaps where continuity should be. She had decided this was enough. That being here in a timeline where the thing had worked, carrying the gaps that the process had required, was enough. That enough was, under the circumstances, a great deal. Rasputin was partial. The war mind, destroyed during the Witness's campaign, its distributed architecture targeted specifically because the Witness had understood, correctly, that Rasputin's surveillance capabilities and its accumulated operational history were strategic assets that the defending forces would rely on, had been partially restored through the processes that the Guardian community and its warlock researchers had applied to the problem of Rasputin's loss. Not fully. The distributed scale that the original Rasputin had achieved across the Golden Age's infrastructure was not recoverable from the fragments that had survived. Too much of the network had been destroyed. Too many of the nodes had been taken offline permanently. Too much of what Rasputin had been had depended on the connections between components rather than the components themselves. What remained was something smaller and, in some ways, more honest than what had preceded it. A war mind operating within defined limits, its self-preservation calculus still present, but tempered by something that centuries of watching the Guardian community had deposited in its processing architecture, in the way that long observation of something deposits the character of the observed into the observer. Rasputin had watched beings who chose not to seal the door. It had watched many times across many campaigns. The watching had not been neutral. It was not the Rasputin that had closed the door on the Iron Lords. It was not precisely a different Rasputin either. It was a Rasputin that had had more time and more evidence, and had updated its models in the direction that models update when the evidence is sufficient, and the architecture doing the updating is sophisticated enough to let the updating happen. The calculation was not the same. The Cabal were reckoning with their empire's losses, the Red Legion's defeat, the Skyburners' obliteration by Oryx, the campaigns that had reduced their presence in the solar system from the occupying force of the City Age to the diminished remnant of a power that had arrived with enormous confidence and found the solar system more complicated than any reconnaissance had suggested. The survivors of the various Cabal forces in the system were in various stages of the process that follows the collapse of military certainty, some still operating under prior directives that the communications infrastructure to update had been destroyed, some in negotiated arrangement with the Vanguard that had the careful quality of interactions between entities that had been enemies and were trying something else without entirely trusting that the trying something else was mutual. The Hive were the Hive, which, after Oryx and after Savathûn and after the Lucent Brood's extraordinary interlude of light-wielding, was a phrase that contained more complexity than it once had. The Sword, Logic's absolute dominance over Hive philosophical life, had been the unchallenged condition of Hive existence since the Pact in Fundament's depths. Oryx had embodied it completely and had been defeated. Savathûn had abandoned it and had survived in a way that the Sword Logic's framework had no category for, the category of a Hive god who had chosen something other than the worm's hunger, and had found, on the other side of that choice, a ghost and a continuation that the logic would have classified as impossible. What Hive did with this information varied. The older Hive, the generations shaped entirely within the Sword Logic's framework, for whom the alternative was not a lived experience but an abstract report, received it as a theological disruption, something that required either integration or rejection and could not be simply set aside. The younger Hive, if Hive generations could be called young in any meaningful sense, existed in the disruption's aftermath and experienced it differently, as a condition of the world rather than an alteration of a prior condition, as simply the landscape of Hive existence rather than a change to it. The Dreaming City's curse had been addressed. The 3-week loop broken in the aftermath of the Witness campaign's resolution, the paracausal conditions that had sustained the loop altered by the broader shifts in the solar system's paracausal field that the Pale Hearts events had produced. The Techeuns, and freed from the loop's repetition, emerge with the specific quality of beings who have been through something disorienting enough that emergence itself is a form of recovery. Present, functional, carrying the loop's accumulated experience in ways they were still working out how to organize into the narrative of their continuing existence. Mara Sov was somewhere in the ascendant plane, or was returning from it, or was already back and declining to announce the return with the characteristic preference for presence without announcement that defined her operational style. The reports were fragmentary. The reef was rebuilding. The crystalline formations that had characterized Riisian homeworld had been recreated in small scale in some of the awoken settlements of the asteroid belt. Not as a copy, not as a memorial exactly, but as a living reference point, a thing grown in the present that pointed to something from the past without being defeated by the pointing. And the Vex were still optimizing. They were in the Black Garden, tending the empty space where the Black Heart had been, building their shrines to an absence, running their simulations around a gap in the data where the Black Heart's paracausal signature had been and was not. They were in the Ishtar sink on Venus, in the Vex structures that the Golden Age researchers had first catalogued, and that had continued their growth across the centuries since, without any particular regard for whether the humans who had been studying them were still there to do so. They were in the time streams, forward and backward, in the possible futures and the archived pasts, in the temporal dimensions that their gate networks accessed with the casual frequency of a civilization that had decided time was less a constraint than a coordinate. The Witness had wanted to force the universe into stillness. This is the distinction that makes the Vex the universe's most elegant existential footnote, the distinction between the Witness's project and the Vex's project, which look similar from the outside and are profoundly different from the inside. The Witness wanted the final shape. The universe held at one specific configuration permanently, the flower game resolved in favor of one answer, the gardener's work finished, and the garden frozen at its completion. Stillness imposed on a universe that had been moving. The Vex want to become the universe, not to stop it, not to freeze it in any particular configuration, to simulate it so completely that the simulation and the original become the same thing, to be the river rather than to dam the river, to flow into every configuration the universe takes rather than to fix it in one. Their goal is not stillness but totality, not the ending of the game but the incorporation of the game into themselves, the becoming of everything that is, rather than the resolution of everything into one thing that will be. They are not evil. They are not malicious. They experience the beings of the solar system the way that geological processes experience the structures built within them, as real, as significant to themselves, as part of the landscape within which the Vex's processes operate. They do not hate the last city. They do not resent the Guardians. They simply continue. With the equanimity of things that have always continued and expect to always continue, their simulations running in the patient dark of the Ishtar Sink and the Black Garden and every other location where their presence has established itself as a feature of the environment. The river does not hate the mountain. The river simply carves, and the carving takes time, more time than civilizations last, more time than solar systems last, more time than the flower game has been running, more time than the witness accumulated in its long pursuit of the final shape. The Vex are patient with the patience of things that have converted time itself into a resource rather than a constraint, that exist in the past and future as readily as in the present. I that have been running their simulation since before most of the universe's current features were features. With the light and darkness rebalanced, the witness unmade, the final shape prevented, the paracausal field of the solar system settling into the new equilibrium that the Pale Heart's events had produced, the Vex continued unchanged. This was not ominous exactly, it was simply true. The Vex were a condition of existence rather than a crisis within it, a permanent feature of the universe's landscape rather than a threat that could be addressed and resolved. They would be here after the last city had become something else. They would be here after the something else had become something else again. They would be here in the deep future that no currently living being in the solar system would experience, are running the simulation that had always been running, optimizing toward the totality that had always been the destination, like a river that will eventually reach the sea. The solar system continued, imperfect, various, full of the unresolved tensions and the genuine warmth and the ongoing negotiation between beings of different natures trying to share a space that was large enough for all of them and not always convenient enough for any of them. The Guardians walked the walls that Titans had built, and the frontier that hunters had mapped, and the philosophical territory that warlocks had opened, wielding both light and darkness, with the specific quality of beings who had accepted that both were true and had decided that acceptance was a beginning rather than a compromise. The traveler healed above the city. Not silently, not in the dormant stillness of the collapse's aftermath, not in the suspended absence of a sphere that had given everything and had nothing left to give. In the active, present, engaged way of something that had chosen to stay and was experiencing the staying as a condition of its current existence, rather than a constraint on its preferred one. Its paracausal warmth moved through the solar system's field the way warmth moves through a body recovering from cold. From the core outward, gradual, real, the temperature rising in the extremities, last but rising. The ghosts moved through the world carrying the light that the traveler produced, and the specific, purposeful attention that each one had been made with, the orientation toward their guardian that had been built into them at their making, or the quality of care that expressed itself as the willingness to be present in every situation, to hold the light available when the body needed it, to ask the questions that a guardian in the middle of a crisis forgot to ask themselves. And somewhere in the city's lower districts, in the evening when the light fell at the angle that made the traveler visible above the walls in its full scale, enormous, white, present, unchanged and changing simultaneously, a guardian stood in the street and looked up and felt the specific quality of being in a world that was still here. The game was not over. It was never meant to be over. It was meant to continue, complex, open, full of the untidy ongoing processes of things that were still becoming, still growing. Still asking the question that the flower game had always been asking, and that the universe had always been answering in the only way it knew how to answer, which was to continue producing beings capable of asking it, and giving them the world in which to live the answer out. The pink sky of Riis was gone. The toxic green oceans of Fundament had long since been changed by the Hive's departure into something that had no observer to name it. The rusted cosmodromes of old Russia stood in the cold and the dark, quiet, waiting for nothing, simply there as things that have outlasted their purpose continue to be there. The obsidian faces of the pyramid ships held their silence in the outer dark, patient as mathematics. Their waiting neither ended nor resolved, but changed in character. The waiting of things that have had their primary project interrupted and are recalculating rather than the waiting of things that are on the verge of acting. In the last city, beneath the healing traveler, a child, human perhaps, or Eliksni, or exo, or awoken, it doesn't matter, looked up at the sky. The sky above the city in the evening had a quality that had no simple name in any available language. The light from the traveler mixing with the light from the sun setting behind the mountains, the paracausal warmth of the sphere above the walls, meeting the ordinary warmth of a medium-sized star at the ordinary distance of a habitable world. The two kinds of warmth indistinguishable from each other in their effect, and both of them present simultaneously. Both of them real. The child looked up and did not think about the flower game or the sword logic, or the billions of years of cosmic history that had produced the specific quality of the light they were standing in. They simply looked, the way children look at things that are beautiful and that they have not yet been given a reason to look at as anything other than what they are. The light was warm. The city was here. The story was not over. Wherever you are, in whatever quiet space these words have found you, in whatever corner of the world your evening has arrived in, whatever hour the dark has brought to your window, you have traveled a long way tonight, from the void before the first star, through the crushing depths of Fundament and the pink skies of Riis and the golden centuries of a humanity that did not yet know what it was being prepared for, through the silence of the collapse and the long dark of the ages that followed, and the slow, improbable, genuine thing that was built in the shadow of a wounded god. You have been to the inside of the traveler. You have been present for the question that the universe has been asking since before it had the words to ask it. And now the story rests, as all long stories eventually rest. Not ended, but paused. The way the universe itself pauses between the exhale and the next breath, between the completion of one cycle and the beginning of the next. Share in the comments where these ancient echoes have found you tonight, and what hour your darkness has arrived. You have woven your small, warm thread into something very old and very large, and the weaving matters, the way all small, warm things matter in a universe that has been arguing about whether they do for longer than the argument has had a name. Rest now. The light is still here. The game continues, and you are part of it.